Net Loss, James Sallis. Reading time 5 minutes. Jim's latest novel, Sarah Jane, is just out from Soho Press, with new editions of all 6 Lou Griffin novels due by year's end. Recent stories appeared in Asimov's, Ellery Queen's, and North Dakota Quarterly. He has for many years contributed a regular books column to FNSF. What happened was the TV in the next room heard my girlfriend and me arguing and called the police. Those thunks they heard were me slamming the refrigerator door, then later dropping my coffee cup and bagel plate. But you ever tried to explain a thing like that when they just keep playing the recording again and again and won't let you pee? Did you know your TV could do that? One of the cops that showed up at the door had spent years being a lot heavier. Loose skin swayed under his arms, he walked with splayed feet, his shirt was a couple sizes too big. Made you wonder whether he'd been overweight and was working on it, or was just on his way out of this world. The other seemed headed in the opposite direction, gaining girth and stature as the first one shrank. The bigger guy also seemed to be lead, with little guy holding down harmony parts. At the arraignment, my court-appointed lawyer reminded them they couldn't call the TV as a witness, and they all had a big yuck over that. Smoothing her skirt that looked like a test pattern, she rolled out a string of letters and numbers and so on that were supposed to be law code, but I'm pretty sure were just made up. Twice she made me pull out my earbuds. Third time she reached up and yanked them out herself, and right out of the phone. I was listening to the Blind Boys of Alabama. You ever heard them? Sweet. Mother's children have a hard time. God knows everything. Figure that jail's as close to army living as I'm ever going to get. All of us packed up in there like chickens with nowhere to go and nothing to do but peck at each other over every damn thing. Patchouli, B.O., tasty testosterone, old whiskey, a hint of the fecal, yum, as Sweet William said. Then there was Reader, and the guy who tried giving him grief, who wasn't with us long. Afterward, Reader took his finger out from between pages and went back to his book. No matter how many times they got corrected, Sweet Willie and Crusher kept on calling our new homes holding cells. Everybody wants to get held, am I right? I spent 2 weeks in such fine company. When they let me out, I walked what has to be 2-3 miles back to the apartment and found it empty. My clothes and stuff, my turntable rig and my collection of old vinyl were there. The rest was gone. Carl had left a note saying if that's the kind of man I was going to have to be it without her. I'll be straight with you. I was glad as sunshine she took that damn TV. My player got taken away from me at the jail, and when they gave me back my billfold and keys and stuff, it wasn't there. Not on the intake list, they told me. Sorry, no sign of it. So the first thing I had to do was go out and get a new one from the big box store. Picked up some Blind Boys and other tunes while I was there. Paid for those. When I got back, there was a note slid under my door from the apartment manager, saying that since I was of questionable moral standing and 2 months behind in rent, I should be out of the apartment and off the property by the end of the week. I went down to his apartment, pushed the door open, none of them had locks that worked worth a shit, and spoke with him concerning this. He'd heard about the cops, he told me, went to the city website, saw the assault charges against me, talked to Carla as she was loading up the U-Haul. Then he got this flagged email from a group called Watch Up. So now I learn I'm on this posting list that gets circulated to warn everyone about sex offenders, murderers, parolees, and people like me moving into their neighborhood. While I was there, since Carla took hers, I borrowed the manager's computer to check on the website. They had an old photo of me up. Not sure anyone would recognize me from it. I don't look much like that anymore. It was from, 6 or 8 years ago? Life, not to mention jail, had changed me. But it's like, finally I know who I am, what my life's about. I look at the manager, duct-taped to the chair, and go out to the kitchen to find the right tool for the job. While I'm raking through drawers, no lawyer to snatch them out here, I punch in my earbuds, hit play, and the Blind Boys start up singing Almost Home. I think how my old man was always saying TV's bad for you. Guess he was right about that. And I'm thinking how when the time comes, long after they take my music away, the Blind Boys will still be singing on, and how I'll go down with their songs, with all this beauty in my heart.
A Compass in the Dark, Phoebe Barton. Reading time, 16 minutes. Phoebe Barton is a queer trans woman who tends to be overcome with emotion when meeting real spaceships. This is her 11th appearance in Analog's pages, and she's starting to suspect this whole thing isn't some kind of fluke after all. She's active on Twitter at APHOEBEBARTON and maintains a website at www.PHOEBEBARTONSF.com. The day after my 15th birthday, I followed my father out of the airlock and learned how to guide lost spirits home. It was late afternoon that day, and the sun and earth were bright sickles in the sky, but I only had eyes for the compass. It was an intricate thing, a silver tower still gleaming against the ashen ground, and more than once I'd wondered if my father loved it more than he loved me. "It's simpler than it looks, kiddo," he said on our private channel. "Give me a hand and we'll have it in top shape in no time." Why us? Why me, I meant. I'd rather have been back home practicing Sparrow. Iridium City had the best youth league north of Mare Nubium. Shouldn't the government handle it? "They don't care about things like this," my father said. No, it's worse than that. They don't believe in spirits. They act like they can't see them. I didn't believe in spirits either, and my father couldn't see that he had a daughter instead of a son. I couldn't understand why anyone thought spirits needed a magnetic field to find their way to the afterlife. I didn't say anything about any of that while I helped him inspect the compass. Even then, I knew what it felt like to grab onto anything that seemed like it could help you find your way. During the day, it gets hot on Luna. Hot enough to boil away all the terrible ideas that can't endure off Earth. After the first few habitat failures, the early Lunarians learned real quick which notions still made sense and which were no better than bullets. I've dealt with more than a few Earth tourists, and afterward I'm always dizzy. There's a casualness to how they carry themselves that I can't keep up with. Once, I caught a man who said he was a genius-level engineer ready to step outdoors with an undogged suit. Lack of perspective, too. I can't count how often I've had to parry complaints about taxes and liberty, and who the hell do us lunatics think we are, not living free? I don't have to think. I know we're kind, because the world outside is nothing but cruel. That's why we do things like build compasses, I think, so we never lose our way navigating between the ports we've built across the hostile seas. Yes, Dad, you're right. It's on the other side of the world. Nobody had known about my plans except my girlfriend Lace, and if I couldn't trust her to keep quiet, I couldn't trust airlocks to stay sealed. My mother was used to me living at arm's length, and I couldn't tell if she was excited for me or just excited for the distance when I broke the news. Telling my father, though, that had been like watching a lava tube's roof collapse. First the cracks, then the dust falling like snow, and then a storm of rocks finding its new level. "It's a long way to go," he said, as I shared coffee with him at his polished wooden table, dark and bold. Since my childhood, he'd moved out of the city, out into a lonely single-person habitat buried beneath the regolith. I don't think I'll ever understand why. "Are you sure you're going to be all right all the way over there?" "It's Farside, Dad, not the edge of the universe." It was likely the closest I'd get, though. Compton-Belkovich Station wasn't much more than a pack of buried shacks where a few teleoperators and geologists minded the drones, sifting the dirt for thorium. It's what I've studied for. "They call it Farside because it's far away." He stood to stretch and dug one hand into his pants to scratch. He didn't wash afterward. My fingertips felt oily. "Do you have time for an inspection before you go? The tower's been acting up again." I sighed. "Please don't do this." "Do what?" He sat back down, clasped his hands, stared into my eyes. Want to do things with my kid?" "It's not doing anything." I slammed the table with my palm. "What about all the things I wanted to do? All those times, all those chances, and it always ended up with me watching you tinker with some tower that doesn't do anything. All that time, all that effort, all for what?" I expected him to get angry and to shout. I'd attacked one of the underpinnings of his worldview, after all. But he didn't raise his voice at all, didn't do anything but look disappointed. "There's more going on than what you believe," he said. "Things are quiet on Farside. Maybe try watching and listening while you're there." "Dad," "Think about it," he says, "if you have time. I'm sure you won't have a dull moment watching those drones." My tongue was bitter, not so much from the coffee as my words. I left his house with barely a goodbye. When the door puffed shut, it was as loud as a vacuum scream, resounding in my bones and nowhere else in the universe. I spent a lot of my time on Farside, listening and watching, just like Dad said I would. Every once in a while, I'd suit up to check out a drone that ate some dust it didn't agree with, and those were the best times to look up. Out on Farside, it's easy to imagine that you're alone, that you're lost, that no matter how much you wander, you'll never find your way. Luna's North Star isn't bright like Earth's, but dim and easy to lose track of against an infinitely speckled sky. But for all that listening, I didn't hear the parts that really mattered. I'd switched a shift with one of my station buddies that day, deep in Farside night. It was good that I did, in retrospect, because it meant I was safe and warm in my well-lit quarters when the message came in, instead of being outside with only the stars to guide me. It was one of my aunts. I honestly can't remember which one. I can barely remember what words she used. All that burned away in an instant. I do remember, though, that each word scooped a piece out of me until by the end of it I was reduced to a hollow person wearing a familiar skin. I remember silence for a moment, and then an echoing wail. They'd found my father in his little habitat, dead and alone. It didn't feel real. Not even when Lace and I were rolling down Route 23. It wasn't like a wound. The body knew how to react to wounds, with pain and anger and too slow healing. Nobody knew how to deal with loss. I held Lace's hand tightly while I tried to figure it out. Was it my fault? If I hadn't gone to Farside, if I'd stayed close to home, would I have seen something? Noticed a fatal danger in time to head it off? That's what a parent was supposed to do for their kid, after all. Wasn't it just as important the other way around? The emergency services were at his place when we arrived. As much as they needed to be there, I hated them for it. Their drones crawled all over the habitat and the single compass tower. I could see its magnetic field on my suit visor, extraordinary and bright, a lighthouse for lost spirits. "I'll be with you," Lace said. She hadn't met my father more than once or twice. It must have been easy for her. "If it gets too much, let me know. I'm here for you." The habitat was cold inside and undisturbed, and while everything was in its proper place, it felt empty. I ran a hand along the polished wooden table's curved ridges and shuddered. It shouldn't have been like this. There was no sign of decompression and no gunpowder dust smell, just the stink of death. "What happened?" I asked the emergencies lieutenant, underground pale and eyes full of empathy. "Why?" "We think it's because of that last solar storm," the lieutenant said. "From what we could tell, he was outside when it kicked up. By the time he made it in, he'd already taken too much radiation. I'm sorry, Ms. Meadows, but I'm afraid I have to ask you to positively identify him. I fell onto a dark plain. Of course that had been it. He'd been paying so much attention to his compass tower that he hadn't noticed the storm warning. Or maybe he had, and he'd stayed outside anyway. Because he thought he could do it? Because he didn't care? I couldn't find answers. There was nothing to guide me. No matter which way I turned, there was nothing to see. Nothing but my father's dead eyes. Eyes that would never see anything again. It's him. I had to force out every sound. It's him. Now I'd never know why. I wailed there in the habitat, Lace's arms holding me up like puppet strings, lost and alone. Here and there, if you know where to look, you'll find a few skeletons buried in Luna. I suppose they were the ones who loved it so much that they wanted to be part of it forever. I can understand the attraction. When the sun shines at just the right angle, the surface turns the color of bone. It's a reminder of how close death is here, every minute, every instant. Between the storm warnings, radiation drills, and the rings of point defense batteries that encircle every city, it takes real effort to forget for even a moment. Just like it takes real effort to understand why people do what they do and where their fears might lead them. How's it going? Through the suit, Lace's hand on my shoulder felt more like a suggestion. Looks sensitive. Just being thorough, I said. Dad had built the compass well. If only he'd been as obsessive about his own maintenance. It's all good. Nothing short of an impact will put paid to this, I think. I can go inside once I'm done then, Lace said, if you like. No. I didn't need to think. I knew what would happen. It was hard enough already, the two of us deep in the near-side night. Overhead, the full earth made a mockery of my loss, gleaming with life-filled light. I'm fine. Lace nodded and started to dig while I went to the rover. My father's urn was a simple, glassy pyramid. His ashes were at the center, shaped into a sphere. My aunts had insisted. He would have hated it. This is ridiculous, I could hear him say. I'm no pharaoh. I picked up the urn, picked him up, and nearly gasped. He was so heavy. But no heavier than I must have been that first minute. All those years, all those moments, all those stories that now nobody could tell. All of them reduced to that simple weight. Lace was finished by the time I got back. The hole didn't need to be nearly as deep as a grave. Should I say something? She asked. Should you? My throat was dry, and my tongue was ready to crack in two. I hadn't spoken to my father since that last visit to the habitat, since right before I'd gone to Farside. Every word was acid-seared onto my brain. We've already said everything that matters, I said. He's got a long way to go. I lowered the urn into the hole and buried it in ashen soil. Above it, the compass stood silent, the tallest thing on a smooth plain, and whole. The Compton-Belkovich anomaly is a quiet place. Most of Farside is like that, after all. It's the one place in the solar system where you can pretend Earth doesn't exist. From Saturn, you can look back and see that pale blue dot. And even from Mirabilis, you can gaze across 16 light-years and find Sol amid the stars of Hercules. From Farside, there's no hint of it, no trace. I don't think people can take it for long when they know they're so close. It's quiet and empty, and the pole star is dim, and easy to miss. The drones mostly kept to themselves as they chewed the regolith for thorium, and I had a lot of time between excursions. I didn't have everything I needed yet, but I did have the most important thing. A short walk outside the station, just far enough that it disappeared behind a little hill. A magnetic field generator shone lines of force in the darkness to guide any of the lost that stumbled by.
In Times to Come. Reading time 1 minute. Imagine, a desperate crew finds a last-ditch, unexpected lifeline, but to take advantage of it, they may have to cross a threshold they're unprepared for. At what price survival? Find out in our next issue's cover story, Sticks and Stones, by Tom Jolly. Then our retrospective also serves as a tribute to Vonda N. McIntyre, who passed away in 2019. We present her Of Mist and Grass and Sand, as well as a few words from former Analog editor Ben Bova. We'll also have the finale to Derek Künsken's The House of Styx, and a sequel to Jay Werkheiser's September-October 2018 fact article, Alien Biochemistry, Embracing the Carbon Chauvinist, in which he embodies the role of a critical thinker and outlines the opposite position in Alien Biochemistry, Rejecting the Carbon Chauvinist. And, of course, we'll have plenty of other fiction, including a novella-length sequel to Stan Schmidt's 2015 serial Night Ride and Sunrise, as well as stories from Marie Vibert, Robert R. Chase, Elizabeth R. Adams, Alec Navala Lee, Rich Larson, and more. You don't want to miss it. Contents are subject to change. It was a tradition when you turned 16. Eric Cline. Reading time 23 minutes. In addition to his 3 previous appearances in Analog, Eric Cline's stories have appeared in Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine, Galaxy's Edge, Alfred Hitchcock's Mystery Magazine, and other places. He lives in Maryland with his wife and 2 dogs. He never had the pleasure of cruising Noland Road in the greater KC area. Ray Ambrose was too dignified to use actual spit when making spitballs. Or at least he was too old at 54. He just folded and squeezed little bits of paper very tightly so they would keep their shape. Then they went into a Tupperware container that in turn went into a fanny pack. Danny Alvarado shook her head. Her arms were crossed. She leaned against a corner of the door frame, cool as a cucumber, with great love for her husband and no faith in how his day was going to turn out. "She doesn't want to," she said. "Well, she agreed to it, and she ain't backing out," Ray said. He could barely speak through his grin of anticipation. He fished a lime-green water pistol out of the fanny pack and fired at the carpet. "It's just not relevant for her," Danny said. "And you going to get a paper towel for that?" "It's barely damp," he said as he reholstered the pistol. However, seeing storm clouds gathering in his wife's face, furrowed with a chance of yelling and a pissed front moving in from the Midwest, he said, "But yeah, I'll get a towel." Ray knocked on his daughter's door and also said, "Knock, knock. Knock, knock, sullen teenager. Time to go." The family agreement was that they would never open her door as long as she didn't lock it and always opened it when they knocked. Melody Ambrose kept the agreement, but she refused to look happy about it. "Dad," she said, bouncing up and down with every syllable, "I don't want to learn to drive. Are we really going to do this?" His grin was wide with the glow of nostalgia. "It's a tradition when you turn 16 in the Ambrose household. My dad taught me, his dad taught him, and his dad before that, and his dad before him." Melody tiredly mouthed the final words along with him. "Taught him to ride a horse because they hadn't invented cars yet. Ha! I don't need to," she said. "What am I ever going to do with it? We've already had this conversation. For an emergency. Remember the Atlanta outage? "No, because I was like 5, she said, putting it in its proper ancient historical context. And that was cyber terrorists that shut down the cars entirely. There are still terrorists out there, Ray said hopefully. He yelled down the hall, "Hey, hon, back me up!" Danny's voice came from several resigned feet away. "Melody, you already promised your father you would take one driving lesson with him. If you don't want to do it after today, we'll discuss it further, but you just go out with him today. Please." "Okay, but just this once." Each sentence ended in a huff. As she brushed past her dad, she gave a curious glance toward the small fanny pack he had on. The family car was called Tully, named by Melody when she was 12 after a boy in school who had since moved away. Did she remember the human Tully very well? Ray wasn't even sure if the boy had been a first crush or just a friend, but Tully remained the car's name. "Tully, we're getting in both front doors!" Melody yelled out. Those doors obediently slid open on tracks. Melody got in on the left front seat, which once had gone by another, more primary name. The dash had a large entertainment screen, free of any instruments. "To the front parking lot of the Great Midwestern Mall," Ray said, "and park in the center of the lot." Tully needed no more information than that to get on the way. Ray's daughter immediately reclined in the driver's seat, damn it, and got lost in whatever she was reading on her own device. Ray didn't bother to watch TV on the ample right side screen. Front passenger side, damn it. Instead, he looked around as they moved through the city at other cars. The crabby middle-aged man gene, was its scientific name Ba-Gur, had been activated sometime after his 45th birthday, and he was perfectly aware of it. Still, he was helpless to stop the monologue it sparked in his brain. People just sit wherever, like they're never going to have to pop up the wheel and stomp on the brakes. It was true. People contorted in their cars like they were on their sofas, lying down curled up, asleep, watching TV, doing whatever, and the seats of modern cars were well designed for it. Some of them have even blinded themselves when they're supposed to be driving. That was also true. Whether with actual curtains or with techno-tinting windows, people could screen off the outside world. During weekday rush hours, which this was not, it was the rule rather than the exception for people to get an extra hour of sleep on their morning commute. And, of course, plenty of people thought it the height of kink to do it in a moving car surrounded by hundreds of strangers, though if you didn't have those curtains completely blocking you, you could get a fine stiffer than anything that had previously commanded your attention. The cars are all just boxes on the outside these days, no personality. And that was true as well. Car culture had been supercharged by the perfection of self-driving technology, but it had also radically shifted the automobile owner's focus to the interior. TV screens, fridges, couches, compact versions of everything that people used in their homes and offices. People rested, entertained themselves, screwed, ate, used the toilet, and even worked in their cars. But few cared about detailing the exterior, waxing, bodywork, or even washing the damned thing beyond the level needed to keep its sensors from going blind. Far from it. Any stylistic element that prettied up the outside, if it reduced the inner living space by even a few cubic inches, was a minus. Not even a license plate. True. Multiple automated systems gave your car's ID at all times to your insurance company, to the DMV, to the cops, to the other cars. No need for the state to do anything but collect the registration fee. Sigh, I'm going down to the DMV and stand in line to get my new plates had gone the way of sigh, I had to draw my 6-shooter to put that old hoss out of its misery 'cause it done broke its leg. Ray knew it was strange to have a pang of regret for the passing of such an unpleasant experience, but it had been his experience, his wife's experience, their parents' and grandparents' experience, and now it would not be anything for his only child. They got to the Great Midwestern Mall, and Tully parked in the exact center of the trash-strewn lot. The mall had gone belly up years ago, but the city still occasionally cleaned the parking lots and patrolled looking for the homeless. In fact, a security cam, he could see it mounted on the rotting roof, was monitoring them right now. If the algorithms saw someone on foot approaching the car in the manner of a drug dealer, Ray would get a stern email reminding him that narcotics had to be purchased and distributed through registered dispensaries. "Well, this is nice," Melody said, looking out at fast food wrappers tumbleweeding across the asphalt. Her sarcasm aside, it occurred to Ray that for Melody's generation, this was what the word mall meant, a weather-beaten parking lot outside of a large old shuttered building. "This is the perfect place for you to practice driving," he said, nodding with forced March cheerfulness. "You ready?" "Ready as I'll ever be," she said morosely, then giggled at her own moroseness. "Okay, now sit back in your chair a little bit. You need to give the steering wheel and the pedals room to come out." She sat back in the chair and folded her hands on her lap with exaggerated reverence. Could teenagers perform any physical action in the presence of their parents that wasn't at least unconsciously passive-aggressive? Even the instruments at CERN had never detected an instance. "Tully, extend training driver mode," he said. "Is this an emergency?" Tully said. "Do you perceive this vehicle to be out of control?" "I do not detect loss of control." Tully wasn't a sinister AI trying to keep its humans locked up in a rolling metal box. There were no AIs, supposedly. It was all algorithms, making sure the request to actually, gasp, drive your own car wasn't because of something life-threatening. "No," he sighed. "I would have yelled extend emergency mode if that had been the case. This is for new driver training. So extend, please. Extend steering wheel, brake, and gas pedal." As soon as the word gas was out of his mouth, he winced, expecting pedantic correction. But those algorithms shrugged off the archaism. "Okay," Tully said. "I am extending the steering wheel out of the front of the dashboard. I am also extending brake and acceleration pedals out of the underside of the dashboard. Please make room for them." The steering wheel, when nestled into its mostly permanent place inside the dashboard, was no more than a wide, thin rectangle, a faint scar of differentiation. Now it extended, the wheel itself both horizontal and segmented so flatly that it wasn't yet an actual wheel. The wheel moved vertically as it pushed out, and its Tetris-crunched segments folded out until they became an actual wheel mounted on a 2-fingers-thick metal bar poking out of the thin rectangular crevasse where it otherwise slept. This was not a robust classic steering wheel with a thick steering column sending instructions directly to a drive shaft. It didn't pretend to be anything but a temporary, almost too flimsy to use afterthought. In the unimpressive, anticlimactic manner of a post-diarrhea fart, a sickly-looking, stiff little wire that was supposed to be the gear shift arced out from the steering column, bar. Melody stared at the wheel with little evident interest. The brake and acceleration pedal, gas pedal, goddammit, had also extended, and were similarly flimsy. When Ray Ambrose had been young, steering wheels and the pedals had been the good silverware. Now they were sporks. He clapped his hands together. "Okay, let's get started." "I've seen them grip it like this, right?" Melody said. By seen them, she meant seen them do it in movies. She put her hands on the 9 and 3 o'clock positions, which pleased her father immensely. Now that they were going to no question do the lesson, she seemed committed to it. "That's right," he said. "Now, put your right foot in the left pedal. That's for braking. You always start off with your foot on the brake pedal." He almost didn't want to tell her to shift gears. The less than pencil-thin metal of the gear shift completed the T-Rex arm look of the whole apparatus. If it had appeared any more vestigial, the better analogy wouldn't have been to tiny dinosaur limbs, but to the human appendix. The entertainment screen on Melody's side displayed Park in bold and grayed out reverse, neutral, and drive. With some jiggling of the pencil-y arm, she was able to bold the word drive and gray out all the rest. Tully's algorithms frothed out some weaselly legalese about taking responsibility for an accident. "Yes, yes," Melody said impatiently. "I accept." Ray beamed. Accelerating and then stopping in the parking lot a few times was actually fun. Ray had forgotten about that. In fact, when had he last driven? 2 years ago in Omaha? Flipping that rental car to manual for a stretch? Yeah, maybe. Melody went forward again, this time too confidently. They were heading toward the Great Midwestern Mall, the actual building. "Stop, honey." "Huh?" Her brief confidence was gone. She stepped on acceleration rather than the brake. "Yeek, Daddy!" Ray grabbed the steering wheel, which trembled under the force of two people gripping it. He was going to jerk it hard. They were about to run into the plywood covering that had once been the Sears main entrance. Tully stopped them. "Overriding manual. I detect danger." Then, before either of the humans could assent or even grunt, the car smoothly turned away from the building and coasted to a stop in the exact center of the parking lot, the very place, probably to within an inch, of where it had pulled in when it arrived. Just like the Atlanta outage 11 years ago, where even with a hefty cyber attack against the local grid, the cars had had enough non-grid dependent safety features to drift into a complete stop. The Atlanta attack had caused gridlock, not mass death, and it had ended within 2 hours. And it was the best justification Ray Ambrose had for teaching his daughter to drive. Fall off a bike, get back on. Bikes, at least, kids still learned to ride. For now. "Okay," she said, and put her hands on the steering wheel, and he noticed her foot on the brake. She didn't want to give up, and he was delighted. They decided to do long back and forths in the outer lot, paralleling the mall. Melody was surprised to realize that she couldn't input an exact amount, 5 mph, 10 mph, but had to learn to do it with the acceleration pedal. And Ray was surprised at her surprise. "Yeah, things used to be less tit-rated," he said when they had sorted that out. She started getting good at it, though the braking was still on the order of a hanged man's short stop after a long drop. "You'll get that too after a bit," he told her. They proceeded like that for about 20 minutes. He bribed her concentration by allowing Tully to stream her playlist in the background, on low volume. The fanny pack loomed in his mind. It was the continuity. It was what his great-grandfather had hit upon, the best method to train his children in how to drive. And his grandfather had used the same method with his father and uncles, and 38 years ago, his father had taught him using the same methods when he was 16. His hand went toward the pack. "Take this next one slow but steady," he told her. "Just keep your eyes straight ahead. I want to show you something, okay?" "Okay," she said. She looked ahead at the discolored asphalt and weeds, working the pedal to get it to around 12 miles per hour. Then she got hit in the head with a spitball. She turned and looked at her father. "What was that?" "Spitball," he said, grinning from ear to ear. "What the... why?" He took another from the little Tupperware container and lobbed it at her. This time she took a hand off the wheel and batted it away. "Daddy, what are you doing?" The car coasted to a stop. "Keep driving," he said, still grinning. "What are you throwing at me?" "Spitballs." "Spitballs?" "There's no spit in them." "But why did you do that?" "To distract you." "What?" "Sweetie, when I was your age, my dad took me out to learn to drive, and he brought a shopping bag that he didn't tell me anything about, kind of like this fanny pack here. And when I wasn't looking, and it was safe to do it, he threw spitballs at my face. He was teaching me, see, that you can't get distracted when you drive, that you have to keep your eyes on the road." There was a silence. "Why not just, tell me to keep my eyes on the road?" Melody illustrated this with an elaborate shrugging gesture that involved both of her palms jumping into the air on spring-loaded wrists. "You can't tell it, you have to train it." Here Ray was quoting his father, and he suspected the quote was from his grandfather or great-grandfather. "We're going to build it into your muscle memory. You could see he paused awkwardly, "a strange pedestrian on the side of the road who distracts you, and you look away." "Strange pedestrian?" "Yeah." He probably should have worked on that more. His dad's example had been, you might see a half-naked woman on the sidewalk whose tits are about to fall out of her halter. "Or you could get a phone call," he added. "When cell phones became a big thing, and texting, I was one of the only kids who never got into any trouble. I never looked down, never checked my phone. I was a very safe driver." "Good for you." She folded her arms. She could tell that to brag, "I never crashed my car while checking my phone," was for her generation the equivalent of someone telling a 16-year-old Ray, I never contracted smallpox while riding in the Pullman car. Please, do this for me. You're going to see the method to my madness. She sighed and agreed. She started driving again and said, Okay, throw your paper, and then hit the brake when she caught a flash of lime green out of the corner of her eye. Ray had been aiming the water pistol. No, hell no. This is just one more distraction, he said. It's for when you have kids of your own. They throw stuff in the back seat. They vomit. If you can keep your eyes on the road when you get distracted by something like this, what else is in there, Dad? She pointed at the fanny pack with a border inspector's accusatory manner. He sighed. Just one more thing. What? My dad, my granddad, and my great-granddad all taught that you can't get distracted by hot coffee. Hot coffee? No, it's just room temperature. He dumped the water pistol into the pack and took out his last item, his pièce de résistance, a used water bottle filled with cold coffee. What were you going to do with that? Only what 3 generations of us have done before. When you're intent on driving and all of a sudden coffee spills in your lap, my jeans! I was going to get them dry cleaned or buy you new ones. It's worth it. This happened to me once. I was driving on the LA freeway when I spilled coffee on myself. It was hot, but I brushed it off quickly, and I only took one hand off the steering wheel, and I never took my eyes off the road. My dad's training saved me from getting into an accident before you were born. You never would have existed. If only. Dejectedly, he put the bottle back into the pack. He remembered his shock and then his giggling elation when his father had thrown a cup of lukewarm, not hot but not room temperature coffee onto his lap when they had been driving in the lot of the old J.C. Penney store. Now you'll never take your eyes off the road, boy, Dad had yelled, and they had both whooped all the way home. Mom had been angry at how Dad had messed up the car, but the seats were vinyl and it had come out with some scrubbing. The coffee stain hadn't completely come out of Ray's jeans, but that had been okay, because it had become the pair that he wore when doing chores around the house. We were laughing all the way home, he thought. He looked at his daughter, and he must have been really pitiful, because her own face softened, and she reached over and hugged him. Daddy, I don't want to learn to drive, okay? He returned her hug and patted her on the back and said, Yeah, okay. Let's go home. You want to tell Tully what to do? She was willing to do that. Danny had started the lawnmower while they were gone. It had just finished the front as they pulled into the driveway and was letting itself into the backyard. Before she went back to her room, Melody said, Thanks, Dad. I had a good time. I can tell everyone I had a driving lesson, okay? He appreciated the lie. Well, Danny said when he walked into her home office. Looks like we have another helpless passenger, he said. God save us from a repeat of the Atlanta outage. She closed a spreadsheet. What did you expect? There isn't driving anymore. The infrastructure has moved on to new ways of doing things, and the culture has moved on with it. Did she at least get a laugh out of your glitter bombing or whatever? He laughed ruefully. Nah, that was kind of a dud. I thought it was the best part back when I was a kid. But the magic is gone, I guess. Great-granddad, granddad, dad, me, and now no one else. Sorry the Library of Alexandria has burned down around you, hon, she said, and they both laughed. He sat in a chair beside her with a deep sigh. You know, cruising came to an end when I was around her age. Kids used to cruise the main drag. You know, like that old movie, American Graffiti? A car full of boys flirting with a car full of girls, finding out where parties were and going there, pulling into a parking lot to distribute beers. My brother did it. My cousins did it. But by the time I came up, they'd passed on some ordinances to get the kids off the roads on Fridays and Saturdays. The cops were using software to track cars that had circled around too many times and were pushing you to go home. To be fair, there had been accidents, and kids got email and social media so they could invite each other to parties directly instead of cruising on a Saturday night to see who to hang out with. So that scene had evaporated. Moses getting to glimpse the promised land but never entering it. One thing he loved about Danny was her mercilessness when he attempted self-pity. And cruising around shouting at people in other cars doesn't begin to sound like you. I guess not. But I'd have liked to have tried it once or twice. He shrugged. Hell, listen to me. Don't want to. she said, and pressed her lips shut to avoid laughing. She shook silently instead. He stood up. Would you care to follow me into the living room to watch something forgettable together? She stood as well. On autopilot, hon, she replied. On autopilot. Calm Face of the Storm. Ramona Louise Wheeler. Reading time 57 minutes. The biggest bug Brett had ever seen flew past with a flash and a scintillating scent, and it was in his nature to snatch bugs in flight, an instinct to fling himself after in pursuit. The air smelled of evening, with a chill wind blowing in from sunset, and he only saw the bug thing clearly once it flew out of the shadows into the light of the upper air. It was small enough to be confused with some delectable beetle or moth. Brett was a flying bug-eater, but he was a civilized man from a civilized world. He was capable of reactions beyond instinct. He was still too angry to be hungry, otherwise he might have had it half swallowed before he knew what he was eating. But now he forgot the argument that had driven him so far from familiar skies, and concentrated instead on flying closer to the thing. It was not a bug. It was not edible either, but it was worth a fortune, worth more than any other wild creature on this planet. It was a lizard of some new kind, impossibly winged, shimmering, gray-scaled like old silver, with black spikes at forehead, knuckles, and knees. The like of it had been seen before only in tantalizing fossil shapes in the oldest rock layers uncovered, a previously unknown type of prehistoric creature. This one was not a prehistoric fossil. This one was alive. It beat its wings with deliberate reptilian calm, flying steadily into the horizon of brilliant colors where the second sun was setting. Brett was determined to keep pace with that impossible creature, to find some way to fulfill its incredible promise. The sky was turning toward the unreal darkness that comes with two suns season. True night was coming, with stars blazing up in a wild black sky above a world where daylight laws did not hold. Brett had begun his mad flight at the edge of City Central, where his family home tree stood, half a continent away to the northeast. Now the broken, harsh landscape below him was giving way to a weathered, time-weary look, the deep shoreline of the southern coast, where constant storms from the southwest drove the wild ocean up onto the land, grinding everything in its path as if with giant teeth. What meager life hung on here was brief and furious, surging upward toward the light during the calm between tides. Here and there were tall columns of solid stone, standing because all else around them had washed away. Wind trees grew on their tops, twisted and coiled into thorny crowns. Myriad forms of life clung there when the storms swept through. Brett hoped that his swiftly flying prey was returning to one of these wind tree nests. It would be easy to mark, then return to later with others. He was blazing now with the eagerness and determination to have this amazing find, to be the one who brought it to civilization. He began to imagine the news interviews, the celebrity gatherings. He would be a hero, an explorer. He would be forgiven. The light was growing too faint for his eyes. Brett did not dare lose sight of that flickering lizard thing, and by now could only just make it out in the darkening sky ahead. He could hear its wings snapping as it flew, so he clung to the direction of the sound, managing grimly to keep pace with it. The landscape below had been ground to sand and pebbles, draped with drying kelp. The lizard soared upward again, turning into the darker darkness of the shadow of the mountain slopes of the Great Divide, standing dark against the evening stars. Only then did Brett feel the sea wind rising. The moan of it scraped against the stony shore. Storm erosion had worn even the massive stone of the divide where it fell down into the sea, with the upper horizon so low that the dancing feet of the constellation of the lovers entwined in darkness seemed to walk along the mountaintop together, as if in this wild place they were real, not just a pattern of stars in the galaxy's spirals. True night is dangerous. Daylight laws do not hold. The wind's moan was louder now as he flew closer to the mountain range, loud enough to be a mist of noise, sound fog obscuring his sonar view of the world around him in the darkness. Brett could hear the mountain ahead, hear its hard, reflective stone, but the details were blown away by the windsong. The wind shaped itself along the vast rise of the divide, revealing and concealing with dizzying complexity. Toward this stone miasma the lizard thing led him. Evidently it was not guided by sonar. Clearly it was not blinded by it either. Brett had to decide if he would pursue it into the darkness and wind dazzle, or give up here to try again during the season of suns one by one. If the lizard were truly flying toward its lair, Brett would at least have its territory marked. He risked an upward glance to note the positions of lighthouse beacons on the upper horizon of the divide. Brett acknowledged that he had to power up his flight harness in spite of his desire for privacy. He needed to pinpoint his location. In his anger, he had turned off his flight monitor. In his wonder at the flying lizard, he had forgotten what he had done. The eye-patch screen of the SATCOM receiver showed the numbers of his position, but warning flashes in red ringed the attend icon. He whistled a save data code to the computer pickup in the throat piece of his flight harness, deciding to follow the lizard only to see where it disappeared in the wind song along the divide. A low-end booming of wind and waves, growing in depth, rose out of the oceanic darkness of the coastline at his left. Brett had never flown this close to the wild water of the great ocean. Few ever did. It was not just the land that was chewed and beaten by the grinding seas. He was shocked to realize abruptly how far to the south and west he had flown. Anger, frustration, horror, shame. He had been driven by furies of his own making. Distance and time had no meaning as he had raged through the skies. That winged lizard had drawn him out of a meditation of rage, but not before he had hurled himself into a world of darkness and storms. He rechecked the readout on the SATCOM screen, switching to a visual graph to show him where he was. He was nearly at the end of the world, not a dozen leagues from the no-man's land where the divide falls down into the ocean of the southern coast. No one lived in this place. No one traveled here. No one hunted here. Brett had stormed far from the skies of his own home and arrived here at one of those rare moments between a day of two suns and the fall of true night, when the sky pauses to inhale before blowing a huge and tempestuous blast of ocean-wet air against the land. Brett whistled up a more complete weather report on the SATCOM screen, then shuddered horribly at the answer. Moments. He had only moments before the weight of the storm fell upon him. His wings would be shredded from his finger bones if he were caught in such a storm. The marvelous winged lizard thing had vanished into the night, Brett's quest for it overflown by a very real fear for his life. He aimed for the nearest lighthouse beacon atop the divide high above and flew like mad, thrusting himself up into the cooling air of true night. Darkness fell in chill layers. The storm front raced after him, an ominous red swirl on the SATCOM screen, and a terrible howling that grew louder at his dangling heels. When Brett left his estates at the start of this journey, he had turned the SATCOM off completely, rejecting all contact, even emergency overrides. He wanted no contact with anyone in his family. He wanted clean of them. That had cost him the warning time for the storm front that the SATCOM link was there to provide. He had only realized he was in stormy skies because of the sound of the approaching winds, which could well be too late. Brett was already weary from his long, angry flight thus far. Climbing into the sky drank every drop of his strength. He was flying now on sheer panic. "Listen to your wings!" he screamed at himself inwardly. "No words, no thought. You have to find the face of the storm." Brett had grown up with the satellite scanners and their automatic navigation, but his parents had been born into a world in which their only guidance was their sonar ears and the feel of the winds in their hands. His father could have flown this storm without a flicker of lost wing control. Brett, however, was being flung from one wind flux to another. Only the light of the beacons on the mountaintops kept sky and land separate for him. He pictured himself telling his father that he had been caught in a storm while chasing a phantom lizard. The image of his paternal scorn hurled Brett helplessly into a twisted updraft of wet, stormy sky. "Stop thinking, damn you!" Brett cried to himself. Just fly! Shut up! Listen to your wing bones! Listen to your wing skins! Listen! Every echo in his sonar was drowned out by the river-roar rush of the storm winds forcing him onward. He shaped himself at last, somehow, on the wind front, in the shield of calm where the storm fury surges into the fluid mass of air before it. It carried him onward at dizzying speed. He had to force himself to focus on wind shapes and wind sounds sweeping around him in order to hold to this precarious zone as it rushed him on. The dangerous edge of the wind flow furies raced with him, and he felt a rise of panic louder than the storm. His name, Brett, meant calm face of the storm, but his mother's sisters had named him out of ambition, not knowledge of storm winds. The entire might of the storm rages behind the face. The winds drive and thrash at it. His finger bones played the songs of the wind, and he broke through to the muffled calm of Storm Haven, that zone of safety on the face of the storm. He was caught finally by the surprise and radiance of Storm Haven's revelation, breathless, timeless, without thought. While riding on the face of the storm, he was there, but he was voiceless. No place in him had a name. No fear, hurt, or anger had enough identity to solidify. These were just ripples in the patterns of passion that drove him, shapeless billows forming and unforming in the storm clouds that raced below him, around him, through him, dark gray thunderclouds wild with the wind, sizzling with electrical noises. Thus contained, he was rushed upward into the sky. It is one thing to ride the face of the storm in this breathless calm, timeless, but when timelessness is over, the race ends with an explosion of air. He was flung up into the night against the stars. He didn't know how it was that he landed safely. The single star of a lighthouse beacon must have guided him in the blackness and wind scream. Brett found himself at the root of the lighthouse, on the rough granite crag out of which the tower was built. He squeezed himself into a sheltering crack of rock and clung there blankly until dawn woke him with a cold, clear light and a morning breeze. Brett awoke, ravenous, weak with hunger and exertion, stiff in every joint from the wild flight and the cold stone. He crawled across the granite, digging muck grubs from the cracks and stuffing them into his mouth with vivid hunger. Eating had always been catch as catch can, but he had never tasted any muckers like these. They were dry and horrible, crackling in his mouth like sand, but they filled his empty stomach. He grabbed them eagerly. When he reached the first ledge of the lighthouse, he flipped up to it, drawn by the sound of water. Rain puddles left by the storm rippled in the morning breeze. Brett drank his fill and washed himself as much as he could in the cold rainwater. It was only then that he realized that his SATCOM eye-patch monitor screen was gone. In fact, his entire flight harness had been stripped away by the turbulent storm winds in the night. He stopped splashing on his wrists in the puddle, struck by the abrupt realization of how alone he was. He didn't know where he was, and no one else in the world did either. He relished for a moment the thought of his family being told that his transmitter homing chip had gone to ground in a storm deep in no man's land. He was free. Brett returned to his puddle splashing, pleasantly sustained by these thoughts and by the brightness of drops of water in the morning sunlight. He climbed a little higher and stretched, spreading his wings fingers wide to dry his wing skin in the warm sun and look around at the world into which he had been released. He was on a curved ledge at the base of a lighthouse tower, on an outthrust arc of the great divide that separates the land from the ocean all along the west coast. He was facing east, and he could see the entire world, it seemed, onto the far horizon. The swamps and salt marsh far below steamed with bright steam that was a golden haze under the morning sun, a golden sea with islands of gray stone that seemed to float above the green and turquoise surface of the swamp. His family thought he was dead down there somewhere. Let them. The lighthouse towered above his perch, hundreds of meters high, bright white stone shining in a bright white sky. It was topped with a flame-shaped spire of mirrors and webbing, the lamp that had guided him here through that wild night. Brett gazed up at it for a time, until the morning sun on the white stone curve made his eyes burn and water. He should have died in that storm, lost with his flight harness, dead from stupidity. He closed his eyes tightly against the burning light, trying to shut out that thought. He felt shame, and yet a shout of victory was simultaneous and equal in strength. He finally managed to let victory win. He had, after all, saved himself from his own stupidity. He had achieved the face of calm on the raging storm front. He had saved himself. That would have to serve. He was never going back to a family interested only in his mistakes. His wingskins were dry now, pleasantly warm and flushed with the sun. Brett leaped into the air and winged up to the rim of the lighthouse just below the lamp, around to the northern side, and settled there. This land was 1,000 variations of brown, scraped and raw. At the very horizon was the dark shadow of the huge forests of the Northlands. The winds from the north were heavy with sharp, cold spices, alien tastes from a different world. Yet this land was barely known, separated from Zotzlul only by the divide, a few thousand meters of elevation. The morning rise of first sun blazed and tangled in the mirrored web at the tip of the lighthouse, burning after-image patterns across his vision in blue and purple. In his sonar sense, the white stone tower and polished mirror surfaces were loud and shrill, impossible to miss in the open width of the sky. There in that shining dazzle, however, something warm and soft moved, something small and invisible in the light, sensible only by its absence of echo in his ears. Brett gave up trying to see it and flew toward it to find out who was there. He saw a heartbeat first, then a glass skull shape and a pair of gray-blue eyes like the sky staring at him. His sonar sense told him that she was there, but his eyes saw only a phantom shape, an imaginary fold of wings. There was no way to deny that her eyes were eyes with someone behind them, but Brett heard only the curves of her. He fluttered in midair, unable to discern which sense to believe. She moved then, stretching herself to another stone strut of the webbing that supported the stone mirror. Her wings were panes of glass between icicle finger bones, and the wrinkles of her nose leaf were diamond petals beneath her impossible eyes. She was a crystal shape, and a heart of diamond beat steadily inside her, clear even though invisible, throbbingly alive. She noticed him at last, and paused in mid-stretch between stone webs, her glass-pane wings partly open, her heart thrashing visibly within. Brett swooped down beside her, grabbing a mirror strut with his feet to hang before her so that he could speak to her properly face to face. He greeted her and introduced himself as formally as he could, because he couldn't think of a thing to say. He wanted to study her like a painting, like some strange phenomenon of the sky, distant and impersonal. Only those disturbing eyes in her transparent skull held proof that she was a real being, not a work of art. She did not return the greeting, but merely stared at him with aloof calm. Finally, she said, "I've never seen a dark man before. Are you made of stone?" "No, ma'am." "Are you made of glass?" She continued to stare. "No." Her voice was surprisingly rich and solid, not at all transparent. "Why can I see through you?" Brett said. "Why is it that I cannot see through you?" She seemed amused by him now, folding her glassy mantle of wings around her crystal form in coy concealment. Glassmen were characters out of childhood stories and comic books, an imaginary race who never lived in the daylight world. Lizards do not fly, either, Brett reminded himself, thinking back to the impossible creature that had led him here. He began to wonder what other childhood fantasies were going to appear. To what dreamland had the storm blown him? "Do you live here in the lighthouse?" he said. "Yes, we all do." She gestured with a gleaming ice wing to the white curve of the tower. "We live in rooms below the lamp." "You have family here?" Brett was surprised. She seemed an ethereal essence of the lighthouse mirrors, an unreal creature of light, but a family of lighthouse keepers of an exotic and little-known race, that was a story of the real world. Some of her air of fantasy evaporated. She looked at him with that silent, steady stare, as though wondering why he would ask. "Do you have family down there in the swamp?" The flick of her clear toe gesturing to Zotzlal far below was dismissal, dislike. "Yes," he said, "my family is in the swamp." "Perhaps that's why I can't see through you," she said, gathering her wings up for flight. "I am Mornell, dark man Brett. The rest are out tending the lamp, but father will want to know that you are here. I will take you to him." She leaped away, and he leaped after her, stung not by her words, but by the memory of his family, down there in the swamp. The lighthouse entrance was in the center of the mirrored spire at the tip, among the spiderweb shapes of the struts that held the thin sheets of mirrored stone. The lamp hung amid the mirrors, pearl-like in the daylight, a dozen wingspans across, yet as insubstantial as the glass creature who flew ahead of him. She dove down into the opening, vanishing in the shadows there with practiced ease. He had to catch himself quickly to avoid overshooting, and swung around at once before he felt certain of its size. The dim light within was filled with shadows, and only sonar made it possible to know where to fly. The place was enormous, but it rang with complexity of design. The center was open all the way to the base. The walls were convolutions of stone hung with tapestries, and dozens of private room openings. An air of time as thick as incense flowed through this darkened place, a vertical landscape barely revealed. Brett was struck at once by the strange sensation that the insides of the hard white lighthouse were soft and concealed in warm dark. Mornell's father, Dinmar, climbed down from his office in the heart of this complex and met them at the door. He was almost as invisible as Mornell was, although there seemed a milkiness to his spread wings, and his ancient fingers were almost visible, like twists of smoke. His eyes, like his daughter's, were pieces of sky floating in his clear skull, and he regarded Brett coldly while Mornell introduced him. "Brett is a dark man from the swamplands, father," she said to him, "and not at all as unpleasant as you said such people would be." "I have never been to a lighthouse before, sir," Brett said, trying to sound polite. This dark man was determined to be seen in a good light. "It is quite an honor to be here."
"It should be," Dinmar said to him. "We invented everything that makes this world work."
He went on primly,
"The lighthouses were the first buildings ever constructed. You may still live in trees, but the rest of your civilization is built on the foundation of a lighthouse."
"Indeed, sir," Brett said. This was as obvious as saying that the one son will follow the other, but it seemed very important to Dinmar.
"Radio, all the energy systems you use for living at the bottom of the world,"
Dinmar said,
"all that comes from the lighthouses, from keeping the lamps lit and staying on the proper signal timing, staying in sync with the other lighthouses."
"That was a very long time ago," Mornell said to him in an aside. "Father always talks as though he did all that himself."
"The world was lost in darkness until these lamps were lit."
Dinmar spoke thinly, as though defeated somehow by Mornell's words. "It is an important legacy." Brett realized that Mornell was embarrassed by her father, a feeling Brett recognized, yet he could not agree. Dinmar seemed fairly pleasant to him, elegant in his glassy, aged way. "I can understand why you are proud of this," Brett said. "The lighthouses are the spine of our world." That was a cliched quote, the sort of thing heard in Tridio ads. Brett wondered if he should have said it. The old man bristled, and a sudden edge crept into his voice.
"The spine is rusted, young man. The satellites have taken away our purpose."
"I am alive only because of your lighthouse," Brett said quickly. "No one will ever tell me you are not needed." Mornell smiled her translucent smile at him, struck by a curious warmth. "There, father," she said to him. "I have told you that you are a worried old fool." "I did not say that," Brett flared. "I did not mean that at all."
"Of course you didn't, young man," her father said. "And I can see that you do not wear the trappings of a satellite man. I only let you in here because of that. Only lighthouse people belong here."
Brett refrained from explaining why he was without a flight harness, but he felt a flash of guilt at it. "I am not here to intrude." "He was brought here by that awful storm last night, father."
You were lost?
Dinmar asked. Completely, Brett said. I was tracking a flying reptile back to its lair, and it led me right into the storm. By the time night fell, I couldn't have told even on which side of the planet I flew.
A flying reptile seems a curious kind of guide to follow,
Dinmar said, sounding amused. They are extraordinarily rare, Brett told him. If I could bring one back to the city, it would bring a great fortune to me, one large enough to risk a storm flight to catch. The old man chuckled.
Ah, the most believable motive in the world, the need for honor.
Yes, sir, Brett said. Have you ever seen such a creature around this mountain?
Oh, yes,
Dinmar said.
More in my youth than now, but I don't fly outside of the lamp much anymore. They live in the cold west face of the mountain and hunt in the salt marsh and waterways below. Nasty things, not much to eat. They taste like fish.
Oh, this is not for eating, Brett said quietly, feeling a sudden rush of excitement and perhaps even hope. Such a creature is far too precious for eating. He explained then about the fossil bones of such an animal, found when the ground for Spaceport Field Zotzalotl was blasted flat. Fossil bones of a great host of animals were turned up, but none so appealing to the popular imagination as the little flying lizard bones. There is even talk of tracing our evolution to such a creature, Brett finished eagerly. If I could bring one back, even the fresh bones or hide of one, I would not only be rich, but famous. Dinmar snorted in derision at his vision for his future.
Fame. Go find your nasty little lizard, young man. Just don't interfere with the lamp.
Brett was as much shocked as annoyed by Dinmar's dismissal. He wondered why he cared. I will, sir. I most definitely will.
Do I guide you?
Dinmar said absently, as he turned away to crawl back up the tapestry hung before the entrance to his office. Maybe it was Duana brought you here, Mornell whispered to Brett coyly. Duana was the architect of the first lighthouse, creator of the very concept of the lighthouse to guide lost flyers. Through the lighthouses, she was founder of civilization, but the implication in Mornell's words was not about building in stone or radio signals. Duana was a madwoman, driven to obsession by grief. Her lover had been blown away to sea by a great storm. His last words to her, "Wait for me, I'll find you," were the inspiration of her soul for the remainder of a long and lonely life. She built the first signal fire, and when he did not return, she built it ever higher and stronger, driven by hopeless love. Those drawn to her cause by the signal light kept it going after her death. We will tell him you waited. That was 1,000 years ago and more, and legend, but Duana was the guiding light of lovers throughout the world. The promise in Mornell's words made that flying lizard suddenly less important. Whatever had brought Brett to this far end of the world, he was glad to be here. In the long weeks that followed, during this season of the madness of true nightfall, that feeling soared into sublime joy, and he came to believe that Duana's hand indeed had put that little lizard into his flight path. Brett followed Mornell as she crawled face down across the struts and webbing that supported the thin sheets of mirror-polished stone. He studied her glass-like image reflected in their surfaces as she methodically examined and cleaned the interstices of the lamp. Brett studied her glassy reflection and not her face, living with a peculiar hunger for her image in the glass that kept him beside her as she worked. Brett learned quickly and lightened her work so that she could be free for him the more quickly. Every sunset called him with suddenly frantic desire, the need to fly with her again into the upper light where the air crackled, where her wings became molten glass enfolding him in the flame of a dying sun. She was glass to his eyes, but to his skin she was the softest, warmest experience he had ever known, and he gloried in her touch. By the time they had fallen, brief stars were raging in the sky. Brett listened patiently to Dinmar's endless lectures because his daughter knew these stories. He listened well, wondering how such stories sounded inside her glass skull, wondering what flights of fancy she saw in the archaic words. As he listened, learning those stories, he began to see the lighthouse, the Light Keepers Guild, the Keeper, and Mornell in a different light. Despite their obvious transparency, there was a darkness to them, a hard, solid place that was not flesh, nor heart, nor stone. The Lightkeeper Guild was so ancient that the songs of its beginnings were in a lost language, and the keepers labored with rituals so old that the gestures were meaningless repetitions of form, driven by the pride of their keeping. Thus it had always been, and that was enough for these glass-eyed people. They were a family, and like any family, they had their family ways. When she would not have him near her, for one reason or another, Brett flew along the lighthouse cliffs in slow spirals, eyes alert for a flash of lizard-bug wings. The wealth such a creature could bring to his family, down in the swamp, was beyond imagining, certainly enough to buy back the peace of earlier years. He made this relentless search, combing the cliff faces as methodically as Mornell groomed the lamp, even though out loud he swore he would never go back to his family. Brett was out of place here in the lighthouse community. He was an alien of a different race and culture, as though from another time entirely, yet he was determined to belong. The airy, clear space and wind-filled skies suited him. The freedom of their curious rituals was a soothing background to the turmoil within him, utterly different from the strife and fury of home. He had determined that he would learn to live on flower petals and wind moths just as the glassmen did, no matter how empty it left him. Night ends. The time of true nightfall turned them around their dual sun system for only part of the year. Nights grew shorter and shorter, and the day came when the setting of the second sun ended in only a long, long twilight before the first rise of the second sun. For a span of weeks, twilight was a fabulous glory of half-light falling like magic dust across the land, transforming everything into a mythical reflection of itself. The brighter stars appeared, but they did not bring the solid darkness, only the cool interruption of evening. Dawn then transformed the sky to flower-petal colors, heralding the season of the pearly light of the second sun alternating with the full sun. Night ends. Mornell was his other self by now, but Brett had grown weary with the clean sameness of the lighthouse and the spare mountainside landscape. He had grown up down there in the swamp. He was accustomed to the wild array of life filling every bit of space below the sky, a vast tapestry of greens and all the colors of meadow flowers and swamp water blossoms flickering below him as he flew. The tapestry of land filled his senses with an array of sights and scents and flavors. The translucent sheen of Mornell's glassy self was the color of his inner world, but he was hungry at last for color in his outer world, a hunger that could not be satisfied even by the burning sunset flames of Mornell surrounding him when they made love in the sky. "I cannot leave here," she said simply in reply when he told her he wanted to take her away with him. "Why?" She lifted her wings in a shrug, turning her eyes away, suddenly strange, suddenly invisible. "I cannot." "Would you let me go away without you? Would you go without me?" That was their first fight, beginning and end. Brett could find no resolution. He went back to searching for a flash of lizard wings. That elusive creature became the key to something he could no longer recognize. Perhaps it was only the weight to guide his decision. On the first morning of full suns one by one, Mornell made the decision for him, a decision that erased any other option. "We will be going into sleep now," she said to him, as though assuming he understood. "Will you be here when we awake?" Brett almost laughed at such a curiously innocent question. "You pick an odd time for a nap. This is no nap. This is the sleep." The cool words struck a terrible fear. What arcane lighthouse ritual had they been saving for him? "I don't think you will want to join me for the sleep. It is not your way," she said. "We will sleep until next nightfall." "What? What are you talking about? There is no need for the lamps to be lit during full sun's season, so we sleep." "No, Mornell," Brett said. He felt some terrible gulf widening between them. It was not just the difference of dark and light flesh, but that archaic nature of thought he could not break through. "You have a life beyond the lamps." "Do I, Brett? I do not feel it. I am the lamp. What use am I without the dark of night?" Brett promised her he would return with nightfall, feeling already the ache of the many months of loneliness ahead. He did not wait to see her crawl away to her little room to close herself up. Hibernation, preserving a trait as primitive as the giant reptiles of the northern plains, seemed almost a perversion. He did not ask himself if he would return. He could not face the question. He fled down the western slopes, determined to find that damned lizard thing and make a fortune large enough to buy some peace of mind. Dinmar had told him that the lizards lived down on the western slopes of the Great Divide, in harsh, wind-carved walls of rock that rise straight up out from the sea. Brett had spent months now flying without harness or the guiding instructions of the SATCOM, flying high in the upper skies of the lighthouse. His wings were stronger, his nerves more awake to the air. He had been forced to face the winds and listen to them. They had no words, yet he learned their many voices. Sun by sun, day after day, Brett flew close to rocky slopes, scanning as minutely as Mornell had tended the lamp. I am the lamp. He flew on, putting thought behind him, searching. The cold winds tore at his fingers as he flew. The bugs here were few and dry. He ate pitch-flavored berries to survive, plucked from plants he had never seen before. He lived this way, caring only about the search. He slept in cracks in the cold mountain face, in the tangled branches of wind-tortured scrub brush. The winds on these slopes were treacherous and fiercely capricious. Brett wanted that dream of lizard fortune, so he fought the winds, surrendered to them, and eventually learned to ride them as he had the ocean storm that had flung him onto this quest in the beginning. Calm face of the storm, he flew on, searching. Brett was completely surprised when he found them at last. He had reached the bottom of the mountain without seeing one. Below him now was only the wave-torn rock face and the sea. Brett flew in over this, and there they were. Not one, but thousands. He had found an entire seaside colony of squealing, squalling, screaming, hissing, fuming, marvelous flying lizards. They flashed above the crashing of the waves against the rock, snatching insects startled by the surf. The braver ones scooped shrimp from the water's edge. Brett was enchanted. They were tiny creatures, bigger than insects, but still very small. Brett could see why they had been so easy to overlook. Their wings were similar in shape to his wings, but narrower, and their long tails and necks were thin streaks. Their heads seemed to be all mouth, all teeth as they scooped and wheeled above the waves, brilliant in the light. Brett circled around, adoring them. They were his now. The quest had succeeded. He felt a powerful surge of joy, a sudden wash of hope after weeks of the dry, hard stoniness and cold winds. He had won his prize. Not even the ache of loneliness for Mornell could resist the heat of this wonder and delight. He dove in closer to see more clearly, trying to decide on the next course of action. Success proved to him that he had not thought beyond the finding of the things. The future came at him with a wild rush. All at once, Brett had the attention of an entire group of them, dozens of them. In the next wing beat, he was at the center of a cloud of screeching, red-eyed attack by tiny needle teeth and tiny ripping claws, surrounded by a swirling mass of minuscule anger multiplied into a dangerous rage. They were not strong individually, but they were everywhere. More swarmed up from the shore, drowning his sonar with their high-pitched squeals. They flung themselves into his face, snapping at his eyes, slicing at his wingskins. Even he could taste the blood. He did not know how he escaped them. He remembered only panic. Only by the strength of wing muscle gained in his hard flight of the last weeks could he have hurled himself into the sky as he did. Brett writhed and dipped, flinging them off him. He fled up the mountainside, riding the winds. He could feel himself drain away with the blood that dripped from his fingertips and filled his eyes. Somewhere in a span of clear, calm air, Brett fell, flinging himself onto a sunny patch of deep moss as his last gesture of flight control. Scrub bushes grew nearby. He dragged himself over to the shelter of these and collapsed. Brett awoke in a bright afternoon, hardly able to open his eyes or move. Dried blood crusted his skin, matting his body fur into tight clumps. His eyelids were swollen, slashed and bitten by tiny teeth, and his eyes burned with every blink. His wing skins were tattered between the outer fingers of both hands, blackened and thick. They were stiff as dead leather, but he could still move a little. No bones had been broken. He was starving, though. Brett dragged himself out onto the moss and dug with his toes through its thick mat to the grubs and worms underneath. They tasted of dirt and hummus, but they were better than muck grubs, and they were nourishing, even moist enough to provide some vital fluid. There was no water here. He ate all he could find, then crawled back into the shelter of the brush and slept. Brett did not count the suns as they went by, so he did not know how long he lay in that mossy retreat, long enough to learn to enjoy the various flavors of the things crawling among the moss and the leaves of the brush. He could not fly. After a lot of sleep, he finally had the strength and courage to attempt cleaning away the dried blood to see the extent of the damage. He scrubbed himself with moss fronds, slowly and methodically rubbing his wings and examining them. He was healing. A doctor could have matched up torn edges and regrown the skin more evenly, with no scarring, but at least his wings were getting better. There were places where the skin felt dead, as though the nerves had been cut. That worried him. The sensations of wind on his skin were the primary guide in flying. He would have to learn to listen in spite of this. He still could not stretch his wing skins enough for flying, so he crawled awkwardly about to the extent of that moss carpet, peering up at the cold mountain tops of the great divide above him, and down at the wooded slopes below, wondering where he was. The Great Divide is dangerous territory, and only the lighthouses on the upper rim are established there. On maps it is shown as a mass of tumbled gray stone, and only the largest peaks have names. He had found a place that existed nowhere except where it was, like an imaginary landscape floating between two real points of geography. Even if he could get himself back to civilization, could he find his way back to the cove of the flying lizards? His only hope was to memorize the landscape, every minute detail of stony face and rocky pile, every angle of thing to thing. He could not fly, so there was little else for him to do. He lay on the moss bed, wings stretched out to the steady warmth of the sun, and became a part of the landscape, merging with the air and light around him until he was nothing but memory and a pair of eyes. Learning to fly again took longer than the healing. At first he could only hop about, leaping upward to practice cupping the air for the skyward launch. He had been flying longer than he remembered being alive, yet he had to think about it now as if it were an alien craft, something someone else had learned and was slowly, painfully teaching to him. It was calm here, but he knew the winds were out there waiting for him, merciless, ready to punish mistakes with swift justice. He was lucky that his first attempts of braving the higher air got him only scraped knuckles and a bump on the head. A broken wing bone out here would finish him. The cushioned landing pad of his patch of deep moss glowing in the sunlight was like home. Eventually, control returned. The dead spots did give him trouble, but Brett learned to fit the pattern of null spots in with feeling the air. He had learned to live with a numbness inside, a glassy emptiness. This numbness of wing was no different. He circled his moss patch endlessly, spiraling higher and higher around the center of that mountainside meadow of moss and scrub, practicing wing control and memorizing the landscape below, planning. Time was getting short for him in that spot. He was depleting the supply of grubs and worms, eating the insect population faster than it could keep up with his ravenous appetite. He ranged along the mountain slope to hunt. Without realizing it, Brett had begun his return east and north, back to the city and the swamps and the family tree. He did not think about doing that. He just kept moving, feeling his wings in the air and looking for the next meal. As the air grew warmer and moister, food was easier to get and more satisfying. Brett began to regain some real strength. The land below him turned slowly from brown and gray to green upon green upon green, sparkling with flowers and buzzing with insect song. He was returning to reality, to the world he knew. The scarring on his wings and face were the only mark of where he had been. For the first time, Brett thought about someone other than Mornell, wondering what it would be like to return to his family, his parents, his many cousins in the home tree. He surprised himself by feeling a hint of almost eagerness to be among them. The rage was gone. They were a family, and families have their family ways. No one believed Brett. They were glad enough to have him home. Father wanted to know how Brett would pay for the replacement of a perfectly good flight harness and SATCOM monitor. Mother fussed about the scars, alternating between insisting on details and declaring, "I won't listen to such a horrid story." His sisters stared. His brothers smirked. Only Great Aunt Philura showed any real feeling at his return. She put a toe tip to Brett's face, touching the scars there. "Poor boy," she whispered. "Poor boy." The family tree itself seemed glad to see him. The enormous branches and woven twig baskets were so small and comfortable somehow, a place Brett had remembered while away as huge and impersonal and decaying. The enclosing leaves made warm green spaces along the branch lanes, and every doorway in the trunk looked open. He wandered through its familiar shapes, working his way at last to the master watch at the crown. His father had long been accustomed to spending his afternoons suspended from the ornate watcher's rack carved there from the living wood. But it was empty now, with an abandoned air. There was a nest of wind moths piled up in a far corner of the ledge, and dry leaves had caught on the hooks. Brett flapped up to it and took his father's hook on the rack, looking out across the world view he had surveyed from here for so many decades. The city was green and thick with color, tier upon tier of groomed trees rising up to the central grove on the horizon, a froth of blue forest against the sky. It was beautiful. Clouds of butterflies swirled around the saplings and flower beds planted between home trees. Their wings flashed in the sunlight like the mirrors of the lamp, 10 million tiny mirrors fluttering among the leaves. The light of their colors made a calm stillness in Brett. He hung there for a long, thoughtless time, filled with the colors of a diamond heartbeat and a crystal mind. The news people did not believe him either. Brett flew to City Central, to the News Media HQ on the edge of Zotzalotl Spaceport. He waded through an endless series of waiting rooms, each one stocked with a more elaborate supply of insect nests among flowering plants than the one before, but no one talked to him for more than a few minutes. The little flying lizard fossils had captured the imagination of the entire nation, and everybody wanted to find something related to them. The news media had already spent money and time on hoaxes. Without reliable physical evidence to back up a Tridio report, Brett had nothing to prove the scars on his wings were anything more than a bad fall. Brett persisted, and received at last a business card with a hasty note scribbled on the back, introducing him to the head of the paleontology department of Zotzalotl Central University. "These people might be interested in funding an expedition to hunt for specimens of a thing as unusual as that," he was told. "If they verify the findings on these creatures, it will definitely be news." The official looked him in the eye. "But then it will be their story." Brett took the hint. He put the card away in his correspondence cabinet at home and began preparations to leave. This journey would be no precipitous flight into the storm. The family owned one camera, an antique piece bought in better days to film baby flights. It was designed to be worn as a double eyepiece, like most modern cameras, but with a limited set of options for light and zoom. It would have to do. The frame did not self-adjust in fit. Brett spent an entire afternoon fiddling with the hinges to make it stay safely on his face in flight. It was also old enough a design that he could not link with his SATCOM unit to transmit pictures. Brett would have to physically return the camera to show proof. It would have to do. It was the heaviest item in his chest pack, but the single most important. The next issue was how to carry it for the long flight. His brothers needed their flight harnesses. Such technology was expensive, and both of them had jobs that required the identification and communication of their harness units. The satellites had stratified society very quickly. Brett's father had a similar scorn for their impact as Dinmar, although for different reasons. His sisters and cousins were all physically smaller. None of their harnesses would fit around Brett's neck. Brett needed the SATCOM locator more than the harness itself, but there was no other way to carry the hardware for so long a flight. Brett took his father's harness. Like the watcher's rack in the master watch, it showed neglect. His father had used less and less of his life over the past few years. Brett's concern over this was one of the topics of their last argument. In the months Brett was away, believed to be dead, his father had narrowed even that limited range of motion. Brett cleaned the plastic webbing carefully and updated what he could of its flight programming. He made certain that it had clear maps of the western coast, although he was dismayed that so little was known of that region. His father fussed and complained all the while Brett worked, supervising the project with a prim demand for detail that before would have enraged him. Now Brett was simply glad of his company and amused by his idiosyncratic performance, the way his every gesture was touched by a helpless concern. Brett finally sent him off to find out if they still owned an animal net of any kind. His father flapped off to the task as eagerly as a child at last trusted to adult work, humming to himself. Before Brett left, he took his father up to the master watch and spoke to him as seriously as though Brett were the father and he the boy just come of age. "You must teach my brothers and sisters and cousins to fly without these harnesses," he said to him. "I learned the hard way to ride the storm. You have bragged all my life that you can fly without harness, but you never taught us how. It is very important to have the information the satellites provide, but the satellites cannot fly for us. You are right to be worried about the effect of the SATCOM on us all, Father." The father was listening with wide-eyed surprise. Brett pressed on. "But not about how and why. You were so amazed by them that you stopped trusting what you had learned before they were launched. You stopped believing in what your wings told you, listening instead to the satellites." He looked at Brett as though seeing him for the first time, as though meeting a stranger he liked. He said nothing, so Brett continued. "Your generation created the satellites, Father. You have forgotten that you had a childhood without them. We have not. You learned to fly without them. We did not. Now, teach your children. It is not the one or the other your children deserve, but both. We need the wisdom of your past as well as our own futures." "Will they listen?" The last response Brett had expected from his father was that he would ask advice. "We are your children," Brett said. "We have always listened." His father was much humbled by this, Brett thought. He left him there at his hook on the master watch, gazing out across the green city. Great Aunt Philura gave Brett the locator from her own harness. "I wear this thing twice a year when we go to the sun dances," she told him. "I don't need it. You do. Don't get wind lost again." His mother added hers into his collection as well. "She's right, Brett. We need you back more than we need these things." These unfamiliar gestures of support gave him a moment of hesitation. But their eyes were dark. Their bodies were dark, their minds invisible. Brett had thought he needed his world of colors, and found the world of color is saturated with darkness. Color is only shades of darkness in the light. He had become hungry again for the light. Like the shifting suns in the sky, burning points of emotional clarity were sweeping through a vast emptiness inside him. He could not fathom the tilt of this inner horizon until he had seen once more the sun dying through the glass panes of Mornell's enfolding wings. The first short twilight fell before Brett reached the lighthouse. The brilliant reds of sunset shocked him with the realization of time flowing away. He winged on through the twilight over a darkening landscape, hastening under dim stars. The next dawn came quickly. When he saw the flash of the lighthouse's white stone flank on the upper horizon of the Great Divide, he felt a flood of new energy to his weary wings. Night was weeks away. Would Mornell wake in the twilight? He flew on. Brett stopped at the cliff below the lighthouse tower. He was trembling with excitement and fatigue. For hours he just held there, catching his breath and eating bugs. The familiar taste of muck grubs hinted of keener flavors to come. He stashed the harness and the rest of his gear in a crevice, wedged in securely with a rock to keep them there. Dinmar would not have understood, and Brett did not need them yet. Mornell believed him. She wept glass tears over Brett's frayed wings, healing the memory of injury with her pity, transforming scars into armor. Mornell wanted to know every detail, listening with surprising attention. She asked questions constantly, and laughed with delight at the answers. She lived through the adventure with him, sharing every agony in the telling. Once she had heard the story, she speculated endlessly on the strategy of his campaign to capture his questing beast on film. Her warmth burned away his indignation over her cold sleep. Brett did not understand it, but it was part of her crystal perfection, part of the mystery of who she was. He had to let it go at that. They did not discuss her hibernation, and it went unspoken that he would stay with her until the next season of Full Suns 1 by 1. Brett helped her in her rounds tending the lamp during the day. They danced together in the flames of sunset each night. While working together, they planned all the details of how Brett would safely film the lizards in their dangerous existence and become a heroic explorer in the evening news. She asked questions like a child, speaking of the lizards as though they were personal pets who had misbehaved. At other times, Brett took the flight harness from its hiding place and flew about in random course, practicing with that antique camera. He filmed the lighthouse and all the landscape around it that Mornell looked out on. Brett tried to see it through glass blue eyes, but it was all cold stone and sky. The final sunset seemed almost casual. They were both comfortable with the conclusions they had worked out. They were both aware of joy in the anticipation of their intermittent continuity. Brett would be back. Dinmar had already gone to his cold sleep. Brett gathered up the harness and camera and flew away. A thinker sees his own actions as experiments and questions, as attempts to find out something. Success and failure are for him answers above all. Friedrich Nietzsche. The House of Styx, Part 2. Derek Künsken. Reading time 258 minutes. The story so far. Georges-Étienne Daquillon lives with two of his sons, Pascal and Jeanne, in the lower cloud depths, part of the new Venusian colony. Georges-Étienne is bitterly estranged from the colonial government and the Bank of Pallas, which holds the colony's debt. The Daquillon family survives by herding and living within some of the strange, buoyant Venusian plant life. They have modified the trawler plants to collect metallic dust from the clouds to barter with the metal-poor colony living in the bright upper cloud decks. But Georges-Étienne is also curious. For years he has known of a strange, stationary storm on the crushing, uninhabitable surface of Venus. He is ready to investigate with a remote probe designed to survive the melting heat. When he and Pascal send down the probe, they discover something inexplicable. The heavy Venusian atmosphere is flowing into a cave. Pascal, an aspiring engineer, suggests that they book a camera to cable on the probe and lower it into the cave to see what could have created this pressure sink at the bottom of the Venusian atmosphere. The camera descends the contours of the cave, and in an eddy glimpses a sediment-dusted, unnatural triangular shape where there should be no technology. There is also an elusive, repeating radio signal from deeper in the cave, but they can't learn more with the tools they've sent down. Faced with this mystery, Georges-Étienne proposes that they go to the surface themselves and recover the triangular device. The family has an old bathyscaphe that Georges-Étienne has used a few times to briefly salvage from the surface. Father and son make the preparations and descend through the ocean of Venus atmosphere to the eerie surface and anchor themselves outside the cave. With stronger cables and better equipment, they reach deeper into the cave, recovering the triangular wing-like device. Pascal extends the camera deeper, seeking the source of the mysterious radio transmissions. Buried in the silt of another eddy, the camera finds not just one of these strange triangular devices, but a dozen of them, inert. And in the darkness at the end of the cable's furthest extension, the camera glimpses stars. Meanwhile, in the upper clouds, in the main colony ships that float like dirigibles, are Georges Etienne's other children, his ne'er-do-well son Émile, and his daughter Marthe, who is the family's representative in the colonial Assemblée. The Daquillon family has never cooperated with the government in l'Assemblée, and it appears that the president has found a way to remove Marthe as a political actor. The colony intends to repossess the fraying upper cloud habitat where Marthe and Émile live. It will be disassembled and its parts used to sustain newer habitats, and Marthe and Émile will be given bunks elsewhere in the flotillas. 20. Marthe was leaving Émile responsible for the Kosopskal des Vents, whatever that meant now, and whatever that meant to him. He needed to keep it running and producing, if only for her pride and to spite Gachel. She left him the same message in the habitat, on his suit comms, and in his intercolonie inbox. Then she leapt from the roof of the Kosopskal des Vents. She didn't wear the expansive, light, highly curved wings used for flitting about the upper atmosphere. They would snap like matchsticks in the dense winds below, and they didn't have the acid resistance of the wings she'd grown up with. She wore a wing pack she'd built herself, modeled off the wing pack her mother had used. She'd made the parts out of volcanic metals, the atmospheric carbon she'd turned into nanotubes in the depths, and the scrap around the Kosopskal des Profondeurs. The stubby deep cloud wings had a low camber to account for the greater lift that even a little airspeed could give at 2 atmospheres of pressure. They were tougher, too, the kinds of wings that could carry a flyer and their load even through hard turbulence if need be, and still resist the sulfuric acid until they could be cleaned. She didn't unfurl them yet. Their design was next to useless in the 1/10 of an atmosphere of pressure at the flotilla altitude of 65 kilometers. And passage through the super-rotating winds of the upper atmosphere to the slower winds of the upper cloud deck could be violent. No need to wear a small sail through it. So she descended, faceplate down, arms back, legs canted outward, in freefall. The wind hissed. Wispy yellow-white half-clouds, patches of condensed water or sulfuric acid, whipped past her. She judged the distance to the super-rotating winds and the next layer by looking kilometers away to see where the winds caught at the peaks of high clouds, tearing the tops away. Normally, rolling convection cells clouded, making a washerboard pattern that looked like river rapids from far above, but the weather was clear, and what they called les rapides plats weren't visible today. She tucked herself into a ball. Seconds later, contrary winds buffeted her, slowed her, pushed her sideways, and spun her. Her free fall speed was such that after 20 seconds, she'd punched through the turbulence. She straightened out as she plummeted into the upper cloud decks. Behind her, the flotilla of colonie habitats raced away from her, west to east. They would circle the whole planet on the high super-rotating winds in just 4 days. She was entering the more sedately blowing world of thick, bright clouds filled with yellowing and reddening light. Droplets of sulfuric acid speckled her faceplate and beat it away in the wind. At 58 kilometers above the surface, she burst through the upper cloud deck into the clear space called Grande Allée. It was a transparent cushion of air a kilometer thick between the upper and middle cloud decks. It was beautiful, but in free fall she was through in about 15 seconds. After plunging 10 kilometers, the temperature had risen 60 degrees to about 25 Celsius, and the pressure was over half an atmosphere. She extended her wings, but did not switch to glide flight. She was at altitudes where rosettes and trawlers naturally floated, and hitting one of them, while highly improbable, would be lethal at terminal velocity. The clouds thinned, and the light oranged further, giving the eerie impression of brightening below. At 52 kilometers, almost the bottom of the middle cloud deck, she turned her freefall into a steep glide. The clouds whipped past until she entered the second vast clear volume of sky, Les Plaines. She pulled into level flight, speeding along the transparent immensity sandwiched between 2 sheets of yellow clouds. She raced past a flock of wild trawlers, nice mature ones with long tails and heavy bobs under them. They wouldn't feed off much static electricity in the clear air, but would soon rise or fall. The yellow-brown ceiling of the middle deck receded above her as she plunged into the ochre tops of the lower cloud deck. Beads of sulfuric acid rain whipped across her faceplate, and a small storm bucked and shoved her. Her suit pressed closer to her skin, and its cooling system activated. She checked her position. The Kozopskal de Profondeur would be over the volcano Mont Mons at midnight, at an altitude around 44th rang. She was at the 51st rang, nearly over the immense shield volcano, having already bled off much of her falling speed. She swooped sideways and dove joyfully into the lower cloud deck, her former nursery and her home. The light took on a dreamy, polarized quality in the lower decks. The midnight sun, hidden by 12 kilometers of clouds, was apparent now only in the particular reddish-yellow color of the light. The amount of reddening was distinct at each level, and the amount of yellowing a product of the kinds of clouds and the concentration of sulfuric acid. But she was getting closer to home, and there was nothing like the color of home, the heat of her first suit walk, the weightlessness of her first wing-pack flight, the triumph of her first collaring of a wind trawler, the pain of her first burn. Deep thunder rolled, a visceral boom that the upper atmosphere couldn't carry. Her heart thumped faster, and she dove. Fine lines of sulfuric acid trembled on her faceplate. The temperature outside her suit climbed to the boiling point of water just as the lower cloud deck began to dissolve into a fine haze. At 48th rang it was now too hot for clouds, and the vaporized acid looked the same dark yellow in all directions. This subcloud haze was the shapeless chaos of home. This deep, the timbre of sound changed again. An atmosphere and a half of pressure and increasing heat made sound faster. Sound felt omnidirectional and made the world closer and smaller in anti-intuitive ways. She was now close enough to pick up the weak locator signal that Pa had turned on for her. He was a suspicious man, and normally ran the Kozopskal de Profondeur in the radio quiet preferred by the coureur des vents. Her home floated 15 kilometers east and several kilometers lower. She angled into the wind and glided downward through a browned haze so hot that sulfuric acid was breaking down into water vapor and sulfur dioxide. Soon a single trawler began to resolve, at first just a fuzzy vertical line hanging gray and still. She dialed up the zoom on her faceplate, and as she neared, made out the distended, oversized bulb that could only come from bioengineering. This was one of the herd, with a transmitter-repeater mounted on its crown. The engine of her wing pack keened in an excitement she shared. She dialed down the wattage on her helmet radio so that her transmission would only carry a few kilometers. Kozopskal de Profondeur, this is Mart. Come in. Static sounded for a while, lightning echoes and cloud static of the kind that fed the trawlers. Mart! Mart! It's Jean-Eudes! She heard, and smiled. You're coming home! Her heart grew bigger, but she waited until she could hear static again. Jean-Eudes sometimes left his thumb on the transmit button. I'll be home soon, Jean-Eudes. Wait for me. I know! I will! Mart! Then came the sound of her older brother whooping. She throttled up, speeding herself along the last few kilometers, spotting in the distance a couple of trawlers from the family herd. Their slow propellers churned, keeping them close to the Kozopskal de Profondeur. One was unusually close. The old habitat they'd used to live in now turned over to storage. Curious. The temperature had risen to 120 degrees, and the pressure to over 2 atmospheres. Her wings were more sensitive now, at the optimum pressure to react to her every movement. She circled the Kozopskal de Profondeur twice. On the gantry, under the wide head of the habitat proper, a figure stood in a survival suit. Her father. She was 24 and didn't need someone spotting her every takeoff and landing, but here he was watching her. She swooped, then angled up to the gantry, and cut her thrust so that she landed on the hanging nets gently, as if it hadn't been a year since she'd last done it. She folded her wings, clambered up, and her father hugged her. Beautiful landing, he said, as if she were 15. Careful, she said, I'm soaked. I passed through a lot of rain on the way down. It's just acid, he said gruffly, but he helped her shrug out of the wing pack, and then they neutralized each other and their wings. They entered the airlock, wiped again, and then repeated one last time inside, while Jean-Eudes and Alexis waited at the line, with Pascal waiting a little farther back, smiling, When she'd unsuited and crossed the line, Jeannoud and Alexis hugged her together. "You're so big," she said to Alexis. "What have you been feeding him, Jeannoud?" Brother and nephew grinned and let her go. "Asti, you're bigger too, Pascal," she said. He hugged her shyly. He was 10 centimeters taller, and his muscles had started filling out. He looked good with his hair grown out, too. They made small talk, asked awkward questions, laughed, and gave her food and drink. Her 2 brothers and her nephew stared at her. "This is a better welcome than I ever get on the Baie-Comeau," she said. "What's the Baie-Comeau?" Jeannoud asked. "Is it big?" Alexis asked. 200 people live on it," she said. "Whoa!" Alexis said. "Enemies all," Georges Etienne said flatly. "Enemies?" Alexis asked. "Not all enemies," Marthe said. "Political opponents, some allies, and some people who don't even know who we are." "The important ones are enemies," Georges Etienne said. "What's happening with the Kosovskal Devon?" Pascal asked. The green of his eyes was very clear, not a Venusian color. "What's happening to the Kosovskal Devon?" Alexis repeated, looking from one adult to the other. Georges Etienne shushed him with a gesture. "The government wants to take it, basically for scrap," she said to Pascal and her father. "Can they do that?" Pascal asked. Marthe shrugged. "We don't own it. No one owns anything." "The Dacians own the Kosovskal de Profondeur," her father said bitterly. "We own our trawlers." "They're leaning on the Houdon family for a bioengineered trawler or 2, she added. "Maybe they're going to encourage some people to move deeper, go off the grid." "The Houdons don't have to give shit," Georges Etienne said. "They might have to," Marthe said, "just like we might have to." "Are you kidding me?" Georges Etienne said. "It was always a lousy class of habitat, and we were never given anything to repair it with. And now they're kicking us out?" "Where are they going to live?" Jeannoud asked. "Marthe, come live with us. You can have my hammock." She squeezed Jeannoud's hand. "Their argument isn't dumb," Marthe said. "You agree with them?" Georges Etienne demanded. "Nobody's going to think their political argument is a crazy idea. Are they likely to win in l'Assemblée?" "Eventually." "How long can you hold them off?" Georges Etienne asked. "Using all my tricks? Weeks. If they're stupid, maybe months, but they're not stupid." "You'll have a place to live?" Pascal said. He looked at his father and added, "And Emile?" "Emile and I will have some place to live," she said, "and so will you if you want to come up." "Pascal isn't leaving," Jeannoud said. Pascal reddened. "He's not leaving now, Jeannoud, but he's 18, she said. "At some point he'll want to see other habitats, see different jobs. If he wants to be an engineer, he'll have to work with real engineers for a while." "I don't want Pascal to go," Jeannoud said. "Me neither," Alexis said. "The real effect of this is that the Présidente is taking me off the table politically," she said. "I've been playing the part of loyal opposition, and it looks like Gachel got tired of it. Without a habitat, I'm no delegate." "You can be our delegate for the Kosovskal de Profondeur," Pascal said. Marthe shrugged. "No one cares what the coureurs think. They only care what people in artificial habitats think." "That's bullshit," Alexis said. "Watch your mouth," Marthe and Georges Etienne said together. Alexis flinched. "Pa," she said, looking at him meaningfully, "you can't watch your mouth around Alexis." "Why does she want you off the table?" Georges Etienne said. "I've been opposing her debt strategy for years. She's trying to dig us deeper. She's negotiated a big new loan with the bank to buy 3554 Amen." "An asteroid?" Georges Etienne scoffed. "It's a good idea," Pascal said. "Venus needs a lot of metal." "We shouldn't have to pay for an asteroid at all," Georges Etienne said. "The asteroids don't belong to the banks just because they landed robots on them. Nobody asked them to go squat forever on a claim. We should be able to go out and pick any one. They're not using them." "Let's just take one," Alexis said sullenly. "If you touch a bank's stuff, they can see that your equipment fails," Marthe said. "Or they can call in the money you owe them." "That's not fair," Jeannoud said. "It's the way things are," Georges Etienne said. "I hate the banks," Alexis said. "You shouldn't have said anything," Jeannoud said. "We would still have the Kosovskal. You shouldn't have made them mad." Georges Etienne clasped Jeannoud's shoulder. "Your sister did the right thing." "It's not fair," Jeannoud said. "I may end up visiting you more," Marthe said. Her older brother smiled. "Alexis, Jeannoud," she said, "in the inner pocket of my suit you may find a data sliver with some new music and movies I brought you." Brother and nephew went for her suit, found the data sliver triumphantly, and then went into Georges Etienne's bedroom where there was a reader. Georges Etienne smiled appreciatively. Do you mind if I smoke? She asked. You said you were quitting. She put away a small bag of tobacco and paper. So what's your plan? Georges Etienne asked. Use all the procedures to delay? She shrugged. I can't turn enough opinion to stop this. So the cause obscure des vents will be lost, he said, without the anger she'd expected. Pa had a strange look. From his room, the sounds of a movie playing emerged. Tell, she said. There's something. Georges Etienne signaled Pascal, went to the cupboard, and pulled out something square and blocky. Pascal scooted closer. The first image on his pad was a close-up of a chasma from maybe only 10 kilometers up. Artemis? Divana? She asked. Diana, Georges Etienne said, sitting on the other side of her. Remember I told you I've been tracking a weird storm system there? He put the block in front of her. It was about 30 centimeters by 30 centimeters, perhaps another 8 or 10 thick. She held it up. She didn't recognize the color. It was a weird mix of granular reds and blacks. This isn't a surface sample, she said. Something you made? She adjusted the angle, and light reflected from the ends of thousands of metallic filaments running through the material. We sent a probe to the surface, her father said. We found a cave at the base of Diana Chasma. Wind was blowing into the cave. Into? Show her the first recording, Pascal. His pad showed grainy images from the surface, but possibly worth a bit on the black market all the same. And then things got strange. They'd found a cave. Not so strange. Venus was covered with the fragments of lava tubes. But then he showed a video of pebbles and stones flying into the cave, dislodged by the camera itself on what was obviously a dense wind. It was astonishing. Its possible value was going up in her calculations. And the video became increasingly strange. The turbulence and wild swings made understanding harder, but the silt and wind made it look like pictures from underwater. The rock faces were inexplicably smooth, and then the last images showed a triangular shape. Wind can't go into a cave, Pa, she said finally. Pascal took back the pad, the image frozen on the triangular thing. His fingers raced over the pad, and he opened another set of images of a big triangular shape on the gantry under the Cause obscure des profondeurs. Pictures of Pascal sawing into it, making square sections. She felt her eyes widening. You brought it up? She said, peering harder at the section. What is it? The new clear pictures made it look like some sort of... She didn't know what. Satellite? Plane? Drone? We thought it was a probe sent by the Russians or the Americans, Georges Etienne said. What's it made of? Georges Etienne tapped the thick plate she held. This is it. Some kind of ceramic, Pascal volunteered. The metal inside is circuitry, I think. The whole thing is one giant processing chip. Sapristi, she swore. Who the hell builds drones like this? Who the hell is that far ahead of us? Whoever it was, they were this advanced a long time ago. It spent a long time down there. We got it out by going down ourselves, Georges Etienne said. What? You went down? She said, staring at him. You both went down? Pa didn't answer, feeling the heat in her tone. She slammed down the ceramic plate. Not in WEYR's old bathyscaphe. You put Pascal in danger and left the boys on the Cause obscure by themselves? We're coureurs, Mart. It isn't as easy as up at 65th. This isn't about easy or hard, Pa. Do you know how dangerous that was for both of you, and Jean-Eudes and Alexis alone with the whole herd? The sound of the video from Georges Etienne's room quieted. Pa didn't seem to care that they eavesdropped. They look after themselves, Georges Etienne said. Alexis is 10. Calice, Pa, the world isn't the way it used to be. What if something had happened to you? How long would it have been before I could have gotten to them? Nothing happened, and Alexis held the Cause obscure des profondeurs over the RV point for 2 hours. He's as good as Chloe was at that age. He's better than you were at that age. And Venus took Chloe as a full-grown woman, Pa. Nothing bad happened to Alexis and Jean-Eudes, Pascal said gently. Both of them were very proud of themselves. You both shouldn't be, she snapped. We got the probe, Pascal said. Look at what else we saw when we got the camera deeper into the cave. She still couldn't believe they'd left Alexis and Jean-Eudes alone, but she huffed and turned her attention back at the pad. Pascal zoomed in on another picture. In an eddy deep in the cave lay a dusted graveyard of shipwrecks, 12 or more wrecked drones. How many of these probes did you find? She asked. Who would send so many down in one place?
Pascal thinks the tech is alien, Georges Etienne said, baiting her. There was still no sound from Pa's room.
You'd better be watching those movies or I'm putting them back in my suit, she yelled.
The sound of a movie restarted, louder than before. She squinted at the images, then lowered her voice.
Chris, she said, you can't be serious. Little green men?
Pascal slid the ceramic block to her.
No one uses this tech on Earth or on Venus, that we know of, she said. Look at these.
He swiped through the images, each one showing the dark of the cave with tiny circles of light from their lamp. Then a starscape.
What is this?
This is what we found at 320 meters into the cave, Pascal said. She looked at her father. He was poker-faced. This was a joke. She tossed the pad on the table. She didn't like these kinds of jokes. Pascal and Georges Etienne watched her earnestly.
At the bottom of the cave we found a wormhole, Georges Etienne said in a low voice.
A shiver of goose flesh rose to her neck.
Wormholes don't exist.
We don't know how it works, Pa continued. We don't know why it's stable. We don't know why it's there. But it's been there for a while, and blowing carbon dioxide into space.
We found a tunnel to another place, Mart. I think it's around a pulsar, Pascal added. We got repeating radio signals all the way down. We thought it was a distress call or a coded message, but the wormhole opens onto a system with no star, just a pulsar.
She shoved at her father, and he got up in surprise. She rose impatiently and walked to the galley, stood stiffly for long moments.
What the hell? They believed it. They both believed it. And while her home was being confiscated, they were making up stories.
No, not exactly stories, not to them. They believed. They had photographic, radio, and physical evidence.
They weren't stupid, either one of them, even though Pa sometimes edged close to conspiracy thinking about the government.
She took a deep breath. She faced them. They were looking at her as if awaiting a sentence. They needed her to believe them. She leaned back, pulled out her tobacco and paper, and looked at her father, daring. He said nothing. She slowly filled the paper, rolled and licked it. She came to the table, struck the match on the section of ceramic hull, and inhaled.
Get me a drink and show me everything again from step one, she said, sitting back down.
21. Gachel's suites in the Baie-Comeau were less expensive than Woodward's, although her view was higher. Her office looked down on the yellowed clouds and the white hazes, as if from the tower of a great ship. Blobs and specks of green far ahead and to the side marked the positions of other habitats. La Coloni's main flotilla was spread across a circle 30 kilometers off the Baie-Comeau. Smaller flocks of a few dozen habitats lay thousands of kilometers away, following the west to east winds over the top of Venus's clouds, so that every 7,000 to 8,000 kilometers was a human flotilla. Most of her closest aides lived on the Baie-Comeau or in attendant habitats. They met today in her office. Claude Babin, the Colony's treasurer, was standing. His news hadn't been good. They already had a trade deficit with the asteroidal corporations, as well as a sizable debt, and they'd just gone through the list of what the Colonie would and wouldn't import this quarter. They'd again put off buying updated vaccines, as well as some cancer therapies, so that they could get some basic metals that had no substitutes. They'd also added a shipment of water and ammonia, because their closed habitat systems kept leaking away hydrogen and nitrogen, which were difficult to replace on Venus. And, with too much hesitation, she'd decided to acquire a set of higher-grade solar cells that would increase the Colonie's industrial production of carbon nanofibers, which were durable enough to substitute for metals and cladding in some places, but they'd be paying for it for a while.
Merci, Claude, she said, dismissing him. I need the rest of you for a moment.
She was left with a small group of people. François-Xavier Labourière was the chief of her political and administrative staff. He'd been with Gachel since the beginning of her political career. Thomas Baquet was the fidgety, efficient deputy chief of staff. Cécile Dozat managed La Colonie's industrial works, and Laurent Tétreault was a politically minded junior engineer in industrial works who'd been doing more and more political work for Labourière. She sat. They did too.
I need the locations of the Coureurs des Vents, she said. Le Bourrier looked to Dozat. All of them? Dozat asked warily. There aren't that many, Gachel said. The manager of Industrial Works wriggled in her seat. It's almost 100 families, maybe more, madame, floating at many changing altitudes across dozens of latitudes. 45 kilometers is the altitude, Gachel said. The latitude is the Atla Regio region. The time is 4 days ago. We don't track the coureur, madame. They don't even track themselves, Dozat said. You can narrow it down with this information, Gachel insisted. Maybe, Dozat said. Historically, maybe. The coureur do share meteorological reporting. We might be able to build up profiles based on where they tend to report from. What kind of a problem are we dealing with, Madame la Présidente? Le Bourrier asked. Gachel looked at each one. Just this room? She asked. They nodded. Someone down there is floating around with some hot radioisotopes, she said. One of the mom-and-pop operations found some on the surface and brought it up? Dozat asked. The signal was too hot for raw ore, and no one on Venus has the capacity to refine it, Gachel said. Some of the faces, especially Tétreaux's and Le Bourrier's, started showing dawning realization. The Bank of Pallas thinks that someone down there is cutting a deal with another bank. She let that sink in. Is this Marthe d'Aquillon, or her father? Le Bourrier asked. Narrow it down, she said, with a finality that caused the four of them to stand, pay their respects, and get moving. 22. Pa and Pascal showed Marthe everything they'd learned or guessed or filmed or measured. It took an hour. She stopped them, made them back up, interrogating every observation. Pascal didn't drink, but she and Pa downed a quarter bottle of his good Bagos. They hung on her expressions, and at the end, they watched her smoke as she considered it all. She swore very deliberately. Maudit caliste tabarnak de gros problème, papa. Pa began to grin, his eyes defiantly alight. It's ours, Marthe. No one knows we've got it. We've got a tunnel to the stars, ourselves. The government and the bank can fuck themselves. She rested her head against the wall, staring at the ceiling, blowing smoke in a cloud. What do you think? Georges Etienne asked. I'm having a hard time believing any of it. And what do you do with a wormhole in the ground? Who could we tell? We don't tell anyone, Georges Etienne said vehemently, so no one takes it away. We can't do this alone, Pa. Family first. I never forgot, Pa, she said, putting the cigarette back to her lips. With her eyes, she traced the rib lines of the trawler in the ceiling. There was something spiritually comforting about being inside another living thing, protected and wombed. I thought I was coming down here to plan how to keep the fight alive with no seat in l'Assemblée. Not this. Stars inside Venus, she said wonderingly. And it was a wonder, a road to hidden stars. A little nuts, a lot nuts. A seat in l'Assemblée might not be so important in the future, Georges Etienne said, but for now we need you there. Why? Pascal had an idea. Show her, Pascal. Pascal smiled shyly and expanded an engineering schematic on his pad. Around a rough outline of the cave, he'd drawn a cap to go over the cave mouth, with a massive door in it. Deeper in the cave were other caps, each with airlocks, and some with turbines to generate electricity. Under this design, in each successive portion of the cave system, the temperature and pressure dropped like a series of refrigerators, one inside the other, taking advantage of the final pressure drop into the hard vacuum. Two portions of the cave system had areas where eddies had scoured out voluminous caverns. Pascal had designed underground habitats in these, with bioreactors, tool shops, hydroponic areas, small living spaces, and even a tiny port from which they could use powered vacuum suits to explore the other side. Marthe blew smoke upward and butted out her cigarette in a bowl. Good work, Pascal. It works, he insisted. We can build it. This is all off-the-shelf tech. She made a face. How much steel do you need to hold in 90 atmospheres of pressure? She asked. We don't need to hold all 93 atmospheres at once, he said. Because the airlocks are nested, we can distribute 20 to 30 atmospheres across any given one. The steel we have will survive that. We don't have any steel, Pascal, she said. Oui, her father said, smiling. She caught his meaning. Her mind raced, looking for any other possible meaning to his cryptic assertion. At the same time, her thoughts ran down rabbit holes of implications. "No," she said, "that's insane." "What?" Pascal asked. "What's insane?" "There's a lot of metal in the cause of Scaldevant," Georges Etienne said. Pascal's eyebrows rose, then rose again. At any other time it would have been funny. It wasn't any other time. Pa was grinning now. Mart sighed. Pa took her tobacco case, rolled her a cigarette, and handed it to her. Then he started laying out his ideas. 23. After so many hours of shocks, the family finally settled. Alexis had to go to bed. Pa broke out a jar of torboyau he'd brewed a while ago. He and Mart continued drinking together. Pascal had rarely seen Pa drink, and didn't really want to now. And Pa and Mart looked like they wanted to speak quietly between themselves anyway. Pascal felt strange. Seeing Mart woke weird feelings he couldn't put his finger on. He shepherded Jeanne to their room and made Alexis get into his hammock. His older brother was breathless and smiling. "So many movies," Jeanne said, yawning, "and music. I love it when Mart comes. I wish she'd live with us." "Help me with her hammock," Pascal said, holding out one side of the hammock ropes. It wasn't a job he needed help with, but he and Pa and Mart all found things that Jeanne could help with. Jeanne was happiest when he was taking care of his family, and his elaborately overdone knots never slipped. "What's a saint?" Jeanne asked after he'd tied a fist-sized knot on one side of Mart's hammock. "Where'd you hear that word?" "In one of the movies. Also, a lot of people are called Saint something," Jeanne said. "Saint Cyr, Saint Hyacinth. There's more. Saint Simeon." "In the olden days, people believed in lots of things that weren't true," Pascal said, sitting on his own hammock. The slow sway of the Cosapscal des Profondeurs rocked him. "Saints are magical things, like fairies. In the olden days, they believed that some people were so great in life that they became magical after they died, and that their magic helped people who believed in them." "You don't believe in saints?" "Nobody," Pascal said. "Let's just make believe." Jeanne began the fourth layer of his knot. It was now bigger than his fist. Mart wouldn't fall. "That's too bad. If saints were true, Maman would be a saint, and we'd see her." "Saints didn't always appear like fairies," Pascal said, laying back. "I think you felt them around you while they helped you." Jeanne had no more rope. It was all in his fat knot. He tugged, attested, and moved into his own hammock. His breathing became deep and slow, and Pascal thought he'd dozed off. "If saints were real, Papa could be a saint too," Jeanne said, "and he would keep watching us, protecting us." Pascal looked over. Jeanne was making a face, and his eyes watered. "What is it, buddy?" Pascal asked, sitting up. "I don't want Papa to go away like Maman," he said with a trembling voice. "Pa is young, Jeanne," Pascal said. "He's going to be around a long time. So long that you're going to have to help take care of him when he's old." Jeanne gave a little laugh at the thought. "But he's older than me," he said. "Who will take care of us then?" Pascal reached across the swaying space and put his hand on his brother's arm. "Mart will. She's like Pa," he said. "She's not scared of anything." "Of anything?" Jeanne had asked. Pascal couldn't imagine anything that would even give her pause. Jeanne had laughed into the silence, answering his own question. "No, my little sister isn't afraid of anything." They were quiet for a time, listening to the hushed voices outside, the barks of sudden laughter against the creaking of the trawler in the wind. Mart and Pa had the same tone of laugh. Finally, after a time, Mart came in. "You guys are still awake?" she said. "I think it's only afternoon for Emile and me." She swayed a bit, and her cheeks had pinkened. She'd stripped down to shorts and a loose tank top, but she was still sweating. Pulling a small bottle from the pouch of her suit, she sat on her hammock and pulled one foot up. A directionless longing rose in Pascal. His mouth was dry. "How are you doing, Pascal?" she asked. Her elegantly raised eyebrow was a kind of compulsion he had trouble resisting. "I'm okay," he said quietly. She opened the bottle, revealing a tiny brush covered with red lacquer. How had she gotten nail polish? Had someone made it? With all the things that they couldn't have on Venus, his sister had nail polish. "You're 18, she said. You must get lonely here. I'm here, Jeannoud said. He's not lonely. Shh, Jeannoud, she said, painting one toenail. We'll get to you any minute. Let your little brother talk first. Pascal's face felt hot. He stared at the glistening polish. You've never seen a girl paint her toes? She smiled. He looked away, embarrassed. Chloe and I used to make our own polish as soon as we knew enough chemistry, she said. Our first few tries were awful. Oils and resins from blastuli are good for the lacquer, but we could only make a puke color. Puke! Jeannoud cackled. Puke! Mart smiled at him, but kept painting. Chloe talked about boys, she said. I talked about girls. We were going to go into business and sell our nail polish all over La Colonne and make everyone beautiful. Pascal thought he could remember those times, when Chloe had been 15 and Mart 13, while Pascal was just 5 or 6, and still sleeping in a room with Pa and Maman. The Cause Obscale de Profondeur had been new then, and they'd since changed the layout. Chloe and Mart had shared a room that he remembered as immense, although it had probably been little better than a closet with hammocks. Jeannoud and Emile had hammocked in the main room. Pascal had wanted desperately to be old enough to share a room with his sisters, and Chloe had let him sleep in her hammock a few times. Did you? Pascal asked. She shook her head. Chloe got her boy, she said wistfully. And other people make better stuff than these. I make my own for fun. Can you paint my toes? Jeannoud said. That's for girls, Jeannoud, Pascal said uncertainly. It's for anyone who washes their feet, Mart corrected. I can wash my feet. Jeannoud hopped from his hammock. Come on, Pascal, she said. It's fun. His churning stomach hollowed nervously, but he hopped off his hammock. She came off hers and sat on the floor. Jeannoud sat beside them. You have to dry them, silly, she told him. Jeannoud hustled back to the basin, leaving wet footprints. She motioned Pascal to give her his foot. It was scary and thrilling. He didn't understand why. The brush licked his big toenail, leaving red. Mart gave 2 other strokes, and then the first nail was done. It looked beautiful. You should come to the upper clouds, Pascal, she said, painting the next nail. You need to see people your own age. The idea terrified him. 2 strokes, and the next one was done, too. Mart tilted her head, examining her work, blowing on the first 3 toes. Do you like girls? Boys? Both? She asked. The smell of the sipping whiskey was on her breath. His answer slipped out of him before he had a chance to question it. I don't even like myself. Jeannoud looked at Pascal strangely, but Mart had already told him to wait his turn, and he was waiting quietly, feet dry. Mart didn't look at Pascal strangely. She nodded at him as if what he'd said was the most logical thing in the world. She turned to the last 2 toes and finished them in 1 stroke each. Don't touch them to anything until they dry, she said. That's good advice for toes and people. She capped the bottle. You don't need to decide between boys and girls, but no brother of mine isn't going to like himself, she said, pulling him into a headlock and knuckling the top of his head. It turned into a hug, and for a moment he felt safe. He loved Mart, and he was jealous of how comfortable she was in her skin. 24. Emile stumbled into the habitat area of the Jonquière. He'd been drinking and smoking weed for hours. He was actually hammered, and he'd still made it here on his wingback. The day he couldn't fly hammered was the day Venus really should take him. He'd nearly missed the upper landing platform. He'd fallen, bent one of his wing struts, but caught himself before he'd gone over the edge. He didn't know who lived on the Jonquière or whose party this was, but he hadn't dented their stuff. Thérèse had been moody and unresponsive. She hadn't answered his messages. Even Mart, whom he got on with well enough sometimes, had gone. He was kicking about their shitty habitat alone, sometimes cleaning, sometimes fixing, mostly just sitting around, smoking Mart's cigarettes and fermenting a new batch of bagasse that couldn't be ready fast enough. He'd scrawled shitty lines of stilted, unimaginative poetry on his pad until he'd decided to crash this party. He took off his helmet and hung it in the webbing under the ceiling. Beyond the door was drumming. He spun the wheel and opened the door. The drumming echoed loud in a haze of cigarette and hashish smoke hanging oily in the air. Emile came face to face with Régent. This your habitat? Emile asked. Oui, Régent said. Emile swayed. Régent's pupils were all fucked up. Emile clapped a hand on Régent's shoulder and leaned in.
As long as you don't say anything about my family, we got no problems, he said. Réjean's screwy pupils stared back. He had a huge bruise on his neck. Did I do that? Réjean looked puzzled for a second, then touched his neck. Hoarders. What? Emile said. Didn't break, but it was close, Réjean said, slurring a bit. I'm a constable. We got called in to raid some black marketing family, a big operation. I got hit with a bat right in the neck. Thought she broke it. Sapristi. I thought you guys had tasers. It was too close. I tasered one guy, but then hit one of my buddies. But we had backup. Bank security. What the hell does bank security care? Emile said. Réjean shrugged. The government asked them to back us up because it was a big operation. And I think the bank guys need the practice. They haven't got much to do. And who knows, black marketing may cut into their profits. Quick mop-up, Emile said, swaying. Not so much. These guys were hoarding everything. Metal, tools, food, liquor, cigarettes, grease. They weren't ready to give up, but the bank guys had guns. Really? Really. Gunpowder. Goddamn loud. They shot them? One of them, Réjean said. Why wasn't it in the news? I don't know. Maybe the bank or the government didn't want to make a big deal of it. Maybe they think it'll make people nervous. Makes me feel better. Fucking hoarders. I got some of their stock. I don't have much, but there's enough for a shot or two for everybody, Réjean said, jerking his thumb to a plastic bag of clear liquid hanging on the wall. Emile smiled. This might be a good party. I write shitty poetry, he confessed, swaying closer. I paint acid scars, Réjean said. I did a lot of Thérèse. Emile didn't trust the meaning and rocked Réjean back and forth with hard muscles. You did some really nice work on the vines, he said finally, then released Réjean and walked around him. The gondola, all of the Jonquieres' habitat really, was packed with partiers. Blinds blocked out the omnipresent sun, leaving hard, straight beams of sunlight to cut through the gaps and across the smoky room. He put his empty metal flask beneath the spigot and filled it. He turned, took a swig, and shuddered. Grease! Terrible! Coarse and bitter and sulphurous. It burned all the way down. Mouth, throat, stomach. Probably north of 120 proof, but in serious need of distilling. In the corner across from him, under slashes of bright daylight, a young man drew a knife across the inside of his forearm. The angle of the light and the arm showed rows of scars from old cuts. Emile flexed his left arm self-consciously, where his acid burn in the shape of a trawler was slowly healing. Venus only receives us with pain, Thérèse had said. He took another swig of bagasse, swayed in place uncertainly. He wanted to help the kid, but who was he to get between the boy and Venus? Who was he at all? His communion had not given him answers, any more than Thérèse's communion had. Emile stumbled forward, put his hand on the cutter's shoulder. I write shitty poetry, Emile said. The young man regarded him uncertainly. Emile ran a fingertip across the many scars, dragging the new welling blood across them. You already gave Venus her due, he said. Clouds don't touch anything, the young man said. His pupils were huge. He was so high. No, Emile said, drinking again, not taking his eyes from the man. I guess they don't. We're all clouds, the young man said, and then he began to weep quietly. Emile retreated. Few people here had ever seen Earth. They had mostly been born here. Venus was their birthright, their home, but it often fit like an oversized survival suit, or a suit with a wrinkle in it you just couldn't reach. Their home was a gift, wondrous, worth poetry better than what he wrote, worth more than the artful scars on their bodies, but it always felt like a gift that ought to have been given to someone else. That's why people fell apart. He'd heard of it happening in the asteroidal colonies, on the moon and on Mars. People lost their shit when they left the Earth. 1,000,000 years of evolution and brain wiring couldn't be undone so fast. Nothing wrote that fast. And so they couldn't deal with it. And they all couldn't deal with it in their own ways. This guy cut himself. Thérèse invented religion. Mart got into political fights. What did Emile do? Nothing. He drank. He put whatever he could find into his body, and he didn't know how to stop. He chugged the flask empty and stumbled against the wall, wondering how okay it would be to go back for a refill. People surrounded him, dancing, drinking, drumming on the walls and floor, but the noise and darkness was a cocoon of aloneness.
The press of bodies hit the cutter, who wept alone. Emil hung his flask on his belt and pushed toward the tiny bedrooms. One guy looked up at him as he was pushing, and his face lit with recognition. "Daquillon!" he yelled into Emil's ear. "What? You're Emil Daquillon," the man said. He was clean, in the way flotilla people were clean. Baby hands with only spot scars. "You guys are getting a shitty deal from l'Assemblée," the man said. "You don't deserve to lose the Kozubskal." "It's a box of holes floating under a bag of oxygen," Emil said. "What do you care?" "I'm Laurent Tétrault," he said, extending a pale hand. Emil took it warily, conscious of the ropey scars on his hands. "I work for a member of l'Assemblée. There are more than a few people who think this could have been handled better. The President has made a little war with your father for no reason. I know people who want to fix it, and you have a role to play in making peace with your family." Emil snorted. "If you want somebody my father trusts, talk to Mart." "You can have influence," Tétrault said. "You just need to try. Mart is leading the Daquillons in a direction that isn't good for anyone." "There's nothing I can do about it," Emil said. "Pa called Mart back to the Kozubskal de Profondeur. Do you know why? They don't tell me. They should. You're a Daquillon. If they aren't giving you the respect you deserve, there are other jobs and places to live. I know places that could use a guy like you." "A job?" Emil asked, still swaying. "Keep me in mind, Emil," Tétrault said. "You have a role to play in making peace, maybe more than Mart." He held out a cup of bagasse. "I think I'm done. You want it?" Emil took the cup and poured it carefully into his flask, not losing a drop. Then he handed it back and drank deeply. Tétrault staggered past him and swung his arm over another guy's shoulder. Emil watched him for a while, the bagasse slowing him so that the world dragged for moments at a time, movement strobing. When he turned to keep moving to the bedrooms, he saw Thérèse, her slim body swaying, making out with some guy. A sculptor, maybe? Sculptor bullshit. Sculpt shit. Anything they made here was eventually going to be swallowed by Venus. There was no ground. No place to rest, ever. What the fuck were you going to put your sculpture on? The clouds? The clouds ate everything down to the bone. Emil grabbed the guy's shoulder, yanked him away, and punched him right where she'd just been kissing him. Emil stared at the guy, a little too drunk to do any more, waiting for him to do something. The guy wiped his bloody lips, looked up at the size of Emil, thought better of it, kicked at the wall, and slunk away. Emil turned. Thérèse had her back to him, dancing by herself. He unzipped the front of his survival suit and stripped to his waist, tying the arms around his hips. Then he moved close to her and showed his left arm, where he'd already taken the bandages off. The wound was scarring in exactly the trawler shape she'd made. He touched it. She eyed him with a kind of exhaustion, then melted and touched the wound too, leaning her head down to kiss it. "I'm fucked up," she yelled in his ear over the drumming. Her breath smelled of hash. "I am too," he said. "Venus doesn't want us. Venus needs us," he said in her ear. "We're puzzle pieces that don't fit here." He rested a hand on each of her shoulders. "Nobody fits anywhere. The joke's on us." She smiled, kept dancing, more slowly, swaying independent of the raucous drumming and singing. "It's not a very good joke," she said. She leaned against him. Her body radiated heat. These two puzzle pieces matched. Her head was under his chin until she turned up. He thought she wanted a kiss, but she avoided his descending lips and said in his ear, "I need to fit somewhere." "Would you like to fit with me?" he said, half teasing. As soon as he said it, he knew he'd fucked up, missed out on something, some connection she was seeking and he could have made, but he didn't know how. She nodded anyway, like she hadn't expected better. They rested against one another, trees against the storm, rocking slowly to discordant music and the thickening smoke. 25. Pascal woke very early the next day. He swayed almost imperceptibly as the Kozubskal de Profondeur followed the contours of pressure at 45th rang. Jeannoud was breathing softly, and Marthe snored in her hammock. Last night seemed wonderful, like a weight had been lifted away. He didn't want to ruin the moment by moving, by bringing his body and the world into focus. But the idea of fresh stubble bothered him more and more. He couldn't stand the thought of hair standing stiff on his chin, over his lip, on his cheeks, touching his pillow. His hammock creaked as he slipped out. In the dark, he shaved by touch. Scrape, scrape, scrape. You can turn on the light, Pascal, Mart mumbled. I'm done, he whispered quickly. He scraped the last of his face clean, toweled himself, cleaned the straight razor, and hurried to the galley. 2 cups smelling of torboyau had tipped and rolled to the table edge in the swaying of the habitat during the night. He wiped and shelved them, then sat at the table and regarded his 10 red toenails in wonder. Mart staggered out of their room shortly, adjusting her tank top and scratching at her hip. At the galley, she poured 2 cups of water and sat across from him. His toes were so beautiful. For years, he'd never felt anything but ugliness, wrongness. It was a feeling that had taken a long time to sneak up on him, to realize that other people didn't feel the same way. He didn't mind being ugly, if only he could feel right. He desperately wanted out from under this feeling of wrongness. You're going through a tough time, she said, before sipping at her water with distaste. He didn't answer. Jeannette says you're sad. She tried swallowing more, but gave up part way. He's worried about you, but he doesn't know what to do. He told Pa, too. It's not anything. Pa thinks everything that happens to teenagers is just adolescence, she said. He laughed nervously and tried to look blasé. He's right. But she didn't say anything. She looked at him like Pa did when he was trying to figure out if he'd done anything wrong. His put-on smile melted. When I was about 14, I think I realized that Venus doesn't want us, Mart said. I love Venus, so do I, but when I was 14, I didn't think she loved us back. It was an alien concept to him. He didn't feel unloved. Venus wasn't about love. She was about hiding and showing. Mostly she hid, but every so often, in a break in the clouds, a strange timbre of sound, she hinted at her true secret self. Do you still think that? He asked. She can't physically eject us anymore, Mart said, so she attacks us psychologically. She makes us hate ourselves, others, our lives. She's hitting Emile, too. Has been for years. Is he okay? She shrugged. He's Emile. She pulled close the container of torboyau that had been full last night. You got a taste for this too early. She unscrewed the box and sniffed and pulled away. Well, not this. Bagasse and weed are more his vices. He's been sending me his poems. He writes poems? Mart asked. They're beautiful. Mart's expression was hard to read. He didn't have a lot of experience, and she was almost a politician. It wasn't hurt he saw in her eyes, but a kind of wistfulness. I'll ask to read them sometime, she smiled. Is Venus attacking you? No, she said. Yes. It depends what you call an attack. She sipped her water, and he took up his. She set her cup down and leaned across the table, taking his hand in hers. It's okay to be sad, Pascal. I was. Sometimes I still am. But sharing makes it lighter. I've always got your back. Even hungover, her half-lidded regard was penetrating. She reminded him of Maman and Chloé, what he could remember of both of them. His throat felt tight. He pulled his hand away and tucked his feet out of sight. Plateaus, tesserae, and coronae of scars, red, pink, and bulbous, padded the backs of his hands, a reassuring erasure of an alien body. His breath felt thin and insubstantial. Her words terrified him. I feel wrong all the time, he whispered. Everyone looks like they belong, like they're right in the world. I can't even look in the mirror. He took a deep breath and leaned over. The vision of his 10 bright toenails split and wavered through tears. I put on Maman's dress. She came around and knelt in front of him, taking his hands. She was smiling. How did it feel? She asked. Really good, he whispered. His world was spinning. You didn't put it on because you missed her? Pascal shook his head. Put it on, she said, as many times as you want. Maman would have done anything to make you happy, including giving you the dress off her back. He nodded. It's stupid, he said, his voice thinning and tears falling. It's just stupid. When I was growing up, Mart said, Pa was expecting me to like boys. Emile likes girls, Chloé liked boys, but I didn't, and it didn't matter to him. Don't worry. Be whoever you want. She was trying to soothe him, but making it worse. What if he didn't know what he wanted to be? 26. Much later, her father and Jeannette got up. Jeannette was laughingly proud of his bright red toenails. They breakfasted, and Pascal's mood seemed to lift a bit in the morning energy of family. Jeannette, Alexis, Mart said. "You couldn't have watched all the movies yet. Why don't you chill while we talk engineering?" The pair didn't need a second invitation, and scooped tortillas off the table and ran for Georges Etienne's room. "We're not going to get anything done today," her father said. "Pascal, bring your pad," Mart said. "I want to poke holes in your plans." Pascal shared a smile with his father. He brought out his pad and thumbed through his designs. Mart put an arm over his shoulders and opened the blueprints for the Cosop des Vents. "Pa, you propose using the metal from the Cosop des Vents," she said. "You're not stupid, so you're not talking about asking for it." "Correct," Georges Etienne said. "So we're talking about stealing a massive piece of kit from La Colonie," she said. "Right now the metal is slated to offset some metal imports so that we can use real money on the cost of the asteroid." "That bitch can fuck herself with her asteroid," he said. "She's shoveled us shit all our lives." "La Colonie has to pay for the loss," she said. "Everyone who lives up at 65th Rang and all the coureurs." "How many habitats have we lost just because of WEYR?" Georges Etienne said. "This is one more, that's all." Pascal looked at her. She squeezed his shoulder. "You're right, Pa," she said. "But even if we sink it, we don't get it. It's designed to run in 1/10 of an atmosphere of pressure. By 50th Rang, it'll start crushing. By the time it drops to 20 kilometers, it'll be a smoking raisin." "Of course," Georges Etienne said. "We have to catch it." "With what?" "We organize our trawlers," he said. "Tie them to the Cosop des Vents as it's sinking, and use them to slow and stop its descent." She looked at her brother. "Would that work?" "If we use all of them and the Cosop des Profondeurs," he said, "we could just make it." "With no margin for error and a big chance of damaging some or all of our herd," Mart said, "and our only home. Are Alexis and Jean-Eudes going to be in the Cosop des Profondeurs while we try this, Pa?" "This is the only way," Georges Etienne said. "The math can work." She shook her head. "Wild trawlers can't take that kind of extra stress for long." "Ours are modified," Pascal said. "She's not talking about you and I grafting some equipment into a wild trawler, Pascal," Georges Etienne said. "She's talking about the big bioengineered trawlers. Different breeders are designing bigger trawlers to be larger habitats." "And they're all spoken for, or not ripe yet," Mart said. "Marie-Pierre Houdon has a herd of 4 that should be mature enough," Georges Etienne said. "1 or 2 of those will be confiscated by the gouvernement," Mart said. "All the better. She'll be more motivated to help us," her father said. "Good," she said. "I thought you were going to propose that we steal her trawlers." "They can help us," Georges Etienne said. "But why would they?" Mart said. "Marie-Pierre has her own problems." "She'll have to trust us," Georges Etienne said. "No one trusts you," Mart said. Her father's face twisted momentarily, but he didn't seem capable of regretting what she'd said. "And on that basis we can't ask the Houdons to help us commit theft," Mart said. "Then you should go talk to Marie-Pierre," Georges Etienne said. "And pitch a heist to her? No one can talk better than you," he said. "You're right, she'd turn me away at the door." "What's in it for her, Pa?" she said. "We think we've found a wormhole under the surface of Venus," her father said. "It changes everything, even if we don't yet know how. She can be a partner." "You're going to take a business partner?" "A minor partner. No one will help commit a crime for second banana. Equal partners or nothing. It's ours," he said. "We need it. Something this big can help both of you. You want half the big prize or all of nothing?" Georges Etienne huffed loudly, but didn't disagree. "How do we know she won't just go to the President?" Pascal said. Pa looked at her for long seconds. "Mart will know how far to talk and what not to say," he said. Mart tried to imagine what she might say to Marie-Pierre Houdon, and came up with nothing. Pa wanted her to sell a hole in the world based on trust, and they didn't have trust. They didn't have anything. Mart was soon to lose any political influence when she stopped being a delegate to l'Assemblée. "Even if Marie-Pierre says yes, I don't know if that's enough partners," she said. "No more." Mart gave him a doubtful look. "Who's going to do all that work, Pa? Do you even have the tools to take apart the Cosop des Vents? You and Pascal aren't going to be enough." "You," her father said. She gave him the look again. "Emile," Pascal said. Georges Etienne frowned and ignored the remark. "If I need to try to convince Marie-Pierre, this is all going to come up," she said. "The Cosop des Vents won't float in the clouds for a year while you take it apart and try to hammer its parts into different shapes. We don't have the equipment, and I'm not sure this can be done. Damn it, Mart, that's why I asked you for advice. La Colonie has been cheating on the Daquillons for 27 years. Now we've struck gold. If we lose this chance, it'll kill me. To give our family something would make it all worth it. Show me how!" Pa was alone in many ways. Jean Mance was dead. Chloé and Montauran had been taken by Venus too. Emile had left because he was Emile, and because Pa was Pa. And here Pa still was, trying to keep his family alive and happy beneath the lower cloud deck, shrouded in acid mist. He wasn't a fool. He loved them. They were here because family came first for him. Jeannoud was alive and happy and laughing with painted toes because family came first. How many families would have chosen differently? In all the history of La Colonie, none. So, Pa didn't trust anyone else. Faced with all the pressure the poor fledgling government could muster, Georges Etienne and Jean Mance had still brought Jeannoud into the world. This wormhole, this cave in the wrinkled hide of Venus, was Mart's Jeannoud moment. The easy choice would be to say no, to go back to 65th Wrong and find some way to make a life. She could. She was good enough to find another job and maybe even make her way back onto l'Assemblée. She didn't need to become a criminal. She didn't need to put her reputation and freedom at risk. But that wasn't what Georges Etienne would have chosen, and it wasn't what she would choose. She was Georges Etienne's daughter, all the way to her painted toes. "Give a girl something to drink if she's got to plot larceny," she said slowly. Georges Etienne grinned over an elation that burst almost visibly from his chest. He went to the dispensary. Pascal was looking at her, smiling. She squeezed him close and kissed his forehead. "You and Pa are crazy. You know that?" 27. The walls of the Cosopscal de Profondeur vibrated in sympathy with the storm outside. Acid pelted with big drops, drumming the outer envelope of their home as thunder rolled outside. They'd come up to 48th Wrong to avoid a bad cell of turbulence in the subcloud haze. They'd still hit a storm, but a storm at 48th was better than the hotter, thicker weather at 44th. Pascal swung in his hammock as updrafts and crosswinds ripped at them. The skin of their habitat vibrated with the heaving effort of the propeller above their living space. Lightning had struck them twice so far, filling the trawlers' electroplaques and charging all their batteries. Trawlers did most of their growing in the tail hours of storms, when fully fed and drenched with acid. Mart and Pa worked out on the gantry. In a storm like this, they had to inspect everything every few hours. It would be Pascal's turn in the early morning, so he'd been trying to get some sleep. Storms midwived Venusian life, broke apart the budding colonies of blastuli, rosettes, and trawlers, and churned lower atmosphere minerals up to the cloud-living bacteria. Storms affected humans more ambiguously. A storm had taken Chloé and Montauran. Caught outside when it struck, they'd sheltered in one of the domesticated trawlers, but the storm had been bad. The Daquillon herd had been scattered far and wide. Half the herd was never seen again, nor Chloé and Montauran, leaving Alexis an orphan. But sometimes the storms brought new life to people, too. More than once, a terrifying storm had thrown them, clinging and sick, into steady air, only to find that Venus had taken thousands of trawlers and pushed them into the same eddy as the Cosopscal de Profondeur. The family could rope and tag up to 20 trawlers in as many hours, which was subsistence and even wealth for a year. Sometimes the storms of the lower cloud deck punched so deep that they scooped up tons of metal-rich volcanic ash in their winds. And every so often Venus did neither good nor bad, but just thrashed pointlessly at her new tenants, like tonight. Jeannoud groaned. He didn't like storms. Pascal never got storm-sick. In the soft light, he was watching his toenails, shiny and red. His thoughts felt like the silt in the cave, obscuring, shaken about, needing time to settle. And Marthe was like a storm herself, never leaving anything untouched in her wake. She loved him, even if he didn't love himself. The force of her was like a prop, giving him a tiny boost of courage, direction in the storm. He didn't hate himself, either, exactly. He hated his body. It was alien to him, distant, someone else's. He could avoid mirrors, shave his face clean every morning, shave his whole body, and yet not escape the oppressive weight of wrongness. except the once when he'd snuck into his father's room and put on Maman's dress. In that one moment, in that single frame of a movie of his entire life, it was like he'd finally seen something right. He'd seen himself. Like a storm, Mart created and destroyed. She'd invented a painful, terrifying hope, even as she seemed to have stared right through to the center of him. He didn't want anyone looking at him. No one could understand what it was to stand in front of people, pretending to belong to the world and feeling like a liar and a fraud. In the Cause Obscure de Profondeur, he could pretend forever with his father and Jean-Eudes. They loved him without reserve, but couldn't see him, couldn't see the unhappiness and interned acid and corrosive hopelessness of pretending. Yet the only thing worse than pretending was being seen. The disturbed silt in his mind hinted at a cloudy idea that terrified him. What if Pascal was a girl trapped in the wrong body? What would that knowledge tell him? Tell her? He couldn't reveal himself to the world. It was his secret, her secret to keep. It might not even be true. Pascal was 18. Hormones. He could be confused about lots of things. He didn't know what was wrong with him, why he felt so bad about who he was, when even Jean-Eudes was so at ease with himself. The cloudy idea wasn't getting clearer. The toes winked back at him, shining in the gloomy light. Pascal had that one image, the look of himself in the dress, looking back at him in the mirror, and he had stared through another piece of glass, through the layers of Venus, and found stars. What could Pascal do? What could Venus do? No one would ever see the stars. They would only look at Venus and see her deceiving clouds, her ugly wrinkled hide, never see what she really contained. And this was Pascal's body. He couldn't leave it, just as Venus couldn't leave hers. Jean-Eudes sat up, groaning. "What is it?" he asked. "What? Are you crying?" Pascal wiped at his cheeks and found tear streaks. "Are you sad?" Jean-Eudes said, hopping from his hammock and lurching over on the shifting floor. He clung to Pascal's hammock and put his face very close to Pascal's. "Are you scared of the storm?" Jean-Eudes was good. Jean-Eudes was never going to engineer new machines for them, or even be able to maintain a habitat on his own. And yet Pascal admired his older brother intensely. Jean-Eudes knew he was different, but he didn't care. He didn't care that he couldn't do everything his brothers and sisters could do. And he was getting used to being proud of his capable little nephew. Jean-Eudes just was, with an authenticity that was inspiring and terrifying. And Jean-Eudes loved Pascal without any reservation. "Yes, I'm sad." "Why?" Jean-Eudes said, swaying over him. "Something's not right with me, Jean-Eudes. Do you want water?" "You were born a boy. You feel like a boy." "Yes," Jean-Eudes said. "What you feel matches your body," Pascal said. "I'm a boy." And Chloe felt like a girl. She had a girl's body. And Mart, too. She feels like a girl. And she likes girls. "I think I feel like a girl, Jean-Eudes." His older brother stared down at him for a long time, his frown deepening. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. Pascal sat up in the swaying hammock. "You wore a dress," Jean-Eudes said. Pascal wanted to smile, but he couldn't. Not now, not this time. He waited for his brother to stop. "Jean-Eudes, what do you think it would be like if you felt like a girl but had a boy's body?" His brother's face sobered. "I don't know," he said finally. "I never look in the mirror, Jean-Eudes. My heart expects to see someone like Mart or Chloe or Maman, but what I see is a man. If I look too quick, my heart is surprised. When I look, parts of me are missing and parts of me are extra." Jean-Eudes was frowning again. "I think you look good," he said. "My brain knows that I'm supposed to look like this, but my heart says that this is wrong. That's why I'm not happy." "You would be happy if you were my sister?" "Maybe." "But you have this body," Jean-Eudes said. "Yes." "And you can't change your body." "Not really." Jean-Eudes stared at him unnervingly for long moments, and then lurched forward and gave him a crushing hug. "You can be my sister." Pascal wanted to shrivel and hide. Hope terrified more than despair. Pascal started crying, and Jean-Eudes held on. 28. Marthe flew out of the Kozopskal de Profondeur as soon as the storm broke. It had taken them a few hours of asking through the coureur network to find out where the Houdan habitat was. The coureur des vents could survive in bioengineered trawlers anywhere in the middle and lower cloud decks, or even, as the Dakions occasionally did, in the subcloud haze. With less sunlight and smaller spaces, the coureurs were less independent than they said, and worked hard to live hand-to-mouth. They knew who produced what, and had a laborious signaling system through their herds, so they themselves couldn't be tracked, but they could still find each other as the winds blew them. The Coureur des Tourbillons, the center of Marie-Pierre Houdon's calving operation, was about 200 kilometers west of them, and about 7 kilometers higher in the atmosphere, just beneath the layer of clear air of Les Plains. That was a significant hike, and her father had sold the family's homemade plane last year, so Marthe traveled the cheap way. They inflated a carbon fiber balloon with oxygen, clipped her harness to it, and the Kozopskal de Profondeur slipped away beneath her, vanishing into the mist. She rose for an hour through acid rain into the clear air of Les Plains, up past the middle cloud deck, until her little balloon carried her into the enormous vista of Grand Allée. The west-to-east wind was faster at this altitude, and from here her wing pack would have a glide path to the Coureur des Tourbillons. She unfurled her wings, hung herself upside down in her harness, and then unclipped. The exhilaration of flying seized her as she leveled out and followed the bottom of Grand Allée. The cloud tops of Grand Allée's floor were beautiful, with none of the mountainous stacking of the upper cloud deck. Forces in the atmosphere stabilized the winds and clouds here to cut a path right around Venus, as if someone had plowed the air clean. The engine of her wing pack keened, carrying her fast as her altitude slowly bled away, and she skimmed meters above the misty cloud heads with only her thoughts. In the yellow-orange light, flying Grand Allée was a humbling experience. The cloud decks occupied a strange interstitial space, meaning different things to different people. To the coureurs who lived wrapped in clouds, the open skies were vast and vertiginous. To those living in the clear air beneath black sky and stars, the clouds induced a sense of drowning. Marthe lived both lives and could toggle between those perspectives. Flying in the clouds was also solitary in the best possible way. No politicking or romantic positioning here, no hunt for advantage, no blocking of opponents or seeking of the high ground. This was just her, small in the vastness. She was worried about Pascal. She couldn't walk his path for him, or help him much more with his reflections. This all seemed sudden to her, but she hadn't been home in a year. He'd gone from 17 to 18, with the confusion and awkwardness of adolescence, without even hints of how to proceed. She ought to have been more present. Pa could teach Pascal how to run a herd of trawlers in the depths, but he couldn't guide him through the questions he had. She worried about her pa, too. His patience was thinner than it had been. He'd been alone too long, struggling to keep them all alive. She saw him more clearly now, flaws, weaknesses, and all. He had more flaws. He was quicker to anger. He carried more resentments and final words. It might have been the calcification of self that came with age. The other, more frightening possibility was that he'd always been this way, and that Marthe had grown past him. It was an unsettling thought, one that forced her to consider the past of the family in the context of the flawed man her father was today. How many of the Dakion hardships had been born of his intransigence if he'd always been this way? But those were hypotheticals, and she had more pragmatic concerns. She didn't know if she could carry the whole family. She knew someday she would have to, but didn't want it to be so soon. She couldn't even fix a meal. Georges-Étienne Dakion and Jean Montz had both been only 24 when they'd emigrated to Venus. She couldn't imagine making that kind of choice at this age. But Marthe wouldn't be alone in what Pa was proposing. Pascal had come a long way in his self-studies as an engineer. He was fragile, but smarter than any of the family. His designs were sound and more inventive than anything she could have tried. And she herself was an able mechanic who knew tools and materials, as was Pa. But they needed something much more elaborate to turn engineering schematics into real structures. She knew a lot of the mechanics and engineers in La Colonie. Many had the right tools and far more skill than she had, but they were also the ones living in the best habitats, and therefore closest to Gachel's party. She had an idea of someone who might be skilled enough, properly equipped, and who would have reason to help them commit a crime, but talking to him would be Pascal's job. Marthe descended through the middle cloud decks and Les Plains for 3 hours before her instruments told her she was close. Venus had some reasonable global positioning satellites. The problem was that everything kept shifting in the clouds, and weather fronts could interfere with positions. But she was in luck today. The positional transmitter in her helmet antenna picked up the intentionally weak signal of one of the herd of the coureurs de tourbillon. Coureurs lived like shepherds in winds that wanted to scatter their sheep. The peak of each domesticated trawler was mounted with a short-range transmitter, antenna, and small propellers. When they drifted too far from their habitat, the propeller brought them back. It didn't always work. Coureurs lost their flocks to storms all the time. Yet few ever mounted stronger transmitters. They didn't trust the government and preferred that the size of their flocks not be known. And to be honest, they didn't always trust each other. Her father suspected a few of his peers of finding his lost trawlers and not returning them, or of stealing them outright. She wasn't sure, but the fact of the matter was that it was difficult to know where a coureur was at any given time. And Marthe hadn't found the coureur de tourbillon, only a transmitting trawler, dark and small. She circled it in the shadowless orange light, looking at the direction its propeller was pointing, and winging in that direction. After a few kilometers, she started to hear the faint signal of the coureur de tourbillon. The spraying acid of the clouds became a harder rain with fierce downdrafts. The engine on her wing pack whined high, and Marthe churned through the bright rain. Soon a shadow loomed in the clouds. She was startled by its size. The bioengineered trawler was easily twice the diameter of the Kozovskal de Profondeur, maybe 30 meters across. A wide gantry hung underneath, around a tail cable much longer and thicker than anything Marthe had ever seen under a trawler. She circled it once, ducked beneath, then slowed and stalled onto the hanging nets. She caught her breath for a moment. She was out of practice. Living in the high flotilla was making her soft. She felt heavy climbing onto the gantry, where she shucked her wing pack. There was a spray and brush for neutralizing equipment, and she was careful to get all the acid off her pack before hanging it in the wing shed. "Coureur de tourbillon," she transmitted. "This is Marthe d'Aquillon. Permission to come aboard." While she waited for the answer, she turned to wiping down her suit and neutralizing the acid with only half her attention. The other half admired the immensity of the habitat. The woody exterior was brownish-black, slick with the basic hydrophobic slime that protected trawlers from sulfuric acid. Within the slime, little bubbles formed where tiny stomata pumped gases out of the outermost envelope to maintain the habit's buoyancy. The great tail cable flexed in the wind, at least 100 meters long. "Marthe," came the radio answer, although too staticky to identify the speaker. "Come aboard." Marthe climbed into the first chamber of the double airlock and applied another neutralizing spray to her suit. The inside and outside of the trawler were at about 1 atmosphere of pressure, so she cycled right away into the next chamber. From here, light flooded in from windows in the airlock doorways to both sides. The windows looked on the outer envelope of the trawler, filled with lamps and bright green thermophilic hydroponic crops, growing at 50 degrees and 80% humidity. It was a hothouse oasis in the clouds. She punched the button, and this second chamber pumped out the carbon dioxide and hissed in nitrogen and oxygen. The inner light greened, and she wheeled open the next door and stepped through into a brightly lit, torus-shaped space with brown, oiled floors. 3 bioreactor tanks, side-lit, grew algae for food. Standing before her with gloves, boots, and a body apron was Marie-Pierre, looking at her strangely. 2 boys stood behind her, looking apprehensively. A man stood with crossed arms in the galley. He had Marie-Pierre's eyes. Marthe extended her arms, and Marie-Pierre wiped her down one last time with sodium bicarbonate, especially on her back and over her seals. When she was done, Marthe hissed open the seal on her neck and removed her helmet. "I didn't expect you to visit personally, or for anyone to come so soon," Marie-Pierre said. She was pretty for a woman in her early 40s, although she wasn't exactly Marthe's type. Mart mostly knew dramatic girls on the edge of not being able to hold their shit together. Marie-Pierre had a speckling of acid point scars on her left cheek, just beside her eye, under a ponytail of brown hair. She gave the impression of respectability, despite the fact that she was one of the savviest black marketeers. "I thought we might have some things to talk about," Mart said, popping the locks on her wrist seals. Marie-Pierre stood back and let Mart take off her own suit. "Maxime and Florian," Marie-Pierre said of the boys, who looked down shyly, "and my brother Mark." Mart had never met him, but knew of him as a bioengineering technologist, part of the family business. "Bonjour," Mart said, unsealing the front of her suit and peeling it down to step out. She hung it up, wiped her feet, and stepped over the line. "Your home is beautiful. I've never seen a trawler this big." Marie-Pierre was a bioengineer who specialized in the weird genetic material of Venusian plant life, playing with the metabolic pathways that controlled growth and maintenance. No doubt a lot of her attempts to build habitats out of trawlers had sunk into the atmosphere until incineration, but her successes were astonishing. "Merci. You're not in the market for a trawler to replace the Kozovskal Devon, are you?" Marie-Pierre asked. Mart shook her head, admiring the arching lines of the veining in the ceiling. "Not exactly." Brother and sister looked at her warily. "I was hoping to discuss political matters with you." Mark made a face, pushed himself off the table, and walked back into an area that looked like a lab. Marie-Pierre put 2 glasses and a green juice on the galley table. The boys disappeared into a room. Marie-Pierre poured. "A bit shocking what happened in l'Assemblée, isn't it?" Mart asked. "You're going to have to be clever," Marie-Pierre said. "Clever isn't going to save me the Kozovskal Devon," Mart said. "I'm looking for options, though." She sipped. It was a mint juice, close to a cold tea. "Do you have any? I might." "And you came here," Marie-Pierre said. "You looking for a trawler?" Mart looked in the direction of the lab and the boys' room. She leaned across the table and spoke quietly. "I have a business opportunity, but it's not the kind of opportunity I can talk about with many people." Marie-Pierre raised an eyebrow doubtfully. "The Dockions have found something very, very valuable on the surface of Venus," Mart said. Marie-Pierre regarded her patiently, the way she might wait out a barterer to see his opening price. "What we found could economically transform Venus, including our relationship with the Bank of Pallas." "The bank you've been criticizing for some time," Marie-Pierre said. "To be fair, I also criticize the government. You don't worry that I might run off and carry this news to l'Assemblée? You don't know what we've found or where it is, and Venus is big." "Why me?" Mart finished her mint juice, then played with the condensation it left on the table. "You're a straight shooter," she said slowly. "I think you have an incentive to help us, and I think you're smart enough to contextualize a small theft within the larger scheme of events." "A theft. A small theft, in the bigger picture. I trade on the black market, but I'm not interested in being a thief, or in helping one." Mart nodded, sliding her glass into the middle of the table. "I understand," she said. "It probably wasn't a sound idea. You weren't the only partner we needed. I can go." "You're not going to pursue your incalculable wealth?" Marie-Pierre asked. "You were my plan A. I'll have to develop a plan B." "What was plan A?" Marie-Pierre was staring at her. Marie-Pierre the bioengineer and Marie-Pierre the black marketeer were accustomed to being frank and being treated frankly. That's why she didn't like l'Assemblée. Empty words. Posturing. "The government wants to take the Kozovskal Devon," Mart said. "We need enough metal to build something on the surface. If it sank and looked like an accident, it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world." "Steal a whole habitat? It wouldn't be hard to make it look like it really sank," Mart said. "No one gets blamed." "Ballsy," Marie-Pierre said. She hadn't said reprehensible, or underhanded, or cowardly. "I'm sure I can come up with something after we lose the Kozovskal," Mart said. Marie-Pierre eyed her unfinished juice. "What exactly does very, very valuable look like?" she asked. "Unique," Mart said. "Hard to exploit, hard to hold on to, but I think incalculable is a reasonable valuation." "Mineral?" Marie-Pierre asked. "Animal? Vegetable? Technological?" "Scientific and technological," Mart said, after musing on it. "And everyone will want it." "Oui," Mart said. but we're staking our claim. And the government has a right to it, just like they have a right to the Kozopskal Devon, just like they have a right to your bioengineered trawlers, Mart said. And what kind of cut of incalculable had you considered for me? I don't know yet, Mart said. Do you want to talk about it with us? You Dakions are hard to trust. Have you ever known me or my father to be anything but plain speakers? No, and that's what got you into your trouble. And you? Maybe, Marie-Pierre said. I never built the alliances I should have in L'Assemblée, but I'm not stupid either. I don't know your father except by deed. He hasn't got my back. If it's a choice between me and one of the Dakion children, I have no illusions about the decision he'd make. That's no way to think about working together. Visit the Kozopskal de Profondeur, Mart said. If you can be discreet, we can talk there. Marie-Pierre slid her finger on the table, dragging condensation into thinning roads that she considered intently. No promises, no expectations, she said finally. I'm just going for information. 29. The flotilla of 92 habitats and factory floats around the Baie-Comeau was slowly crossing the Terminator into night. The forwardmost habitats were already in the somber starscape, like tiny distant ships sailing on a curving reddened sea. The Baie-Comeau had begun dropping in altitude. Although the lower winds were more turbulent, it was slightly warmer, enough that they needed less battery power to keep the greenhouses from freezing. Gachel liked watching the habitats transition from 48-hour day to 48-hour night. The crops grew under lamps, the industries ran on low power, her people turned to indoor work and family time, and enjoyed more sleep in what they called the long night. The two men sat with their backs to the window. We did some looking, Madame la Présidente, Labourière said. Monsieur Tétrault found some interesting things. Tétrault turned a pad so she could see his display. Tétrault cleared his throat. It turns out that only 3 families regularly submit meteorological reports as deep as 45th rang, Tétrault said. The Mignon family, the Cyr family, and the Daquillon family. Of course it might be Marthe Daquillon, Labourière said in exasperation. Tétrault was looking for some sign from Gachel's face. She didn't give one. The Mignons and Daquillons herd and modify their own trawlers, Tétrault said. Just small stuff, not full bioengineering. They trade oxygen and water with other coureurs and occasionally with upper atmosphere families. Black market, Gachel said. Oui, madame, Tétrault replied. Black markets were a necessary evil. Tétrault knew it, Labourière knew it, she knew it. She still didn't like it. What about the Cyrs? She asked. Trawler breeders in the lower cloud decks, Labourière said. They spend more time at 50th rang, but they also descend and have submitted MET reports from lower altitudes. If we wanted to, how fast could you find them? She asked. This doesn't give us much more to go on, Tétrault said. They don't submit the reports in real time or from their central trawlers. They'll transmit upward through a transmitter-repeater setup on the most distant trawlers in their herds. But you can build up patterns over time, she said. Where they've been, they'll go again. The Daquillons and the Mignons are also volcano chasers, Tétrault said. They fitted some of their trawlers to drag nets of rosette fronds through the lower cloud deck, and especially the subcloud haze, where volcanic ash may be floating. They can harvest up to a dozen kilograms of metals and minerals in a good month of trawling. But this means that they'll go wherever they think volcanoes and really low storms have conspired to lift metallic and mineral dust into the subcloud haze. Gachel didn't look pleased. I pulled in some favors, Tétrault offered. I have a cousin married to a coureur at 55th rang. He looked into acquiring some metals from Daquillon. They met up, and he traded for some. He sent me up a sample. Gachel's eyebrows rose. Tétrault produced a small plastic Ziploc bag with about 30 grams of black powder. Very mildly radioactive, he said. Nothing that couldn't be explained by contamination. She took the bag, squeezed it. The texture was wrong. This isn't volcanic ash, she said. It's been processed? I've seen processed ash, he said. It's finer than this. This has been roughly ground. What does that mean? I used labs on the Petit Kamarasca, he said. These aren't the normal elements that come out of volcanic ash. It's heavily enriched with iridium, tungsten, and platinum group metals. We haven't looked very hard for platinum metals on the surface, she said, squeezing the bag again, considering the grains. We don't think we'll ever find any, Labourière said. Tungsten and platinum group metals bind strongly to iron. During the resurfacing of Venus 500 million years ago, iron sank in the molten crust. We should never see these metals coming out of volcanoes, Tétreault added. We would expect to see them in iron-nickel asteroids. Not only that, there are fragments of clays mixed in this sample. Very few, but they're there. Venus has no clays because it has no water. Her office had dimmed as they passed the Terminator. Now the lights came on. She placed the bag on her desk between them. And how many ways are there to get asteroidal metal and fragments of clays down to the 45th rung? She asked. Labourière made a doubtful face. The same 2 ways Woodward hit you with, he said finally. One of the Coureurs is trading with one of the other banks in secret, or the Bank of Pallas is trading with the Coureurs in secret and isn't telling you. She sat back. The darkness outside had closed in. The approaching cloud tops gave the impression of being poised to swallow the Baikomo. Since the Bank of Pallas brought these to us, we might assume that it isn't them, she said, meaning the Coureurs are playing with other banks, violating our loan contracts with the Bank of Pallas. Unless the Bank of Pallas is setting up a false flag operation to find us in violation in advance of our next debt negotiations, Labourière said glumly. Gachal ground her teeth. What made you focus on Daquillon? She asked. Georges-Étienne Daquillon doesn't have any love for the government, Tétreault said, and this happened just after Marthe Daquillon started posting her arguments in the flotilla web. The Mignots don't love us either, she mused, but Georges-Étienne's resentment is old. My talk with Marthe wasn't very useful, Labourière said. I offered spots on the Forillon, but I don't think she'll be easy to buy off. Everyone has a weakness, Gachal said. Find out what theirs is. The second son, Emile, isn't rumored to be much of a friend to his father, Tétreault said. Bit of a drunk and drughead. Doesn't sound like getting him on our side would do much, Gachal said. I made first contact with him. Now might be the time to try seeing what we can get from him, Tétreault said, while Marthe is in the depths consulting with her family. I want to know where they are, where they all are, Gachal said. She gently ground the powder in the plastic bag. If someone is getting radioactives from another bank, or even from our bank, we need to know, and we need to know fast, she said. Put planes and drones into the atmosphere. I want a real search. If we can't figure out who's doing it, and it puts the colony in danger, we may need to arrest all 3 families and search their habitats. 30. Pascal rose and rose with a queasy, excited nodding in his stomach. He was in an emergency safe bag, basically a hammock chair inside a narrow plastic umbrella sheet sealed at the bottom. The whole thing hung under a flabby balloon of oxygen, carrying him higher and higher. Every coureur had enough of these for everyone who lived in their trawlers, for getting to urgent medical attention or to flee a sinking habitat. The balloon would only take him up to about 58th rang, but La Colonie distributed itself so that at any time some habitat of the flotilla was within a few hours and could provide a pickup. But Pascal wasn't going to call for help. His brother Emile was going to get him. Be careful, Georges-Étienne had said, assembling the safe bag on the gantry for him. I will, Pa. Watch the storms, his father said. If they get bad, drop and try again later, or duck and find a coureur habitat. I've been herding with you for years, Pa. Don't trust anyone up there, his father said. Don't tell anyone except Focus that you're a Daquillon. I won't, Pa, Pascal said. That includes your brother, his father said, dropping the plastic around his survival suit. I know, Pa. Pascal had dutifully lifted one foot, then the other, so that Georges-Étienne could seal him in. His father fussed with the wires, gave him a hug, and then inflated the balloon. It rose, bumping its way up the undercurve of the Kozopskal de Profondeur. When he was done, it tugged hard on its peg. His father looked through both their faceplates and the layer of plastic. Come home, Pascal. I will, Pa. He gave his father the thumbs up. Georges-Étienne pulled the slip knot, and Pascal swung off the gantry. Before he could swing back, the top of the Kozopskal de Profondeur was already 5 meters beneath him. 2 more swings, and his home was a darker smear in the hot haze. Then it was gone, and he found himself peering futilely up through the acid-covered sheeting. But there was nothing to see except the inscrutable balloon carrying him higher and higher. The haze was the same from every direction, which was why so few coureurs lived this far down. They could collect metal dust and ash from the clouds, but the haze was hard on the trawlers. And the people. The altimeter in his helmet showed him rising fast. At 46 kilometers, the temperature dropped below the boiling point of water. The altitude tickled in his stomach, even though it was nothing different. He'd worked with his father outside for 3 years in the suit and wing pack Chloe had worn as a teenager, but always within a few kilometers of the habitat. He felt different now. He'd left home. For the first time. He was terrified of what he would see, of what the world would see in him. Was this what Emil had felt like when he'd left home? His stomach lurched, not from the wind. He hadn't thought about Emil's leaving for a while. He didn't like feeling that the family was breaking apart. 5 years ago, he'd been 13, feeling odd in his skin, and his family had already been breaking for some time. Maman had been dead for 5 years, and Mart had been in the upper atmosphere for a year. Pa and Emil yelling woke him. The youngest of the children, Pascal, had missed the beginning of many arguments and didn't speak the shorthand adults used to fight. Jeannot snored restlessly. "How is that responsible?" Emil demanded. "No medicine, no rations. Who are you helping? What if Pascal gets sick? Or Alexis? Or Jeannot, Osti?" Both of them had been drinking. Pascal slipped from his hammock. "Jeannot doesn't have medicine," Emil slurred. "That hasn't changed. All you've done is said that you won't let anyone in your family get medicine or rations. That's for your brother," Pa yelled. Emil and Pa stood toe-to-toe. Emil's head almost brushed the inner wooden ceiling of the habitat, but Pa was bigger. His heart made him bigger. Being their father made him bigger, and there was a hesitation in Emil's stance in the face of Pa's heart. "Nobody changed their minds," Emil said. "We're just down here rotting, making your moral gesture. Tabarnak. We're not even doing that. We get rations now, thanks to Mart." "We're not eating goddamn government rations," Pa said, stabbing his finger into Emil's chest. "Mart grew every damn bean she sends us. Every habitat does that," Emil said, waving his hand dismissively. "We went almost 20 years with less food than we needed to because you wanted to make your point. Colon, Jeannot is the point. If you don't love him, go find some fucking medicine." Emil leaned closer. "I can, anytime I want. So can Mart. Even you can. You know who can't? Maman, because you brought us down here. You killed her." Pa stood in white-faced shock. Pascal, in the shadows, stood stupidly. Pascal had never connected Jeannot and living in the depths and Maman. Pa swung his fist at Emil, but Emil was fast. He caught Pa's fist in one hand and held it there against all of Pa's force. They stared at each other over the shaking fist. Emil seemed to grow taller as his right arm drew back. Pa looked at Emil in eye-narrowed defiance. Pascal ran out. "No, arrêtez!" Emil's fist snapped forward, knocking back Pa's head, throwing him to the floor. "Pa!" Pascal screamed. He hammered his fists into his brother's arm and ribs. It didn't do anything but hurt his hands. Emil put his hand on Pascal's head gently, the way Jeannot touched Alexis. "You'll see one day, Pascal," Emil said slowly. A tear ran down his cheek. Pa rolled up, holding his eye, looking up at Emil. "Get out," he said coldly, quietly. "I wish you'd never been born. You're not a real man." Emil turned, patting Pascal's head as he walked to the airlock. "No!" Pascal screamed. "Go where? He can't go anywhere. It's too hot to stay out. He has to come back to cool off." Emil was putting on his survival suit. Jeannot was groaning awake. Alexis mewed in his hammock. "Emil, don't go," Pascal said. His brother sealed the chest of his suit. Pascal wiped his eyes. Papa, make him stop. Take it back. Emil, take it back." Pa rose from the floor, still holding his eye. Jeannot was up and didn't understand. Emil's back was to them, and he fitted on his helmet, snapping closed the seals. "Emil!" Pascal cried, and he ran across the line as Emil stepped to the airlock door. "Pascal!" Pa yelled. Pascal gripped his brother's waist and looked down, seeing his bare feet across the line. There was no burning. The acid burned inside him. Emil stroked Pascal's hair with a gloved hand, then gently picked him up under the arms and set him on the right side of the line. "Emil," Pascal said, but so quiet that Emil couldn't hear him through the helmet. Emil opened the airlock and stepped in. "Take it back." "Emil is going outside?" Jeannoud asked. Pa came to Jeannoud, planted a kiss on the top of his head, and then moved to the kitchen, still holding his eye and swearing. Jeannoud neared. You shouldn't cross the line, he said to Pascal. You're a good boy, but you shouldn't cross the line. Pascal began sobbing and hugged Jeannoud around the chest. Jeannoud hugged him back tightly. Emile had never come back. His trip to the upper atmosphere was the exact one that Pascal was taking now. Clouds roiled, changing shape tirelessly. Most of the time he was inside them, and it was darker, but bubbles of clear air shot through the clouds, some of them kilometers across. He felt movement. He felt himself rising with a frisson of aimless terror. He would come back. Whatever he found up there, it wouldn't be home. Suddenly the world brightened and expanded. Les Plains opened around him, the vast cave Venus had carved out of her own clouds. He'd been this high once, when the Coups des Profondeurs had been blown here in a storm, but then it had been like floating on a torn floor, with streamers of clouds reaching like funnels all the way through the clear air and into the middle cloud deck. Les Plains today was pristinely flat, her ochre cloud tops beneath him and clear air with a smooth ceiling of orange-yellow clouds a kilometer above. A thin drizzle of rain ran off the plastic around him. He clutched the straps tighter as he regarded the world from this false height, as if he might fall. He didn't like seeing so far. It felt unnatural. The last time he'd seen this, he'd been standing protected on the gantry, the front porch of his home. His heart thumped in his chest. He swayed gently as he passed through a cell of heavier air, and soon he approached the ceiling of Les Plains, wide and endless, puffy burnt yellows mixed with pale shadowed browns. Inexorably his balloon carried him back into the enveloping mist, and he felt better, surrounded, hidden. Every few moments in the middle deck, the east wind pushed his balloon westward, and he swayed. The higher he climbed, the faster the winds would carry him. He was probably many kilometers west of the Coups des Profondeurs by now. Rain pattered harder against the bag protecting his suit from the acid. He marveled at the size of the big drops. They ran in rivulets off the survival sack, cloudy with the acidophilic Venusian bacteria that floated in the cloud decks. He liked the thrumming of rain. He became disembodied, one with the storm and with the cooling of the air. Layers separated him from the world, so that he could imagine himself bodiless, a creature of thought and feeling, detached and peaceful. This feeling lasted for a long time, until he floated up, out of the middle cloud deck, and into the big openness of Gondalet. He'd never been this high before. The light was becoming strange. The polarized yellow began to feel directional and bright. Light was definitely coming from above, from a single source. Holding one glove over another made a fuzzy shadow, like artificial indoor lights did. As he rose, the world took on an unnatural quality, an unreal focus. Still, the vast openness of Gondalet didn't make him uneasy. He felt like an explorer, like he was a world away, and that everything he saw would be strange. The slowly moving ceiling of Gondalet held its breath as his expanding balloon pulled him into the brightness. And in that strange cloud, almost clean with its yellow whiteness, shadows passed, sinking relative to him. For a long time he couldn't make them out, until the mists thinned in a warmer air cell, and a great armada of rosettes revealed itself to him, all floating in stately dignity. Rosettes were the smaller cousins of the wild trawlers, with bulbous heads, heavy weights grown beneath for ballast, and wide fronds above for filtering bacteria from the winds. Pascal had lived his life too deep to have ever seen any of these strictly photosynthetic creatures before. They were beautiful, and it felt like the wildlife of Venus was sharing the clouds with him on purpose. They sank from view as he rose into another cloud bank and a new tapping shower of sulfuric acid. A few minutes later his radio crackled. "Pascal?" Pascal scanned the two bright clouds. "Emile?" he said. "Pascal!" a voice said through the static. "Got a fix on you. Be right there." Pascal's heart thumped faster with nervous excitement. He'd been sneaking brief messages to Emile over the last year, but he'd gotten back little more than unsettling poems. Haunting genius soaked his brother's poetry, a longing that frightened him by resonating with some unknown part of himself. But apart from that, he didn't know his brother. Pascal's safe bag lurched, rocked, and began sinking. The ropes shook, and feet stepped above his seat. Together they sank. A knife came out, and the plastic ripped away and fell around him. Then the knife was gone, and the sure feet slipped into footholds. A massive angel with great light wings grabbed Pascal. "You got big!" Emil's blue eyes glittered behind his faceplate over a bearded face. Pascal smiled and nodded. "Stay there a sec," Emil said, letting him go and pulling something big from behind him. "You've never used upper atmosphere wing packs, eh?" "No." Emil hooked an arm through the seat as they sank, and sulfuric acid rain started speckling their suits. One-handed, Emil levered the second wing pack to Pascal's back. Emil was so big. He remembered Emil as a giant, but it was like Pascal was still a child compared to Emil. Pascal shrugged into the strange wing pack, strapped it tight, and plugged it into a pocket jack. A new dashboard appeared inside his faceplate. "It's almost like flying with the lower deck wing packs," Emil said, "but these are sensitive as anything. Steady hand, and they're like parachutes in a cross-current or updraft." "I can do it," Pascal said. Emil clapped him on his chest, grinning. "Of course you can, little brother. Go. I'll follow to make sure the safe bag doesn't snag us." Pascal climbed up the ropes and freed his feet. The wings were huge. Furled, they went past his feet. "Dive, straighten out, unfurl, and then spin up your engine," Emil said. "If you haven't flown these before, you don't want to dive backward." Pascal leapt, trying not to shake Emil much. He plummeted through the cloud. Pascal had been flying for years, and he oriented himself fast, opening his wings. They pulled him into level flight at once. He greened the engine, and it roared to life, thrusting him forward, climbing. "Right behind you," Emil said in his radio. "Be aggressive with the angle of attack. These things are hard to stall. If it gets bumpy, keep climbing. Getting above the turbulence of Les Rapides Plats will be choppy." Pascal felt strangely young. It had been a long time since Emil had taught him anything. Not that he'd ever taught Pascal anything useful. Marthe and Chloe and Pa taught him all he knew about living on Venus. Emil taught him to make fart noises with his armpit, how to make spitballs, and how to burn holes in scrap metal when Pa and Chloe were out of the habitat. But Emil's eager encouragement made the past touch the present in a happy way. Pascal got a feel for the wings, shifting his weight, testing the control surfaces before throttling up. The lift they produced was startling, and the air was so light around him. The wings from down home suddenly felt clumsy and poor. But he wasn't underestimating what was coming. He'd read that from the cloud tops, La Colonie could look down upon a washerboard pattern of clouds, road tubes going on forever into the distance. The wind moved too slowly in the depths to form rolling convection cells like what the colonists called Les Rapides Plats. Pascal was coming at Les Rapides Plats from underneath, and even before he'd come close, the turbulence vibrated his whole body. He kept his throttle on full, increased his angle of attack, and with a terrifying shudder in his wings, he was swept violently upward. The straps squeezed him, twisting, and his wing pack creaked. "Throttle to full!" Emil called. He already had, but it was hard to pick the right angle of attack, or even stick to one. Every few moments one wind or another tried to tip him. An updraft lifted him dizzyingly fast, and at the crest of his rise the wind tried to claw back at the tip of his port wing. "Bank right!" Emil said. The mist churned. It was almost easy to see some of its invisible movements, but he didn't have an intuition for it. He banked right and exited the rolling convection cell at its peak. As he looked up, the clouds turned on themselves, vapor twisting into ghostly tubes, like a washerboard visible only against a certain angle of light. The upper winds blew so much faster that the next layer beneath acted like the rollers on a conveyor belt. "Pick a cell," Emil said. "Get the direction right, and then get in at the bottom and ride the updraft. Go on, don't wait too long." Pascal timed it and flew straight into the bottom of a horizontal barrel of wind a kilometer in diameter, striated with filaments of cloud pulled into long, thin strings. A twisting wind wrenched him sideways. He struggled to level his flight. He swooped down, throttled, and pulled up again, and winds buffeted him with no pattern. He was used to storms. He lived among them. But deep storms were immense things, with churning wind streams kilometers wide. For every meter he climbed here, the roaring, battering wind knocked him down half. "Increase your angle of attack," Emil said. "You just have to power through the turbulence." He did it. It was hard, but he did it. Over the next torturous 15 minutes, Pascal climbed 2 kilometers before finally emerging from the invisible mob of windy fists wrenching him around. He felt like he'd worked an hour running new cabling off a trawler. His brother was saying encouraging things in the radio, but Pascal was almost too tired to hear, and the stars were all around, winking through the last layers of clouds. Pascal throttled full again and plunged into what he thought was the bottom of another air cell, intending to climb. He entered poorly, the lower edges of it far bigger than he was expecting, as was its speed. His engine keened and he pulled up, following the rise of the cell. "Beautiful," Emil said. It was dizzying, thrilling. His stomach left itself somewhere down in the bottom arc. He climbed and shot out the top, and the air, while still unruly, became manageable. Venus stopped playing with him. The clouds above glowed a searing white. His faceplate tried auto-darkening, but he overrode it, craning his neck to look sideways at the bright disk forming behind the clouds. It was too intense to look at straight on. The sun. He was going to see the sun for the first time. The clouds broke, and a terrible, burning whiteness stared back at him. His eyes watered, and finally he had to look away, blinking at tears. The top of the upper cloud deck wasn't regular and flattened like the floors of Les Plains or Grand Allée. Its bright surface sloped up over cloudy hills, dove into wide valleys and through shadowed caverns of mist. Vaporous cumulus foothills rose into towering mountains of cumulonimbus. In some places, fingers of moisture reached over transparent hollows of air, while in others, bursts of cyclonic fury funneled columns of yellow-white toward the black sky. This textured aerial world bore no correspondence to Venus's corrugated gray flesh below. It was enchanting and unsettlingly false. "It's your first time seeing the stars, isn't it?" Emil asked. "It's beautiful." "Day or night, the stars are always shining." Emil darted ahead on a steep climb. "Come on." Pascal followed. They made for a habitat shining green in the distance. As they neared, others came into view, dozens hovering like tiny emeralds in the cloudscape. The strange dirigibles with bloated, transparent envelopes contained more green than he'd ever seen. Accustomed as he was to the organic shapes and cobbled-together grafting of the living trawler habitats, there was something marvelous about the smooth, straight lines in the habitats, even those with obvious acid damage and missing paint and discolored panels. In the far, far distance, almost out of sight, other humans flew on wing packs like his, strangers. He knew almost no one outside of his family, and those he'd met were all visiting Kurur. The thought of talking to strangers excited him with an edge of panic. They came closer and closer to a habitat, and finally circled it once and then landed. Pascal flubbed the landing. The wing pack was too sensitive. In the depths of 45th Wrong, they had to land under the habitat by stalling just before hitting hanging nets. Here, at the 65th Wrong, he had to land on a flat surface. When he flared to kill his forward speed, he overdid it and flipped onto his back and hit the deck before sliding into the crash netting. He didn't have time to sort himself out before strong hands lifted him entirely out of the netting. "That was great, Pascal," Emil said. "I've never seen anyone fly so well on their first time. You should have seen me when I first tried these stupid things, and I was older than you." Emil set him on his feet. It felt strange to have nothing above them but black starry sky and the sun. And Emil's full size was apparent now. He was big, taller than Pascal by 30 or 40 centimeters, and much wider, heavily muscled under his suit. Emil was smiling down at him through the faceplate. "Come here, little brother," Emil said, hugging him close. "I missed you." "Me too," Pascal said. They got themselves out of the wing packs, which wasn't easy. Pascal's wings were longer than he was tall, and he had to bend over to furl them. After they neutralized and stowed the wing packs, Emil put an arm around his shoulders and gestured wide. "Welcome to the upper world," he said. "The sun, the stars, all the habitats." When Pascal couldn't think of anything to say, Emil filled the silence again. "I'm really glad you came." "Me too," was all Pascal could think to say. Emil dropped his arm. "I'm sorry I left you with the old man," he said. "I couldn't live with him any more. It was for the best." Pascal nodded. "And I'm sorry I wasn't there to help look for Chloé and Mathurin. It wouldn't have helped." He wanted to say something nice about Emil's poetry, but he didn't understand where he fit into the verses. He didn't know yet how to untangle the sadness in the poems, the sadness in missing his brother, and the sadness that throbbed in him. "It's good to see you," Emil said, grabbing Pascal's shoulders. At the edge of the platform on top of the habitat, fenced by netting, was a set of stairs down the side. The view from them was dizzying for no reason at all. It wasn't the faint sounds carried to his helmet on winds too thin to properly touch him. He'd lived his whole life on heights, but he'd never seen any of them. He'd lived in clouds without definition, life without shape, within a reddened darkness like a baby might have felt in a womb. And now he was under the cold stars. The cloud tops reflected an eye-stinging white light with no heat or pressure from Venus at all, like he was in a numb, deaf new world. He felt like crawling back into the gloom of the clouds. Pascal gripped the railing. It wasn't far. 3 meters down, out of the ghostly wind, was an airlock door. Emil spun the handle, and they stepped in. Pascal reached for his neutralizing pad and wiped. Emil laughed when he saw the fraying carbon fiber rag embedded with sodium bicarbonate. Emil took it and looked at it. "How long have you been carrying this around, Pascal? Was this Mart's or mine before you got it? Throw it away." He pulled plastic-wrapped pads out of a pouch and gave one to Pascal. Pascal put his old cloth back in his pocket and unwrapped the pad. It might not be new, but it was newer than anything he'd ever seen. "Turn around," Emil said, spinning Pascal with a big hand. The pressure of his brother's hand ran on the top and back of his helmet, around the neck seals, over his whole back and shoulders, and under his arms, neutralizing the sulfuric acid. "Sapristi," Emil said, sounding eerily like Pa. "This suit is a walking wreck. You need a new suit." "Jean-Eudes has been patching it for me," Pascal said nervously. The hands on his back stopped. "He's been doing a good job," Emil said as the hand moved to the lower back. "You know, Maman and I taught him how to patch suits, eh? Took the little bugger years to not burn his fingers with the sealant. He got frustrated and cried." Emil's hands worked at the backs of Pascal's legs. "I taught him how to wash dishes so I wouldn't have to. Lost cause, though. Maman didn't let me get away with it." Emil's voice was distant, longing. "I taught him and Alexis how to check the valves for leaks," Pascal said. "He likes that, too." "No shit. You're a good brother," Emil said, finishing the backs of Pascal's legs and heels. "So is Jean-Eudes," he said more quietly. For a moment, awkward silence held them. Then Pascal turned, and Emil turned his back and dutifully lifted his arms. Pascal had to reach for the top of Emil's helmet. His suit was almost patch-free, new and shiny, with good pockets sealed against the acid. They wiped down their own fronts and sides, and then their seals again, while the airlock finished hissing in new air. Finally, Emil wheeled open the next door, revealing a long interior hallway filled with drawers and shelves. Windows opened onto the bright greenhouse layer. They cracked the neck seals on their helmets. The air was cool and thin. He breathed deeply. It was like inhaling nothing. The atmosphere was a ghost. Emil pulled off his helmet and grinned down at him from a tangled brown beard. "I can't believe how much you've grown up," he said. "You're a good-looking kid. We should show you a nice girl." Pascal's cheeks heated, and he looked at his feet. Emil laughed. "Oh, they're going to love you." The lack of air felt suffocating. The heat in his cheeks, the cold air, his brother, the pressure of pretending. He took a deep breath. "It's so big," Pascal said. "This is just a work area. The living area is smaller." They followed narrow stairs down the inside of the envelope. "Everything looks so clean and new," Pascal said. "They're really going to scrap it?" "Oh, this isn't the Cause of Scaldevant," Emil said. We're on l'avant-gardiste. A friend of mine is crashing here. I need to get to the Marais des Nuages, Pascal said, stopping. I know. This will take just a minute. I wanted you to meet someone. Who? Thérèse. She's special to me. I want her to know my family. Hasn't she met Marthe? Pascal said. A quick, furtive flinch darted over Émile's face, but he put on a smile that Pascal wasn't sure was real. Marthe is a handful sometimes. It wasn't a great meeting. And you're my little brother. I'm proud of you. He slapped Pascal's shoulder, and Pascal felt himself smiling. Marthe showed me all the engineering texts she got for you. You're going to be somebody, one of the bosses who tells mechanics like me and Marthe what to do. Can you imagine? I can't wait to grab my deck buddies and say, look, our boss is my little brother. I need to talk to Focus, Pascal said. This won't take long. Come on. Émile led Pascal down the last stairs, through a single pressure door and into a small space that was kitchen, dining area, and living area. No one was here, but Pascal marveled at the lines, the way everything fit together. Machine beautiful. She works night shifts mostly, Émile whispered, and crashes in friends' hammocks when they're not using them. Émile peeked around a curtain into a bedroom. What is it? A woman's voice said, not sleepy at all. I have a visitor, ma chérie, Émile said. My little brother is here. He can't stay here. No, baby, I just wanted him to meet you. She sighed heavily. I don't have to, Pascal said as his stomach turned on itself again. No, it's okay. She's going to love you. Émile pulled on his arm until they passed the curtain into a gloomy room. A thin, black-haired woman rocked on a hammock, cigarette between two lazy fingers. Her undershirt was sleeveless, and ornate images ran up her arms and over bony ribs. She was beautiful, austere, stormy, and utterly unself-conscious. A sadness crept upon him, a kind of mourning envy for the self-possession this woman had that he couldn't imagine ever having. He doesn't look anything like you, she said in a bored drawl. Émile laughed. No? Lucky him, eh? I take after my pa. Pascal looks like maman. And he's smart. He's burning his way through the engineering curriculum, and he's getting top marks. Émile stepped awkwardly to Thérèse and kissed her cheek. Pascal, this is Thérèse. She's an artist and my muse. I've read Émile's poetry, Pascal said. You must be a good muse. Thérèse looked at Émile, who looked sheepish, and Pascal thought he'd said something wrong. It was really nice meeting your brother, Émile, she said finally. She turned to Pascal. It was very nice to meet you, Pascal. Will I see you later? Émile asked her. I'm working on a new piece, she said impatiently. The room was bare of anything artistic. Émile kissed her cheek again, took a drag on her cigarette, and handed it back to her. Then he was shepherding Pascal out the door, back through the pressure door and up the stairs. She's an artist, Émile said apologetically. She has an artistic soul, you know. Her muse strikes when it strikes. I think she liked you. She's great, isn't she? Yeah, Pascal said. It's hard to be with an artist. Pascal had to stop halfway up the stairs to catch his wheezing breath. Émile patted his shoulder. Happens to all of us, buddy, he said. You'll get over it in about a month. Pascal didn't say he wasn't going to be here a month. Émile must have known that. Thanks for saying something nice about my poetry, Émile said. I might be getting better. You're the only one I've ever shown it to. Really? Why? Poetry is something close, especially if it sucks, Émile said, smiling easily. Who else could I show it to? Marthe? Think I need her judging me more? Thérèse? I'm trying to impress her. Jean-Eudes wouldn't understand. You're the only one I can trust. He felt like hugging Émile. He felt for a moment like they were family. But he was a stranger, too. It pisses off Thérèse that I don't show her. She might even wonder if I'm actually writing anything. Around every beautiful artist, you'll get a lot of guys who will just pretend just to be around her. I fucking hate poseurs. Émile was still smiling, his eyes bright, his sheer faith in the conversation dragging it forward. But the last statement was true. Pascal saw it. Émile hated people who pretended to be what they weren't. With a sinking feeling, Pascal turned, as if from a blow, and began trudging up the stairs. He slipped on his helmet, sealed it, and turned the air to 1.5 atmospheres. 31. Pascal and Émile winged across the constellation of floating habitats. The Marais des Nuages, the focus habitat, was 40 kilometers ahead, and their wing-pack engines whined in the high, thin air. They climbed high enough that even the wayward white mists and snow clouds floated beneath them, with the habitats laid out like tumbled gems on yellow-white velvet. They flew among the stars now, stars extended in every direction, limited only by the gentle curve of Venus and the sun. "Where's the Earth?" Pascal asked. "Behind the sun right now, I think," Emile said. "We'll catch up to it in a couple of weeks." Pascal was vaguely disappointed. He hadn't realized until now that he'd wanted to see the Earth. He was Venusian. That was the only certainty he had about who he was. But even the Venusians had come from somewhere. His parents had been born in Quebec. His blood came from Earth. If he went there, he would find cemeteries marking the passing of the people who had come before. Ancestors. People left no mark on Venus. His mother left no mark other than her children and her husband. No Venusian had a grave. The Earth would only have been a tiny disk, perhaps just a blue dot, but he felt that it would have been something to see his roots, something to ground him. "When are you going to move up to 65th Rang?" Emile asked. "We could spend time together. I could show you around, how to live up here. It's weird and different, but so much better." His brother's voice sounded lonely, but Pascal couldn't see him. Emile was just a featureless winged figure ahead. Pascal wanted to bridge the gulf between them, but he didn't know how. "Jeannot and I talk about you sometimes," Pascal said. "When Pa isn't listening, he's going to want to hear everything about you." "You're not going to come up?" "Jeannot and Alexis need me." "You don't belong in the lower decks, Pascal. Pa has to take responsibility for Jeannot. Bring Alexis with you." Emile began a slow glide path, aiming towards a habitat ahead and below. "Jeannot would miss us," Pascal said, "like we miss you." Emile was silent for a long time. "I miss you too," he said finally. "Come back. I can't. Make up with Pa," Pascal said. "I don't belong in the lower decks." "Where do you belong, Emile?" The habitat had resolved into a small dirigible wrapped in black solar cells and a hydroponic greenhouse. It looked older than the avant-gardiste, patched like Pascal's suit, with seam lines running awkwardly like scars. To his engineer's eye, the lines recorded a history of failure and near failure. "I don't know," Emile said. His older brother began spoiling his airflow, slowing, increasing his angle of attack, and throttling down as he drifted lower and lower. Emile signaled him to approach first. It was hard to copy Emile's expert flight exactly. Pascal wished he could have used his own wing pack here, but it wasn't designed for air this thin. Stall alarms kept going off in his helmet, despite what Emile had said. Clumsily, he swoop flared, and came down too fast on the platform roof, but did what he was supposed to do, get feet and hands on the deck and furl his wings. He came close to the crash nets, but hadn't needed them this time. "Are you okay?" Emile called in his helmet, alighting gracefully on 2 feet beside him. Pascal got his knees under him and tried to stand, but fell forward when the furled wingtips touched the deck. "Whoa, little buddy," Emile said, catching him with one arm on his chest and the other holding up his wing pack. "Unstrap." Pascal popped the straps and walked free. Emile held his wing pack in one hand, opening a long case in the floor to rack both sets. "When I first got here," Emile said, "my baby sister had to teach me how to use these things." Pascal laughed. The outer envelope of the dirigible and the port side of the habitat had the same type of stairs. Pascal cautiously stepped down. "Do they know we're coming?" Emile asked. "No." "You didn't call ahead?" "From the lower cloud decks," Pascal said. "Martha and Pa want to keep this discreet." "What do you need from Focus?" Emile asked. "It's political, something I'm cooking up with Mart." "You're cooking up?" Pascal faced his brother on the landing in front of the airlock. "What is it?" Emile asked. Pascal switched to a low frequency unused by the main habitats and reduced the wattage on his transmitter. He made the coureur hand sign for switching to that frequency. Emile hadn't been so long under the sun that he'd forgotten where he'd come from. "What are you cooking?" Emile asked again on the new quiet channel. "I can't tell you, and I need to talk to Focus privately." "What?" Emile demanded, loud enough that Pascal heard him through the faint air. "I'm not good enough to listen to what concerns my family? I'm losing my home, too." "It's not that, Emile," Pascal said. "What we're trying may be dangerous. The less you know, the safer you are." "I'm not afraid. If there's danger, I want to be in on it." "Maybe," Pascal said. For now, we go this way. We're probably going to need help in a few days. Weird help. I need to talk to Mart. Mart and Pa? Emil asked. You can't decide on your own? You can't let in your own brother? Pascal stared up at Emil. His brother's faceplate was fogging over his beard. You know what? Emil threw up his hands. Fuck it. Talk in private all you want. Fuck you. I'll wait out here. And after this, don't ask for my help. A sick feeling of regret welled in his stomach, like Venus herself was bleeding into him. Pascal had messed this up. He'd pissed off his brother because he didn't have the right words, the right skills to deal with people the way Mart could. Pascal wasn't like Maman. Pascal was like Pa. Pascal turned to the airlock and spun the wheel. He stepped in and looked back at Emil, who had turned to stare up at the starred black sky. Pascal shut himself in. In one pocket he had the neutralizing pad he'd gotten from Emil, in the other his old scraggly one. He pulled out the old one and neutralized himself. When he had finished and air had hissed in, he cracked the seal around his neck and inhaled. Stale air. Cool, unnaturally so, like everything up above the clouds. He spun the wheel and passed into the habitat. At the bottom of the stairs he knocked on the big pressure door. He heard nothing behind it and knocked again when the wheel in the middle of the door started turning. He stepped back. After a moment, someone tugged on the door, needing a couple of tries to get it open. An old woman in a dress and a robe stood on the other side, looking up at him suspiciously. Bonjour, madame, he said. I'm looking for Gabriel Antoine Focus? She grunted and moved back to let him in. He stepped over the rim of the pressure door frame and looked about in some bewilderment. The walls of the Marais des Nuages were thin, as if layers of metal had been scraped off them. Machine pieces and tools lay everywhere. This was a scrap collector's dream. An older man in pajamas and robes sat in a carbon-weave swinging chair. He looked at Pascal but didn't say anything. Bonjour, mon oncle, Pascal said awkwardly, using the honorific one used with old people in the clouds. Two childish faces looked out from one bedroom, but apparently he wasn't interesting, and the faces disappeared. An attractive man in his early 20s came out from the storage and utility room, but behind him Pascal saw that it wasn't storage. It looked like a whole machine shop in there, filled with pieces of equipment he recognized and others he didn't. Who are you? The man asked. Pascal unsealed his wrist, took off his glove, and extended his hand. The man shook it. I'm Pascal Daquillon, the brother of Mart Daquillon. The man made a doubtful face. I thought you were taller. That's my brother Emile. He's waiting outside. The old woman sat in her own swinging chair and tisked. I didn't want to intrude with many people, Pascal said. Are you Gabriel Antoine Focus? What do you want, monsieur? Could we talk in private? Pascal asked. Are you from the government? No. I'm coming on behalf of my sister Mart, and my father. We're coureurs. Focus looked at him strangely for a time, then moved back into his workshop. Pascal followed, and Focus closed the door. A real door, not just a curtain. Focus's arms were well-muscled and pristine, without acid scars. He had other kinds of scars that looked like they came from cuts and heat burns, but Venus hadn't touched him. Pascal's cheeks heated as he realized that he'd been staring. You don't have any acid scars, he said weakly. Focus looked at his hands. I don't go outside much. He waved his hand to take in the workshop. I have all these. That's why I've come. The workshop? You can't have it. The government's been trying to take it away from me for years. Focus didn't look old enough to have been doing anything for years. Why? Pascal asked. The metal. Why else? Don't we need tools? The government workers have tools. Mine are extra. A waste of metal. But I do good business fixing things on the black market because the government mechanics take forever. Always something higher priority for them to do. Oh, Pascal said. Focus looked at him strangely again for a moment and sat, evidently not taking him that seriously anymore. On the shortest wall, a rack of different wing packs hung, 4 of them the long, light wings of the upper atmosphere. The positioning of ailerons and spoilers differed on each, and as he looked more closely, the same was true of camber and wing angle. The other 2 wing sets were more familiar, with the stubby, low aspect ratio shapes that were used in the depths. But the designs were still odd. The material was shiny, but not carbon filament. You've made the control surfaces on this one too big, he said. It'll be too sensitive. It'll be like the wings here, not something to carry an awkward load. I don't want to carry a load, Focus said. These are for aerobatics. Pascal regarded them more carefully, guessing at the way they'd maneuver at higher speeds, higher angles of attack. They would be sensitive, maybe stomach-lurchingly so. How low have you flown them? Down to Grand Allée? Deep enough for you? Pascal nodded. I've lived all my life below Les Plaines. Today is the first time I've ever seen the sun. Focus whistled in appreciation and leaned back against a loaded workbench. What are you here for? I came to see you. I don't get that line very often. Pascal's insides twisted as Focus smirked. His face became hot, even his ears. Focus laughed, and Pascal wanted to shrivel away and hide. My sister and my father have a business deal they want to talk to you about. It's kind of secret, Pascal said, trying to get the conversation back on track. It's engineering. A big engineering job. You got metal? Maybe, Pascal said. Maybe a lot. We might need some help in getting it. You offering me a cut? Martin and my father think you'll be interested. Is that why they sent you? Pascal felt his neck and cheeks heat again. I'm the engineer, he said. That's why they sent me. I want to build something on the surface. Focus arched an eyebrow. What the hell for? Mining? Something like that. Why? Are you the next one to think you can find anything in the basalt while you're cooking at 450 degrees? How close are you going to get for remote working? Or have you made high-heat solid-state chips? Take a whole lot of machine thinking to run a full mining operation. The asteroid miners found that out the hard way. Pascal felt a bit dumb, partly because he didn't know anything about asteroid mining programming code, but also because Focus wasn't taking him seriously. He pulled a heat-resistant carbon weave bag out of his pocket, cracked the seal, and gave it to Focus. Focus looked inside, then poured the dust onto his workbench. He frowned, peering close at the shiny grinds, leavened with ceramic dust Pascal hadn't been able to clean away in a hurry. Where'd you find copper? Focus asked. Pascal said nothing. Focus pulled an electromagnet out of a drawer and plugged in the battery. He passed it over the pile of dust, but only a fraction leapt up to it. There's iron and nickel, Focus said. He looked closer. He saw the same bluish tinge that Pascal had first seen. You found cobalt with the copper vein? He took some from the magnet and rubbed it between the thumb and fingers. Some of this cobalt is refined, isn't it? I think so, Pascal said. Focus set down the electromagnet and turned his attention back to the remaining pile. He spilled the silvery grains between his fingers. Platinum, he said, and lead sulfide. Are you scraping the frost off Maxwell Monts? They've done that before and gotten lead sulfide, but never anything better. You found a surface vein in the mountains? Pascal regarded Focus silently. The conversational shoe was on the other foot now. Engineering and chemistry were easier to talk about. We don't know exactly what we've found, Pascal said. We think we need someone like you to see what it is. Doesn't Gachelle have a say? Focus asked. Why isn't she coming to see me about this? Pascal met his eyes challengingly. I didn't expect her to know, Focus continued, but I expect to know. Martin and my father invite you to come down to the Kozopskal de Profondeur to talk about it. Where is it? Probably 800 kilometers east of us already, Pascal said. Our next window will be in 3 days. Focus's lips quirked, and he looked at the deep cloud wing packs. Unless we fly back, he said. 800 kilometers is going to feel like 1,200 when you factor in winds, Pascal said. These packs can do 200 kilometers an hour, Focus said. Want to fly with me? We deep dive to match wind speed and then fly for her. We'll make up a lot of distance just on the glide path. 20 kilometers is a big drop. Pascal was dubious. He wasn't looking to run out of fuel and cook in the atmosphere. The coureur respected Venus. What do you think I made these things for, if not to fly? Focus said. And most people are too chicken to fly with me. You're not chicken, are you? Pascal wasn't sure. Focus came closer, pulling one of the wing packs out of its rack. Do you like flying? Pascal nodded. Ever flown with someone just for fun? We don't do a lot of things for fun below the lower deck, Pascal said. Focus laughed and shoved the pack onto Pascal's chest. You're going to start. I live for flying. Pascal turned away while Focus stripped to get into his survival suit. Increasingly uncomfortable, Pascal opened the door, slipped awkwardly out, and closed it behind him. Ma tante and mon oncle sat rocking in their swing chairs, looking out the glass, through the hydroponics and onto the cloudscape. Pascal held his helmet uncertainly, cleared his throat, and then said nothing. A girl of about 12 giggled at him from the doorway of her bedroom, made kissy sounds, and then disappeared. Pascal's cheeks heated again. Then the door to the workshop opened, and Focus strode out in a clean new suit, 2 heavy wing packs slung over his shoulder. "Louise, I heard that," Focus said. The girl giggled, as did a little brother, although neither emerged. "Louise, I'm going on a trip. It might be a couple of days. You have to do the chores." The girl sighed heavily from the room. That seemed to be answer enough for him. "I'm going out, Cramer," he said, kissing the old woman on the crown of her head. He did the same to the old man. "Those aren't the right wings," the old man said. "Every wing is the right wing, Grandpapa," he said loudly, as if the man was hard of hearing. Grandpapa Focus tisked. Focus spun the wheel, and Pascal followed him onto the stairs, a bit numbly. He hadn't actually thought that Focus would give him the time of day. He hadn't thought that he'd offend his own brother. He hadn't had time to imagine any of the upper world. Not that it would have helped. They sealed their helmets and cycled through the airlock. Pascal tried not to look at Focus, but the airlock wasn't large. Focus turned Pascal around and pushed the wing pack onto his back. Pascal slid his arms in, strapped it closed, and jacked in. A weird dashboard lit in his helmet. Fuel consumption he was used to, but he saw a fuel efficiency reading, too, as well as solar cell input, internal engine pressure, and a number of other things Pascal had always thought standard and unadjustable. Focus spun the outer door, and bright sunlight cut into the airlock. Emile was on the roof of the envelope, staring at the cloud tops, arms crossed, apparently unaffected by the cold. Emile turned and saw the wing packs. "Where are you guys going?" he said, a little testily. "This must be the big brother," Focus said. "What does that mean?" "Monsieur Focus is coming down to meet with Pa and Mart," Pascal said. Emile's glare through the faceplate said all he couldn't say in front of Focus. "Well, you can't go now," he said finally. "You've got 2 or 3 days until you've got a good glide path." "We've got one now," Focus said. "What?" Focus stepped to where the platform began to curve down at the edge of the nets. He tapped his wing pack. "I built these," he said. "They can get us farther than your house." "They cannot," Emile said. "I'm not going to let you risk my little brother. Wait the 3 days and do a safe descent." Focus turned to Pascal. "What's it going to be?" he said. "You believe me or the big brother? You either think my skills are great or you don't. Are we flying or not?" Pascal's heart thumped. Focus and Emile both watched him. He wanted to disappear. He wanted to fly away just to stop them from looking at him. He didn't know if Focus's wings would work. It seemed awfully far. He stepped closer. "Emile, it'll be okay. I'm flying with Monsieur Focus." His brother's jaw set behind the beard and faceplate. Pascal wanted to do something to reconnect them, but he couldn't take the last 3 steps to his brother. "I'll talk to Mart, Emile." "Yeah," Emile said sourly. "Thanks." Pascal turned not to have to face him and stood beside Focus. "Follow me," Focus said. "Stay on Channel 12. I'll help you. Don't open your wings until I say so." Pascal nodded. Focus leapt high off the habitat, over the netting. Pascal took the same heart-lurching leap and plunged after. 32. In the 5th hour of flying, Pascal and Focus came close enough to try pinging the Kozovskal de Profondeur. If a radio check came from one of the family's suits with the correct encryption, the habitat would signal back, using a directional antenna and only enough wattage to reach the traveling family member. Georges Etienne wasn't more suspicious than any of the other coureurs, or at least not by much. Many in the upper habitats had interpreted the coureurs' decision to live off the grid as a repudiation of the government. In the beginning it hadn't been, but each group had begun circulating its own stories about the other. But contrary to what the upper cloud colonists said, the coureurs followed no unified philosophy, and families established safeguards to hide not only from the government, but from each other. "We've got a problem," Pascal said into his radio. Focus was 100 meters ahead and below, sweeping through the thin, featureless haze where raindrops almost boiled. Focus flew straight and true, seeming to revel in the pressure and temperature of the depths. They'd pirouetted through the orange grandeur of Grand Allée and used les planes like a great red-lit racetrack, spinning their wing pack engines to a smooth hum that had them moving at 220 kilometers an hour, 500 meters above slothful brown cloud tops, and 500 meters below a lumbering cloudy ceiling. Focus had laughed out loud as he buzzed past one wild trawler so closely that arc discharges snaked off the hanging cable, slithering over his survival suit. "What's the problem? You don't really live down here?" Focus joked. "I got a ping back from the Kozovskal de Profondeur. They're not at 45 kilometers, but 40. At that altitude, the winds are even slower, so they're another 100 kilometers east." "Oh," Focus said. "We don't have enough fuel." "We still have enough to climb and blow our safe sacks." "Damn," Focus said. "It'll take us days to hop back to the Marais des Nuages on borrowed wing packs." Then they would still have to wait for another window, later than the one they could have taken in the first place. They didn't have that much time, not if the government wanted to confiscate the Kozovskal des Vents now. Mart could delay, but they really needed their plan to be working already. "Are you willing to take a risk?" Pascal asked. "With you?" Pascal didn't feel himself blush. His suit was running at 3/4 power to keep him from roasting in the 2 atmospheres pressing on him at 100 degrees. "We're off by about half an hour," he said. "I can get us a half hour." "How? Is your suit good?" "Of course." "Follow and don't talk," Pascal said, putting the shoe on the other foot. He set a steeper glide descent to give them more airspeed, but not enough to make up the missing 100 kilometers. As he descended, he changed the frequency of his helmet radio to a band filled with static. He listened carefully while doing some buoyancy calculations in his head. Trawlers didn't get all the electricity for their metabolism from lightning. That was just the most spectacular way they nursed on the clouds of Venus. Their cables were 40 to 60 meters long, enough to bridge 2 close layers of clouds. Static built up naturally on clouds, and that static could discharge once it built past a threshold, or it could run a current straight up the trawler's cable. This steady feeding on static was actually 90% of the trawler's diet, and they made a quiet noise, constant low-level static discharges, but not in a way ears could hear. A nearby trawler feeding on static squawked quietly in the radio band. The only problem was that far-off lightning, natural cloud-to-cloud discharges, and other trawlers all did the same. It took good ears to find trawlers in the electrical noise. Chloe had been a prodigy. His father could do it. So could Pascal. He cast a glance behind him. Focus trailed him by 150 meters and didn't give off any signs of panic, even though it was 120 degrees Celsius and the pressure had climbed to almost 3 atmospheres. Their suits were rated to 150 degrees. After that, it was like wearing a cooking bag. There. A long, drawn-out squawk lifted above the white static on this band, like running nails along a wall. It was a very weak radio interference that only transmitted a few kilometers, and Pascal began to turn, following a circuit flight pattern about 5 kilometers in diameter. Shoulder-checking, he made sure Focus was still behind him. He listened for the sound, hearing it again and again, and after 3 circuits he got a sense of direction and narrowed his search, still descending. Venus pressed harder and hotter, but this was home, and he was hidden in the haze, enshrouded, without body, touching nothing. Then he saw the obscure outline, a kilometer below, a dark circle in featureless orange haze. He switched back to the common channel. "How good are you at point landings with these wings?" Pascal asked. "I don't think I've ever landed with them," Focus said, an edge of tension creeping into his voice. "How small is your home?" "We're not landing on the Kozovskal de Profondeur. We're landing on a trawler." "Like a wild one?" 100 meters lower. It was a mid-sized one, about 7 meters in diameter, with 6 lobes pressed against one another like fat orange slices. Its surface was overgrown with slimy black plants that threaded roots into a silty paste in the center pit on its top. Lank vines hung down the bulbous sides, looking like stringy hair. Pascal had been making point landings on wild trawlers for 2 years. It wasn't easy. "You go first," Pascal said. "Be ready to fly if you miss. I'll catch you if you damage your wings." Focus's labored breathing sounded in his helmet as if he was about to say something pithy or funny, but in the end the seriousness of the situation seemed to have sunk in. "D'accord." Focus swooped lower, slowing his airspeed. The engine of his wing pack keened in a kind of sourceless moan, the temperature making sound travel so quickly that it sounded like it was coming from every direction. The keening dropped off every few seconds as Focus experimented with the flight properties of his wings at this depth. Finally he slowed, swooped up beside the trawler, flaring into a stall. He splashed onto the muck of its peak, falling over, but clinging to the center pit, stopping his momentum before he went over the other side. "Brilliant!" Pascal said. It was astonishing that he'd done it on his first try. The man's weight was sinking the trawler. That was the other reason Pascal had wanted to go second. It was one thing to land on a relatively stationary target. It was another to juggle a landing swoop onto a sinking platform only 7 meters wide. It was like landing in a storm. "Not very graceful," Focus replied. "Get down," Pascal said, swooping in faster than Focus had done. This wing pack was more sensitive than the old one, but this was a maneuver he could do injured or tired. The lower clouds were his home. He flared, bleeding away his airspeed, then swooped down and up, stalling and extending his spoilers, cutting his lift at the moment he was over the trawler. He surprised himself by landing shakily on his feet. Pascal sat and put both feet in the puddle of sulfuric acid in the hollow of the trawler roof. Trawlers and the epiphytes that grew on them secreted chemicals, forming a filmy membrane over the collected water that raised its pH and turned it into a gel with a much higher boiling point. The gel eventually overflowed over all of the trawler, protecting the hard, woody exterior from the harshest effects of sulfuric acid. Pascal wiped some of the slime off the surface of the trawler and spread it over his suit. "Scoop up the scum on the edges of the trawler," Pascal said. "Put it on your feet, and then put at least 1 foot in the middle to keep from slipping off." Shadows hid much of Focus's expression in the faceplate, but he ran his fingers over the mucus with distaste and wiped it off slowly, as Pascal had done. Then, doubtfully, he dipped 1 foot into the puddle in the middle. The trawler began sinking more quickly. They emerged into a hollow in the subcloud haze, a small clear space of maybe 200 meters. "It's hydrophobic and basic?" Focus said, as if dredging up a memory. "When flying down, we covered our suits in acid, but at this depth, water evaporates and concentrates the acid. The mucus won't stop everything, but for now—" Focus looked all around. The temperature was 140 degrees now, and close to 3.5 atmospheres. "Remember to breathe deep," Pascal said, "and keep at it." "This is going to get us back a half hour?" Focus said. "We're deeper now than the Kozapskal de Profondeur. We're riding slower winds. The habitat is approaching our position every minute, and we're not using any fuel." Focus looked up. Living above the clouds, in clear air, he was surely used to clouds constantly receding behind the habitats. But here it was so hot that the cloud droplets had evaporated into a haze, and the only movement here was slow sinking. "Ow!" Focus said, swatting at his thigh. A tiny tear had formed there. Focus's suit wasn't as good as he'd thought. It wasn't lasting as long as it should have in the sulfuric acid. Focus pulled the kit out of a sealed pocket, broke it, and dabbed at the opening. He was doing it wrong, and not quickly enough. It was quick enough for the world above the clouds, but not here. Pascal's hands moved fast, thought-free, swiping open his own old kit. He made one quick neutralizing wipe, goopy, a second wipe away with fingers, making sure to work the bicarbonate into the tear before slapping a patch and sealing it quickly with epoxy. 10 seconds, done. Focus looked at him strangely. "What was that?" Focus asked. "The pressure is 30 times what you're used to, and it's 170 degrees hotter. Acid chemistry is different here. You can't be slow. And I don't even know that your kit is strong enough." Focus's eyes widened as Pascal spoke. "You shouldn't get your legs scarred up on account of a visit," Pascal said awkwardly. "Thank you," Focus said after a moment. "Thank you." Then he smiled. "What? I didn't even ask you to play doctor with me yet." "I'm not a doctor," Pascal said. Focus looked at him strangely, and Pascal wondered what he'd missed. He began wiping up more of the mucus off the surface of the trawler and spread it on Focus. "What are you doing? I don't trust your suit," Pascal said. "You're going to put that goop all over me?" Pascal applied more and more until Focus' suit was shiny with slime. "It looks like somebody sneezed on me," Focus said. Pascal laughed and slimed his own suit. You really haven't done this much, have you? Focus shook his head. He prodded at the patch over his leg. It still stings. Will it scar much? The acid is neutralized, but you still burned yourself. That's just a small one, though. You do this a lot. Oui. You have scars? Lots. The pressure was over 5 atmospheres now. Focus looked like he wanted to say something, but he also looked a bit red-faced. Breathe, Pascal said. Deep, slow breaths. I see something, Focus said, pointing down. The haze below them was thinning. Wow, Pascal said. Lumpy, dark shapes moved below, indistinct. We shouldn't be able to see this, not from 35th wrong. The haze thinned and melted, revealing the black and gray of Venus without her diaphanous mists, derailing whatever Focus was going to say. Venus's ugly hide wrinkled beneath them, like the planet herself had shrunk but kept the same skin. Like a great sore, Ma'at-Mons stared back at them, the volcano standing 9 kilometers high on Atla Regio, a highland 1,000 kilometers wide. The surface leaked with other volcanoes. To the west was the shriveled stub of Sapas Mons, and the other great volcanic peat of Azamons, standing over 7 kilometers tall. To the north, the highlands narrowed and tumbled deeply down to Gannis Chasma, with innumerable channels carved into the sides where lava had once flowed, and would again. Focus's hand reached out and took Pascal's. Pascal felt hot, like he was Venusian stone, radiating heat, but he didn't pull his hand away. They'd lived all their lives in and over clouds. Solid rock was a strange, magical thing, hypnotic and deeply touching. Focus leaned over, mouth gaping. Then he was smiling. I've never seen the surface. And today was the first time I'd seen the sun, Pascal said. It's kind of a special day. They looked at each other, making Pascal awkward. He was going to slip and probably needed to grab onto something, but wasn't quite ready to let go of Focus's hand. Gabriel Antoine's hand. He had a beautiful name. This is the true Venus, Gabriel Antoine said, as if sensing Pascal's thumping heart. This, Pascal said, then like an idiot forgot what he wanted to say. His brain just shut off. We shouldn't be able to see it from here. The haze usually only clears at 32nd wrong, but sometimes it rises or even clears when the volcanoes are really active. The words came out in a know-it-all tumble. He breathed deeply, feeling the warm air in his lungs in a way that he hadn't felt the cool air of the habitats above the clouds. This was more than a lucky sighting of the surface. This was special. This is only a part of it. Venus hides important parts of herself from us. Poetic, Focus said. I'm not a poet, Pascal said quickly. My brother is a poet. The big guy? The poems are beautiful. There are different kinds of poets, Gabriel Antoine said. We can make poetry with machines. We can make poetry out of flying, turning it into dance. I'm not anything, Pascal said. I saw the way you looked at my wing packs, Gabriel Antoine said, moving a bit closer. Even in the gloom, and even shuttered by the faceplate, his eyes were a piercing pale blue. I saw the way you flew in the depths, the way your body moves like you belong down here, like you're seeing things I can't see and adding them to some cloud dance. Pascal looked away, but left his hand in Gabriel Antoine's. The words were beautiful, and Pascal couldn't believe that Gabriel Antoine was saying them. Here, standing on a cloud creature above Venus in Cline, a sight that only a few hundred people in all of history had ever seen with their own eyes. Gabriel Antoine edged closer uncertainly and almost slipped. Pascal grabbed him with both arms and steadied him. Gingerly, Gabriel Antoine stilled in his grasp. Pascal swallowed. Nothing on a trawler is flat, Pascal said weakly. It takes practice. I'm surprised you haven't fallen yet. Maybe I'm close, Gabriel Antoine said. Pascal's stomach lurched, but Gabriel Antoine's flashing white grin was looking over the wrinkled hide of the goddess of love, not at him. What does she hide from us? Gabriel Antoine asked. I'll show you what calls up Skull de Profondeur, Pascal said, and reddened when he realized how suggestive that could sound. It takes someone who has something hidden to see what's hidden, Gabriel Antoine said. Will you show me what you hide? Pascal went cold. Do you hide things? Gabriel Antoine smiled behind the faceplate of his helmet. Then he shook his head. I rarely hide anything, and even if I do, it isn't for long. Pascal swallowed nervously, as if Gabriel Antoine had thrown the ball back to him, launching a challenge. Be brave. How brave was he? Did he even know what to be brave about? The trawler wouldn't sink much more. The atmospheric pressure was so thick that buoyancy was double or triple what it would be at 55th rang. Trawlers didn't like being this low and this hot. Valves under the hard, woody skins pumped gases from the interior, lightening the load. Their bobbing up and down was too gentle for Gabriel Antoine to notice, but Pascal felt the equilibrating. The whole world seemed to hold its breath. The haze hung in stillness around them. The ground was unmoving far below, and the pair of them froze in place, in nervous, exciting confusion, at least until the faster winds above them blew the Caux-Obscals des Profondeurs nearer. 33. Marie-Pierre had a small carbon nanofiber airplane, its fuselage printed from the carbon dioxide of the atmosphere over the course of months. Marthe and Marie-Pierre pulled it out of its storage case, fueled it, and locked the wings into flight position. Marthe knew the Caux-Obscals des Profondeurs' course, and despite the cluster of storms raging 50 kilometers above Aphrodite Terra, she could lead them to it. The flight was bumpy. Immense bolts of lightning punctuated fierce sudden updrafts, pockets of downdrafts, and showers of sulfuric acid. It took them an hour to get out of the storm and into a slow, steamy rain, and another 2 hours before Marthe received the chirping family response from the Caux-Obscals des Profondeurs. They finally, with some exhaustion, got close enough to begin circling the big family trawler, looking for a good approach. Marie-Pierre was a good pilot, even for the depths, but Marthe would almost always have preferred something that depended on buoyancy rather than airspeed, or better yet, just to fly with her own wing pack. The hot winds buffeted the plane far more than anything they might have felt in the frigid heights above the clouds, and matching airspeeds to the habitat was not easily done in the depths. Their home floated and bobbed, occasionally running a few small propellers to change bends and avoid distant storms, but it was no runway. Marie-Pierre climbed a little bit, slowed almost to stall speed, and set herself on a tangential path to the Caux-Obscals des Profondeurs. Then she punched the emergency inflators on 4 big oxygen balloons, 2 over the wings, 1 over the tail, and 1 just behind the cockpit. As the engine idled, the drag cut their airspeed, and they were suddenly floating. The black bags strained upwards, slicking immediately with sulfuric acid rain. The plane began to sink, and Marie-Pierre gave each of the bags a bit more oxygen. A hazy half-kilometer separated them from the Caux-Obscals des Profondeurs. In other words, a pinpoint landing. Sulfuric acid speckled the glass, becoming rivulets. Marie-Pierre turned on wipers and gunned the props to give them a bit of forward movement. "A welcoming committee?" Marie-Pierre asked, pointing into the light rain. Marthe squinted. 2 shadows resolved into fuzzy shapes, people on wing packs. "I don't recognize the wings," she said. "The smaller one flies like my little brother." Running lights over the Daquillon home and spotlights underneath illuminated the gantry. The 2 figures on wing packs flew by at high speed. Marie-Pierre watched them go. "I haven't seen wing packs that fast," Marthe said. Marie-Pierre slowly maneuvered the plane beneath the Caux-Obscals des Profondeurs as the pair of flyers alighted on the gantry. One of them, Pascal by his suit, slid carefully down a cable and stepped onto the wobbling plane, locking the hook at the end of the cable into a ring on the tail. By the time Marthe and Marie-Pierre exited the plane from the cockpit floor hatch, Pascal was already done tying ropes to the 4 balloons. Marthe touched both sides of her faceplate to both sides of his in greeting. Marie-Pierre did the same. "Marie-Pierre, this is my brother Pascal. He'll take care of the balloons and cover the plane with a tarp." She led Marie-Pierre up a rope ladder to get out of the spitting rain. On the gantry, her father was out, applying bicarbonate to what had to be Gabriel Antoine Focus's suit. Marthe didn't start any more introductions. Courtesy was courtesy, and acid was acid, as the expression went. Venus always came first. Marthe spread a bicarbonate solution on her guest, head to toe, and felt the heat where it neutralized pockets of acid. She held out the container and extended her arm so that Marie-Pierre could do the same. By the time she was done, Pascal had finished removing the 4 balloons from the plane. It hung nose down under a waterproof tarp. Georges Etienne would have neutralized Pascal, but Gabrielle Antoine seemed to be getting into the deep rituals and took the container to apply the bicarbonate to her brother. Mart watched him work and led his hands back where he had missed spots. It was funny how upper clouders could look so helpless in the depths. As funny as it was to be a coureur making all sorts of errors of manners in sunlight. They made light introductions and cycled in through the airlock. Mart was sensitive enough to those who lived above the clouds to know, even before she saw their expressions, that the Dockyons were going to look like country bumpkins or very poor cousins to their visitors. Marie-Pierre was not wealthy, but her bioengineered trawlers were popular on the black market, and Marie-Pierre's were newer and bigger, not beaten and worn like the Coupe de Profondeur. She didn't know what it was to live this deep in the clouds. Gabrielle Antoine's expression was unexpected. At first it was simple surprise, perhaps that anyone lived under such rustic and improvised conditions. While Pascal tended to a small acid burn on his thigh, Gabrielle Antoine examined the walls with eyes and fingers, tracing the ribs, finding the tiny pumping valves in the trawler shells. He whispered questions to Pascal in wondering tones. And then Jeannoud came out with Alexis, both pasty-faced with unfinished sleep and an underlying infectious eagerness. At least she hoped it was infectious. Neither Marie-Pierre nor Gabrielle Antoine would have ever met anyone with trisomy 21. Fetuses with genetic or congenital defects were aborted on Venus. The Dockion family had paid its price several times over for its decision to have Jeannoud, but that didn't mean the outside world would accept them. Georges Etienne clapped Jeannoud on the back, then shook his shoulder. "This one is my eldest, Jeannoud," he said, smiling, inviting, but with an expression of holding his breath, "and my grandson, Alexis." Marie-Pierre kissed Jeannoud on both cheeks. "A pleasure to meet you, mon grand," she said. "Et toi aussi," she said to Alexis. This seemed to satisfy her father, and Mart too. Gabrielle Antoine looked away from the walls distractedly. "Jeannoud," he said, shaking her brother's hand, "Pascal told me you keep the pressure right in here." Jeannoud brightened, stood a bit straighter. "Alexis helps." Gabrielle Antoine gravely shook hands with her nephew, who was equally serious. Georges Etienne gripped Gabrielle Antoine on the arm. "Good," he said. "Good." Mart's brief tour of the Coupe de Profondeur ended around the galley table. Gabrielle Antoine had never been on a living habitat, and he had many questions that Marie-Pierre, Georges Etienne, and Pascal answered in turn. It was late, and after a time Georges Etienne shooed the protesting Alexis and Jeannoud back to bed. The rest of them remained around the table with homemade bagos that Mart poured into small, lumpy glasses. If neutralized with enough base, the wood fibers from some parts of trawler envelopes could be fermented and distilled into a stinging bagos. Georges Etienne screwed together 2 more worn carbon stools and set them down for himself and Pascal. "Santé," Mart said, toasting. They drank. Pascal sputtered. Gabrielle Antoine complimented the stillmaker. The conversation finally flagged. "Thank you for joining us," Mart said after smacking her lips at another sip. "We are looking for some help." "Engineering help," Gabrielle Antoine said. Marie-Pierre regarded her and her father silently. "A few kinds of help," Mart said, "but to talk about it I need your word that whatever we discussed tonight, it stays here." "You'd trust our word?" Gabrielle Antoine said, smirking. Her father looked uncomfortable. "I know you both from a distance," Mart said. "Everything I've seen leads me to believe that both of you are honest, enough that I would trust my family's secrets to you." Marie-Pierre lifted her glass and toasted her. "And you're no friends of the government," Georges Etienne said grimly. Marie-Pierre arched an eyebrow at her. "Rebellion," she joked. Georges Etienne made a derisive sound. "The government isn't legitimate," he said. "This isn't what we founded. This is government by bank puppets." Marie-Pierre didn't look convinced. Gabrielle Antoine was slowly turning his shot glass, looking at the misshapen bubbles and yellowed impurities frozen within. "The Dockion family's old disagreements with the government are not what this is about," Mart said quietly. Because of those disagreements, we've chosen to work in the lower cloud decks and even occasionally the surface for things to barter. Now we've found something valuable. We don't want the government or the bank to take it away, but we need help exploiting it." "And what is it?" Marie-Pierre asked dryly. "Your word, please," Mart said. Marie-Pierre considered the bagasse and fished out flakes of blackened wood fiber. "I promise to keep whatever is discussed tonight a secret, whether we decide to work together or not." "If it's criminal and we don't do anything or say anything, doesn't that make us accomplices?" Gabriel Antoine asked. "If it ever came up, you could say you didn't believe us." Gabriel Antoine shrugged. "I promise," he said, waving a hand carelessly. Mart looked meaningfully at her father, urging him silently to keep his peace and take them at their word. This wasn't his strength, and she wasn't sure what he'd finally do. He held her stare a long time, then cleared his throat. "Some parts of this are going to be hard to believe," Georges Etienne said. "Some weeks ago I found a cave on the surface, a really strange cave. Wind on the surface was going into it." "Are you joking?" Gabriel Antoine said. "Pascal and I sent a probe down." "Your probe survived the surface of Venus," Gabriel Antoine said. Pascal activated his pad, played the video from the remote probe, and turned the pad to Marie-Pierre and Gabriel Antoine. They both frowned. Gabriel Antoine magnified the view, tapping the screen, looking for more data. "What's the scale?" he asked. "The cave mouth is 20 meters across," Pascal said. "I've never heard of any wind like that on the surface," Marie-Pierre said. "But this is invaluable." "We sent in the sensors as far as we could," Georges Etienne said. "The cave went deep, and the wind went as far as we could see." The video kept on rolling. Marie-Pierre and Gabriel Antoine, and even Mart, leaned close to each other to frown into the screen. "You tied a camera to a light to a rope and just hoped it would hold in that wind?" Gabriel Antoine asked. "He improvised," Georges Etienne said, clasping Pascal's shoulder, missing Gabriel Antoine's tone. The engineer was impressed. More. Gabriel Antoine paused the video near the end, when the image had settled fuzzily on the triangular shape. "What's that?" "We couldn't tell from the video," Georges Etienne said. "Pascal and I needed to get a better look, so we went down ourselves." "You went to the surface?" Gabriel Antoine said in astonishment. "How?" "Du Vuissard's old bathyscaphe," Georges Etienne said. "I acquired it some time ago." "I thought it was lost," Marie-Pierre said. "Or scrapped," Gabriel Antoine said. "It's gone from coureur to coureur," Georges Etienne said simply. "We've modified it over time. Pascal and I went down in it." "To the surface?" Gabriel Antoine said wonderingly. Pascal took the pad back from them and switched to the video they'd taken when he and Pa had gone down. He turned it back to them. They watched it as minutes went on, with Pascal providing technical comments. "What's the cage?" Marie-Pierre asked. The video showed their cage spinning wildly in the current of supercritical carbon dioxide. "Sample return container," Georges Etienne said. Gabriel Antoine and Marie-Pierre watched in rapt silence. The video's sound was low, but it still moaned in the subsonic, like listening to a hurricane. The operation to crate the triangular ship entranced the newcomers. "They're a spacecraft of some kind?" Marie-Pierre asked. "We don't know," Georges Etienne said. "Russian, Egyptian, Chinese, American? It doesn't make sense that any of those powers would have sent so many down without ever having told anyone about it or colonizing Venus themselves. No one has staked a claim to this." "To what?" Gabriel Antoine asked. "Watch," Pascal said. The camera followed the current deeper. Mart watched Marie-Pierre and Gabriel Antoine see the part that gave her shivers every time she saw it. Stars. Clear as any picture they could have taken from 65th Rang. "What the hell?" Marie-Pierre exclaimed. "This video has been spliced together with some starscape," Gabriel Antoine said peevishly. "Poorly." "Look at the star patterns," Georges Etienne said. "Tell me where in the clouds of Venus, or even in the solar system, we could have filmed those stars." Gabriel Antoine squinted at the screen, moving the video backward and forward, zooming. "In the solar system?" Marie-Pierre asked. Georges Etienne nodded. "What are you saying?" "Our best guess right now," Georges Etienne said, "is that under the surface of Venus is a wormhole to somewhere outside the solar system." Gabrielle Antoine looked up doubtfully. I think it might not even be a real solar system, Pascal added. It may be a pulsar system. Marie-Pierre looked at Marthe again. A pressure sink under the surface of Venus, Marie-Pierre said, and a picture of stars deep underground. And a bunch of probes whose technology we don't understand, Marthe said. Vas-y, Pascal? Pascal pulled a carbon-weave bag from the shelf and pulled out the 30-centimeter section of probe hull. He dropped it on the table with a thud. Here's a piece of it, Marthe said as Gabrielle Antoine lifted it and eyed it from different angles. Marie-Pierre slid her glass across the galley table. Marthe refilled it. 34. The table was quiet but for the moaning of the wind in the video, but Pascal felt electrified, buzzing. Marthe was giving him a cautioning look. She touched his arm. Why don't you make some coffee, Pascal? She said. Let's take a break to absorb things a bit, she added to the others. He stood. Marthe always knew what to do. She stood too. Gabrielle Antoine was still frowning at the hull section. Marie-Pierre met Pascal's eyes, and he felt suddenly shy. She smiled. You went to the surface, Pascal? She said, rising too. He nodded and moved to the galley. Do you have anything more than video? Gabrielle Antoine asked. He'd set down the hull piece and was replaying the video. And the unedited video? This stars under the surface is a hoax. Never mind, I'll make the coffee, Marthe said. Pascal, can you take Gabrielle Antoine to see the sample we retrieved? Pascal turned. Marthe took the press from him and smiled. Butterflies fluttered in his stomach, but Gabrielle Antoine was still frowning, his teasing manner gone. Outside? He asked. He is asking a fair question. Show him the proof. The young engineer was silent as they suited up and cycled into the slow, sweltering 100-degree wind. The electric lights under the habitat shone on the gantry, making the clouds seem somber. Come on, he said to Gabrielle Antoine, leading him around the ring of platforms and railings woven of tough carbon nanotubes. Pieces of equipment and piles of supplies were lashed down against the weather. Almost at the other side of the gantry from the airlock was a long triangle shape under an acid-proof carbon tarp. He undid the lashings and pulled the tarp away. The probe lay on its dorsal side, exposing its underside. Pascal felt bad about the saw marks in the hull, but there had been no other way to really see inside. Broken manipulator arms, or just stubby remains, lay limp. Gabrielle Antoine ran his glove along the ventral side, hunching to look at the surface from an angle. This is a small sample intake hatch, and here's the camera lens, Pascal said, indicating both the open space near the attachment points for the manipulator arms and the abraded glass lens on the front. Gabrielle Antoine gratefully accepted an offered flashlight and peered into all the holes. I couldn't find the camera's guts, Pascal continued, a little more comfortable inviting Gabrielle Antoine's attention to the engineering puzzle, although there's a lot of space in there. For all we know, before it shut down in that cave, it might have ejected its memory and some of the more valuable equipment. That doesn't make sense if it's Russian or American or Chinese, Gabrielle Antoine said. I don't think it is. Gabrielle Antoine straightened, his eyes narrowing. Someone out there, he mocked. Humans didn't build this. Did aliens help your bad video splicing? Pascal opened a drawer and took out a block of ceramic about 2 centimeters thick and 10 centimeters on a side. It was inlaid on one surface with metal fibers, while the cut edges showed cross-sections of other metallic threads edge-on. This is part of the ventral section of the hull, Pascal said. It's ceramic. I think the metal running through it is circuitry, but not laid out in any way that humanity has ever printed its circuits. Gabrielle Antoine looked at the sample from different angles. How would they have laid down conducting metals before firing? He asked. It's not material science we're familiar with, Pascal said. Just because we don't know doesn't mean it's little green men, Gabrielle Antoine said. Venus will never catch up to the tech the banks are producing, or the Chinese. How far ahead of us is everyone else? If whoever it was knew about the cave, why didn't they establish a research presence in the clouds before Quebec ever colonized Venus? Pascal asked. Gabrielle Antoine shook his head doubtfully, peering into the cut in the underside of the little probe. Stars, he said contemptuously. What do you take us for? It's a wormhole, Pascal insisted. Gabrielle Antoine stood straighter. He was breathing hard, almost panting. Sweat sheened on his face. Pascal put a hand on his shoulder, feeling something electric in the touch. "Take it slow," Pascal said. "You've been under 2 atmospheres and high heat for hours. I don't know how good your suit is. You could be risking heat exhaustion." "Look," Gabriel Antoine said, taking a deep breath, "I get the whole rugged intellectual outdoorsman cute thing you've got going on. I'm into it, and I'm really impressed with your talent for living in the depths, and that you made it to the surface. But I don't buy the stars. There are no such things as wormholes. So just tell me what your family is really looking for." "You saw the video of the wind," Pascal said, "going into Venus. How else would you explain that?" Gabriel Antoine huffed, fogging the inside of his faceplate. Pascal turned him around. "Come on, let's get you inside before you pass out." He felt strange taking the lead, touching Gabriel Antoine even through their suits. He felt like another person was running his body, speaking confidently. He kept one eye on his guest as he covered the probe again. They hadn't been under the sulfuric acid, but Gabriel Antoine's instincts weren't bad. He was already slicking the front of his suit with bicarbonate paste again. Pascal came up behind him and rubbed the paste on his back. Gabriel Antoine did the same, and his hands felt like they were stroking Pascal's legs and back and arms, making him tingle. They cycled in, and Pascal felt like Marthe was looking at him, even though she probably wasn't. He felt exposed and flushed. He helped Gabriel Antoine out of his helmet and touched his forehead, then his neck. "Everything okay?" Georges Etienne asked. "Pressure and heat can get to people when they first come down," Pascal said, "and I already brought Gabriel Antoine deeper today than we'd planned." Gabriel Antoine pushed at fussing hands and took off his suit. Marthe gave him water and a soup from the cold box. At the table, Georges Etienne picked up the piece of ceramic from the probe. "What did you think of it?" he asked Gabriel Antoine. He passed the piece to Marie-Pierre. "The probe is very nice and well worth studying," Gabriel Antoine said. "I'm half convinced of it, but I certainly don't buy the stars." "What do you mean?" Georges Etienne said. "You saw the film. Video can be doctored," Gabriel Antoine said dryly, trying the soup. He made a face. "Deep cooking," Marthe said apologetically. "Well, this one wasn't doctored," Georges Etienne said. Gabriel Antoine shrugged. Georges Etienne's face screwed tight. "If it was true," Marthe said calmly, "what then?" "If it was true?" Gabriel Antoine said, leaning back. "If you really found a real wormhole in violation of the laws of physics, then this is a discovery on the scale of the invention of agriculture or fire. Its value would be incalculable." Pride swelled in Pascal's chest. He'd known that it was that big, and Gabriel Antoine did too, despite his outward flippancy. Marie-Pierre squinted uncertainly. This was new to her. Even Pa looked a bit taken aback. He knew what they'd found, but had focused on the immediate possibility of feeding his family, giving them what he thought they deserved, and vindication. But the wormhole itself eclipsed anything they could selfishly imagine. "Let's park your objections for now," Marthe said. "Let's just talk about what we could do if it was true." "If something of incalculable value was in the surface of Venus," Marie-Pierre said, "the government would nationalize it, probably without paying those who found it." And quickly realizing that they have no idea what to do with it, Marthe said, "the government would invite the bank to lease it." "For whatever pittance the Bank of Pallas offers, because they know the government has few options and cash problems," Georges Etienne said. "Hence the secrecy," Marie-Pierre said. "But what can you do with it?" "We," Marthe said. "We can go down there," Pascal said, "and really mine the surface, and if there are asteroids on the other side, those too." Georges Etienne slapped the table with his palm. "Asteroids that no bank has staked out. For us, right here around the table." "Mine the surface at 90 atmospheres of pressure and 500 degrees?" Marie-Pierre asked. "We've got the wormhole," Pascal said. "If we cap the cave, we can create a vacuum, or any pressure we want." Gabriel Antoine frowned. "Even if you had the materials to cap the cave mouth," Marie-Pierre said, "you'd have a vacuum on one side and 90 atmospheres on the other. Even the strongest metals wouldn't last long, especially at those temperatures." "We'd have several caps, one after the other," Pascal said, "each one dropping the pressure 10 or 20 atmospheres, and we could connect them with turbines to produce electricity." "But it would still be too hot," Marie-Pierre said. "Hell." "No." Gabriel Antoine looked at Pascal suddenly, smiling. He explained to her how the refrigeration could work. And if there are metals in the crust around that cave, we could mine them, Pascal said.
Even a little bit, Georges Etienne said.
Pascal took the ceramic hull plate section from Marie-Pierre. We found radioisotopes in these probes, he said. They might have used them to heat reaction mass for propulsion, and maybe even run the electrical systems. We could do the same, taking compressed carbon dioxide and heating it to use as a propellant on the other side. The other side, Gabriel Antoine said dubiously, but he seemed to be fighting the communal enthusiasm. The government is going to notice metal circulating in the black market, Marie-Pierre said. People will know and wonder where we got it all. Legally, they have a right to it. Marthe tipped her hand side to side in a comme ci comme ça gesture. I've checked the laws, Marthe said. They're vague. L'Accord de Colonisation says that the surface of Venus can't be owned, but some kinds of prospecting and exploitation are legal. I doubt they ever expected anyone to try and mine the surface. They can and will withhold permits if they'd rather do it themselves, Georges Etienne said, or to screw the Daquillon family. Is that what you're looking for? Marie-Pierre asked. Legal cover? Georges Etienne shook his head. I have a couple of bills that I think would change the laws to our benefit if you and Gabriel Antoine would support me in l'Assemblée, Marthe said.
But secrecy is better, Georges Etienne said.
We need a different kind of help, Marthe continued. We need engineering help from Gabriel Antoine. Pascal is good, but this kind of job needs more than one engineer. Marthe paused almost shyly, Pascal's guts readied to somersault. And we can get the metal for 1, maybe 2 caps by dismantling the Kozov-Skaldevon. What? Marie-Pierre demanded. It isn't yours.
Damn right it's ours, Georges Etienne said. We've been the only ones keeping it afloat for over a decade. It's a piece of shit, and they've never given us anything better, even though it's not even safe. We traded away our own food to get the parts the government wouldn't give us. If we hadn't done that, it would have sunk long ago.
Marie-Pierre regarded him calmly. That's your view, Georges Etienne, she said, but that won't be everyone's view, and certainly not l'Assemblée's.
L'Assemblée can fuck itself, he said.
It doesn't matter, Marie-Pierre said. It's not like anyone would fail to notice you float-docking the Kozovskal and dismantling it.
We're going to sink it, Georges Etienne said. Do the work down here, out of sight.
In the acid? Gabriel Antoine said. We can cover it with enough acid-resistant tarps, Pascal said. They'll still see it by radar, Marie-Pierre said. Whatever balloons you inflate to keep it from sinking are going to be pretty damn obvious. They'll look for it.
It will be harder to find if it's hanging under a few of your trawlers, Georges Etienne said.
Marie-Pierre's eyes widened slightly.
The ones the government is trying to take away from you.
Pascal leaned forward, drawing her attention. We can cover the tarps with the kind of epiphytes that grow on trawlers to further mask the radar profile. That's phenomenally dangerous, Marie-Pierre said. A controlled sink, even when the survived descent through the turbulence above the clouds, could go wrong as soon as the acid rain hits. And if you hook just 1 or 2 trawlers, you might just end up ripping them apart. It would take 3 or 4 to hold up Kozov-Skaldevon. The wood shells will crack if they're constantly colliding with each other.
I didn't hear that it was impossible, Georges Etienne said cajolingly.
You heard phenomenally dangerous, Marie-Pierre said. Could you do it? Marthe asked, turning to Gabriel Antoine, who was stirring around his cold soup, probably repelled by the sulphurous smell and taste. Not enough information, he said. Even barring the ridiculousness of your wormhole idea, I would need measurements to know if capping the cave is even possible. Why don't I take you down? Pascal blurted, surprised at his own words, thinking as much of those hidden stars as being cramped in the tiny bathyscaphe with Gabriel Antoine. To the surface, Gabriel Antoine said disbelievingly. You'll see the stars yourself, and we can map the cave accurately, Pascal said, looking imploringly at his father. We need both the engineers to see it. Georges Etienne smiled slowly, proudly. 35. Pascal tossed and turned before finally falling asleep. Jean-Eudes had set up his hammock with Alexis and Georges Etienne in his father's room. Marie-Pierre had a hammock over Marthe's in the storage room, leaving Gabriel Antoine to share Pascal's room. His nerves were electric with Gabriel Antoine's presence, and he guessed that Gabriel Antoine was feeling something too. But Pascal felt ugly, unclean, unreal. Marthe had pulled him close by the back of his neck into a hug before bed, whispering, "Good job. You've done good with Gabriel Antoine. You speak his language." As she smiled and let him go, her palm brushed lovingly along his cheek. Her fingers had scratched along the bristle on his cheeks, sending a shiver down his spine, like nails on a chalkboard. "What's wrong?" Marthe whispered behind him. She put her hands on his shoulders. "Are you nervous about Gabriel Antoine in there?" He shook his head, but shrugged, too. She rubbed his shoulder. "You're just sharing a room," she whispered. "But I think he likes you." His cheeks got hot. "And it looks like it's mutual," she said. He shrugged again. "If it isn't, no big deal," she continued. "Just go to sleep." He made an uncertain smile and backed away. He was ugly. So ugly. He was exhausted, but it had probably been 30 hours since he'd last shaved or washed. He rubbed his arms, feeling the light bristle of faint hair. He'd shaved there, too. He hated it. He wanted to scrape it all off now, but Gabriel Antoine was already in the room. He felt sick to his stomach. He moved the curtain aside and stopped in the doorway. Gabriel Antoine had stripped down to underwear and was laying in Jeannotte's hammock, pale, muscled legs and arms shining with sweat. Pascal felt sick again. Gabriel Antoine looked up and smiled. "You guys seriously live in this heat?" Gabriel Antoine asked lazily. "It's only 28 degrees, Pascal said, sidestepping in. "This is the temperature of a habitat when something is broken." Pascal sidled over to the washstand and brushed his teeth silently, trying to be as small and inconspicuous as possible. His hands shook. He wouldn't look at the mirror. Even thinking about what he probably looked like made his face hot. He looked at the tiny sink and his hands hidden there, with the beginning of dark stubble on the backs and on some fingers. If he rubbed, he'd feel it. "Do you mind if I turn off the light?" Pascal asked. Gabriel Antoine laughed. It was an easy sound. "Are you shy?" he asked. "I'll close my eyes." He looked behind him, and Gabriel Antoine made a show of closing his eyes, allowing Pascal's eyes to linger. Gabriel Antoine was beautiful. His pale skin was nearly unscarred, bandaged over one thigh, where Pascal's fingers had brushed as he'd neutralized and disinfected. Pascal shut off the light. "I had my eyes closed," Gabriel Antoine protested. Pascal made a grunt of agreement, taking off his shirt. "I wouldn't have opened them." "Right," Pascal said. He ran a bit of water, moistening his face and arms with little taps, fast and gentle enough that he couldn't feel any of the growing stubble. "What do you care if I see?" Gabriel Antoine asked. "We're all just guys here." Pascal's face heated again, but he gave a tiny laugh. He lathered with a bit of soap. "You're really good-looking, Pascal," Gabriel Antoine finally said. "I wouldn't mind seeing you." Pascal scraped at his face with quick strokes, feeling a weight lifting as the ugly bits of beard left him. But he wasn't so focused that he didn't hear Gabriel Antoine's words. They summoned an uncertain elation in his chest. "You're shy," Gabriel Antoine said into the silence. "I get that. You've been down here all your life. Maybe you've never had anyone court you." The scrape, scrape, scrape continued. His face was done. Pascal re-moistened one arm and scraped the razor down its length, feeling around raised scars with leading fingers. "Or who knows? Maybe you're rolling with boyfriends or girlfriends," Gabriel Antoine said. "How many coureurs live at this depth?" "Not many," Pascal said, feeling the smile creeping warily onto his face. "Or maybe you think I'm some Lothario, cruising down every cute guy I see," Gabriel Antoine said. "That's not what I'm like. My life is kind of what you saw on the Marais des Nuages. A lot of drafting, a lot of machines, a lot of trying to recover scrap and turn it into something else." Pascal finished his other arm and then stroked it, feeling for any ugliness he'd missed. None. He dabbed with a wet hand at his chest and then lathered. "I go to parties sometimes, maybe some of the same ones as your older brother," Gabriel Antoine said. "But I'm kind of lonely." Pascal took a deep, silent breath, happy for the sound of Gabriel Antoine's voice masking the scraping of his shaving. "If I'd known your big brother had a cute little brother, I would have made friends with him," Gabriel Antoine said. The smoothing of his skin and the dark started to let a weird confidence leak in. "You talk like you've said these words a lot," Pascal said. "They slide off my tongue when I'm inspired," Gabriel Antoine said. "Sapristi," Pascal hissed. "Does any boy above the clouds fall for that?" "I've never said it to anyone else," Gabriel Antoine said. The hammock squeaked, and Pascal heard the sounds of bare feet touching the floor. "Stay there," Pascal said, with a bit of panic. His hands started to shake. He couldn't use the razor flustered like this. He rested it against the sink, while passing the fingers of the other hand over cheek, throat, chest, arm. He was smooth. The hammock creaked again as Gabriel-Antoine settled back on it. "You're really shy," Gabriel-Antoine said, "and I'm coming on strong. I'm sorry." Pascal waited for long breaths. "I am shy," he said finally. "If you're shy about scars or something, don't be," Gabriel-Antoine said. "I don't acid myself, but I think scars are hot." He didn't know what Gabriel-Antoine was talking about, but at least his own hands had stilled. He wiped the razor and folded it. He crept to his hammock in the dark and hopped in. "With or without scars, you're really cute," Gabriel-Antoine said. His stomach clenched coldly. If he didn't answer, Gabriel-Antoine was going to think he was an idiot. Be brave. "I think you are too," Pascal said in a soft, squeaking voice. Gabriel-Antoine's hammock creaked again. Pascal froze but didn't say anything. Gabriel-Antoine's feet padded uncertainly closer. Then a warm hand was on Pascal's shoulder. Fingers ran along his arm, leaving tingling awareness in their wake. He stayed perfectly still. The fingers traced up his shoulder and over the damp smoothness of his chest. His heart thudded in his ears. Gabriel-Antoine's fingers traced lower to the waistline of his light pants. Pascal's hand snapped down and caught Gabriel-Antoine's wrist. The other froze. With shaking hands, Pascal drew Gabriel-Antoine's up to his lips, and cautiously he kissed the calloused fingers. Gabriel-Antoine cupped his face, and slowly, in the dark, neared, their breaths mixing. Gabriel-Antoine's lips bristled with a day's stubble, teasingly rough. Pascal inhaled as the kiss deepened. Gabriel-Antoine's other hand drifted lower, sneaking along Pascal's side, down his leg, over his pants, before sliding up the inseam. Fear surged in him, and he caught Gabriel-Antoine's arm in his hand again. "No," he whispered. Then he kissed up tentatively, seeking Gabriel-Antoine's lips. Gabriel-Antoine's hands wriggled from their captivity and cupped Pascal's face, and he kissed back for a long time. 36. Pascal had set his alarm to vibrate on his wrist, and he crept to the floor. Gabriel-Antoine was snoring in Jeannotte's hammock. Pascal's eyes were scratchy from lack of sleep, and his lips felt raw from kissing. He ran through his dark rituals nearly silently, scraping himself smooth again. In the galley he found Jeannette and Alexis trying to whisper. They were excited at all the guests, and wanted to hear everything they'd talked about. Pascal made them a quiet breakfast, but his mind was elsewhere, not just on Gabriel-Antoine. They were about 16 hours from a point where he and Gabriel-Antoine could conceivably drop to Diana-Casma. Their next window wouldn't be for 11 or 12 days, and if Gabriel-Antoine still didn't believe them, by the time they could prove anything to him, the Kozopskal des Vents might already be confiscated. The bathyscaphe would need about 6 hours of hard work to prepare, and they'd have to change course, too. By the time Gabriel-Antoine got up, everyone else had risen, and they were all talking in the galley. Gabriel-Antoine and Marie-Pierre were slick with sweat, and even Marthe was wilting in a tank top and shorts. Her time above the clouds had made her forget the heat of home. "You still want to see the stars?" Georges Etienne asked Gabriel-Antoine. Marthe handed him a coffee. Gabriel-Antoine had the pattern of the hammock pressed into his face, and Pascal had the urge to massage the marks away. "I see stars all the time," Gabriel-Antoine said. "How safe is the old bathyscaphe?" Georges Etienne shrugged. "It's over-engineered. You can help Pascal prepare it and see for yourself." Pascal felt himself flush when Gabriel-Antoine smiled at him. He caught Marthe eyeing him and smiling a bit knowingly, but he didn't know if anyone else had seen the strange, brief smile. Marthe had gotten her hands on some spices. Over a spare but tasty breakfast, they discussed the descent to the surface. They hadn't been planning another one, but 2 engineers, or at least an engineer and a student, could do a lot. They debated objectives and the equipment they would need. They dug out old lasers and checked the ratings to see whether they would survive the surface. Pascal and his father laid hands on another few 100 meters of carbon cabling to see how far they could send the camera. Gabriel-Antoine had ideas on how to mount a better motor onto the camera frame to get more controlled vision. He also had far better ideas about how to program the camera instructions once it was out of radio range, and how to stabilize it in the wind. Jeanne took to the task of looking over Gabriel Antoine's suit, and tisked loudly about how it wouldn't do, even though it was smooth and largely unblemished and unpatched. They had a spare survival suit, one of the hand-me-downs that Emile had outgrown, but Pascal hadn't yet grown into. Gabriel Antoine tried it on, and Jeanne cleaned, tested, and patched it while the rest of them made plans. Alexis watched all the busyness from the safety of Mart's lap. By mid-morning, Pascal, Gabriel Antoine, and Georges Etienne were winging over to the supply trawler about 2 kilometers off. Pascal felt safe in the clouds, safe in his suit, as masked and unidentifiable as anyone. In the hand-me-down suit, Gabriel Antoine was now looking as rumpled as any coureur. The clouds glowed spongy orange and brown, the last remnants of bright sun attenuated by 20 kilometers of mist and rain. Gabriel Antoine rolled in the thick atmosphere, testing the performance of his wings. The supply trawler wasn't much of a sight. Black and brown tendrils overgrew its roof and outer walls. Broken tools, salvage, and spare equipment were stored on a small gantry in a ring circling the trawler's head. Poles and winch arms projected off the top in 4 directions, and carbon fiber nets hung. Epiphytic growth festooned them, slimes, black-leaved vines, roots, and molds. "You used to live here?" Gabriel Antoine said in the radio as they flew closer. "Until 10 years ago," Pascal said. "The woody layers and valves can't sustain the temperature gradients anymore, but it's still buoyant enough. We gather electricity on it and crack oxygen and water out of the rain, and store stuff." "All that growing stuff is Venusian plants," Gabriel Antoine said. "Gross. That's our garden. Some of it can be made into food," Pascal said. "Blech," Gabriel Antoine said. "It gets better when enough sulfur is taken out," Pascal said, wanting to impress him with something, but not sure what to say. After what he'd seen at 65th Wrong, everything down here looked suddenly poor. "We use everything. Chunks of Venusian plants go into our bioreactors, or we bake the plants to ash to get water and nitrogen and some heavy metals." "That's pretty rough," Gabriel Antoine said. "La Colonie turned its back on us," Pascal said, "so we turned our backs on La Colonie. All the coureurs did." He didn't know why he'd said that. It wasn't a political conversation, and yet nervousness drew his father's words out of him. They alighted on the gantry, 3 close, accurate landings. Gabriel Antoine was an excellent flyer and was adapting quickly to the new depth and pressure. In response, the trawler started slowly sinking. Pascal uncovered the bathyscaphe. "Wow," Gabriel Antoine said, running a hand along the beaten, dented, acid-scarred surface. "This is it." "Oui," Georges Etienne said proudly. "It would have been recycled long ago, or confiscated by the government for some nonsense. A lot of the coureurs thought it belonged down here with the people who actually followed DINOSAURS into the wild." "It looks so primitive," Gabriel Antoine said. "How depth-worthy is it?" Georges Etienne slapped it. "I've been to the surface 4 times in it. Pascal once. If you go, you'll join a club of less than a dozen people who have ever made it all the way down." "We believe enough in the equipment to go down, but you never know," Pascal added. Gabriel Antoine looked at him with a silent thanks-a-lot expression. "You would never know," Georges Etienne said. "If something went wrong at those pressures, you'd be dead before you could feel it." Georges Etienne opened the hatch and pulled out the metal box in which they'd been storing the radioactives they'd pulled from the probe. Pa had already traded some away for metals, batteries, and chips Pascal thought they would need to dismantle the Kozopskol-Levant. He stowed the radioactives in the middle of a stack of old batteries. It wasn't a lead-lined container, but the batteries had enough lead to block most of the radiation for now. If the clouds didn't cooperate, it was possible that the radioactivity would be detectable at a higher altitude, so neither of them wanted to leave it too long out of the bathyscaphe, which blocked the particles better. Pascal handed Gabriel Antoine a multi-spectrum light and various filters to hold. "Pa and I maintain the bathyscaphe pretty well," Pascal said, "but you probably want to check it." Gabriel Antoine found far more than its depth-worthiness to check. The centimeter-thick steel seemed strong enough to him to withstand the 90 atmospheres of pressure, although he doubted the Stirling engines. He tutted at the backwardness of the software, the limitations of the hardware, and started making lists of upgrades he would make. "Don't think too fancy," Georges Etienne said at one point. "Few things work right at 408 degrees. It's primitive on purpose." "It's primitive because it was built of leftovers 35 years ago," Gabrielle Antoine shot back. "I've built pretty good deep-dive chips and processors for rescue and salvage drones." "The government can get to the surface?" Georges Etienne demanded with some heat. "What the hell do they want on the surface? They haven't taken enough away from the coureur?" Pascal marveled at Gabrielle Antoine's poise. Most people didn't like to get close to his father when he started getting angry, but Gabrielle Antoine just stood straight, one hand on the side of the bathyscaphe, looking calmly at Georges Etienne. "They still want to automate mining of the surface," Gabrielle Antoine said, "but they haven't got enough capital to launch something self-sustaining. And as far as I know, no one has found any likely mining sites in the basalt, so I doubt they're in a hurry." Georges Etienne looked like he was grinding his teeth. "They've got the sun and sky," he said finally, turning away to continue prepping the bathyscaphe. "This is for us." Pascal rechecked the manipulator arms, spooled on the additional carbon cabling, mounted the camera and lights onto small motorized platforms of Gabrielle Antoine's design. The engineer argued with Georges Etienne about software fixes. In a moment of quiet, common industry, Pascal came to his father and signaled for him to switch to the family frequency. "Pa, are you trying to annoy him?" Pascal asked softly. "We don't have to change everything," Georges Etienne said. Pascal shushed him. Loud enough voices carried through the helmets and traveled without radio. "Pa, he's a really good engineer," Pascal said. "I'm learning a lot just by seeing what he asks about." "You're good, Pascal." "I can't do it all, and there are lots of things I can't do at all," Pascal said. "And he knows a lot of the new engineering and programming they're doing above the clouds. We're offering Gabrielle Antoine a partnership, and he obviously doesn't trust us. Arguing doesn't make it better. We have to show him." "I don't want anyone around I can't trust," Georges Etienne said. "And if he isn't ready to trust me, why should I trust him?" "He's only known us for a day, Pa. He's not a coureur, but I think Mart got us the right person." Georges Etienne humphed. He could be worn down eventually, but using Mart's name was a bit of a rhetorical shortcut, an appeal to authority that sometimes ended debates. In the end, they didn't change any of the software anyway, not because Georges Etienne didn't want it, but because they didn't have time for the inevitable debugging. They had to be ready by the time they reached the drop window. 37. Descending through the gloomy lower cloud deck, breaking into the open haze beneath, and then finally seeing the naked Venus, inspired no less awe in Pascal the second time. Perhaps more even, because this time he was the one who had to decide everything. Descent rates, Stirling engine rotation and power, wind drift, and hot sulfur dioxide chemistry. And maybe some of the awe came from sharing the descent with Gabrielle Antoine. His companion's silence was answer enough to how Pascal felt as they sank toward the heavily deformed highlands of Atla Regio and the snaking depths of Diana Chasma. It was very unlikely that Gabrielle Antoine would be able to recognize the surface features, and Pascal didn't want to name them. Pascal had a bit of his father's suspicion in him. If Gabrielle Antoine didn't decide to work with them, if he couldn't be convinced to help, Pascal didn't want him to know enough to lead anyone back. Pascal adjusted the fins, putting them onto a steep glide path south and west over the dark flatness of Rusalka Planitia. "That's a tessera," Pascal said, pointing to Nuahin tessera on their right, a lighter-colored area of hundreds and hundreds of kilometers of terrain heavily deformed by repeated contractional folding. "Everything looks destroyed," Gabrielle Antoine said, "like after a disaster." Something had destroyed Venus 500 million years ago, something so catastrophic as to melt the planet's crust and maybe explain Venus's slow backward rotation. The sterilizing heat, blistering volcanoes, and cracked blackened rock added to the impression of something damned, as did the unnaturally transparent sky. "It's a world without even ghosts," Pascal said. Gabrielle Antoine turned in his helmet to smile at Pascal. They were cramped side by side in the berth made for one, but neither seemed concerned with being pressed together. Nervous and comforted at once by the contact through 2 layers of survival suits, Pascal searched for words to keep impressing Gabrielle Antoine. "Across the planar coroni," Pascal pointed, showing raised pancake-shaped plateaus, Kibuchi Corona and Normali Corona to the left, and ahead the massive Otahensic Corona, its stone surface baked gray and black. "From a distance, Venus is beautiful and bright," Pascal continued, "from space, from Earth, from Mars, but she doesn't want to be touched. She knows she's not beautiful, so she pushes us all away with heat and acid, because when we finally break through all that, we find out she's not what we thought. She's hideous, and she doesn't want to feel like we're stuck with her." "That's a strange way of looking at Venus," Gabriel Antoine said. "At 65th wrong, people say Venus hates us, hunts us. She doesn't want to be seen like this because this isn't who she is." Gabriel Antoine squeezed his hand through the gloves. "You're not stuck with her," he said. "You fly through the clouds like an angel." "I pretend, like she does," Pascal said, steering them westward toward high Ceres Corona. "I've seen you," Gabriel Antoine said. "You're beautiful." Pascal sighed wanly, wanting to believe, knowing that Gabriel Antoine thought he spoke the truth. But Gabriel Antoine hadn't seen the inner Pascal. He moved his hand free to work the controls. They flew over Miralegi Corona at only 10 kilometers. The rough plateau was wrinkled like a popped blister, all sharp edges. The pressure outside the bathyscaphe had climbed to 48 atmospheres, and the temperature to almost 390 Celsius. The bathyscaphe creaked under the stresses. Gabriel Antoine tried moving his head side to side to get a better perspective on Miralegi. "There are no shadows," he said plaintively. "That's part of crossing from her illusion to the body she wears," Pascal said, continuing the gentle turn toward Ceres Corona and the chasma that cut for hundreds of kilometers across its feet. "Nothing looks right in an in-between world." "I've heard the mysticism that some people above the clouds have about Venus," Gabriel Antoine said. "Is that what this is?" Pascal shook his head in his helmet. "I'm not mystical about Venus," he said. "Lots of Kuror are, though. Pa almost is, although he won't admit it." "What do you think, then?" "Venus isn't just a mirror. She's every mirror. We all see ourselves in her." "Longing?" Gabriel Antoine said. His tone was half question and half statement, like he might be longing too. Pascal dared not look at him. Gabriel Antoine's voice was potent, more powerful now that it was disconnected, whispering to him through an earpiece, so intimate that Pascal could hear his breathing. "Seeing something mystical in Venus isn't incorrect," Pascal said. "Mart, Emile, and I all grew up where the deep clouds play tricks on our senses. Sounds come from nowhere. The world casts no shadows. Shapes and lights emerge from the clouds and vanish. Storms swallow habitats and return them months later, like ghost ships. Some Kuror see the bioluminescent clouds and call the lower cloud deck a fairy world. Instead of calling themselves Kuror des Vents, they call themselves Kuror des Fées. Emile and I come from the same world, but I can only see some parts of Venus through his poetry because he sees something different in his mirror." Pascal dared a glance. Gabriel Antoine was smiling softly. Pascal's heart turned to mush. He wished the survival suits weren't between them, and yet he was glad they were. "He's not the only poet," Gabriel Antoine said. "I think I would like to live in a world of magic and fairies." Pascal was dripping sweat now and looked away. Despite all the insulation, the interior of the bathyscaphe had reached 90 degrees, and the pressure had risen to 4 atmospheres. Their suits worked hard to keep their interiors below body temperature, but that wouldn't last long. The regular wrinkles on the upper surface of Ceres Corona now appeared sharply defined, rows and rows and rows of broken stone mounted by sharp, unweathered edges. The lead sulfide and bismuthinite clouds hovered at 2 kilometers, partly obscuring, partly silvered. Pascal spoiled their lift, but even on full spoil they sank through the thick atmosphere as if through water. "Even if the Fae existed, they wouldn't be in the clouds," Pascal said. "They couldn't survive where we are now. This is a world without wind, without rain, without life. There's no erosion here, no marking of time except the volcanoes." "And your cave," Gabriel Antoine said. "You found the one place on the surface of Venus where something is happening. You believe me now? You're showing it to me." "Yes," Pascal smiled. The flat slope running from the mountain peaks on the North Canyon wall down to the base of Diana Chasma was clear ahead. The sense of overwhelming scale was difficult to put aside for 2 people who'd grown up in contained habitats. Certainly Gabriel Antoine must have lived with wide skyscapes above the clouds, but vast open space was not the same as a vast physical thing, like an unmoving stone of uncounted quadrillions of tons thrusting itself into this baking ocean. They both knew storms that towered kilometers high, but that was just acid and carbon dioxide. This was stone. They had no comparator. Those who worshipped Venus need build no monuments. Venus built her own. Gabriel Antoine sighed lightly at the sight, and with the earpieces it was as if he'd sighed next to Pascal's ear. Pascal's heart thumped faster. Gabriel Antoine had something of the poet in him, too, something that felt Venus. Pascal increased their descent angle. Diana Chasma itself was a monument as well. Serpentine, snaking for 1,000 kilometers, the Chasma system was 100 kilometers wide, but carved into the crust 2 to 3 kilometers. Its walls seemed improbably steep, and all the more massive for that. The floor of the chasma was broken in some places, flat and even in others, littered with boulders and landslide rubble, which seemed sand-grain tiny from this altitude. "Can we see it yet?" Gabriel Antoine asked in a small voice. "Almost," Pascal said. "Another 15 minutes. "Until we get there?" "Until we come within sight of it." Pascal smiled. "We're descending at almost terminal velocity, which this close to Venus isn't much." "This thing has never had a leak?" Gabriel Antoine asked. "We don't use it much," Pascal said. Gabriel Antoine looked at the outer and inner pressures. The difference was 80 atmospheres. If they did get a leak, it would be like an explosion inside the craft. "It's never had a leak with me in it," Pascal added. "You're a good luck charm." The brown and black edges of the chasma rose above them, and they entered an even gloomier world, richer in grainy detail than the clouds they knew, vaster than their habitats, and spectral in the deceptively perspective-deadened shadow-free light. The thick air moaned outside the bathyscaphe, differently from the high, frantic whistle of wind over wing packs and suits, or even the thrumming of storms outside habitats. Pascal had meant what he said. This was an underworld, lifeless even beneath the strangeness of Venusian cloud life and its human colonists. An underworld without ghosts. They slowed in an environment that had more in common with the sea floor than an atmosphere. Pascal turned their creaking bathyscaphe onto a final approach. On their last journey, Pascal and Georges Etienne had decided to land farther from the cave mouth to be safer. Boulders on the smooth ground loomed only 10 meters beneath them, and Pascal spun the prop for a few moments to kill their descent speed. Then they sank, meter by meter, second by second. Venus neared to give them a gritty, dry kiss. They bounced once, very gently, with a weird buoyancy, so that the slow wind carried them forward. They stopped on the bathyscaphe's wheels and held their breaths. "Welcome to Venus," Pascal said quietly. Gabriel Antoine might not have trusted himself to speak, or perhaps he wanted another touch, because he took Pascal's hand for long seconds as he craned his neck awkwardly to peer up through the fish-eyed diamond porthole. Above them, gray clouds hid a yellow glow like a cooling ember. The walls of the Diana Chasma felt prison-like. The wind, perhaps 5 kilometers per hour, but powerful at 93 atmospheres of pressure, made a low hum around them. "It's real," Gabriel Antoine whispered. "Venus?" Gabriel Antoine was still peering up at the walls and the all-too-solid 80-ton boulder about 30 meters away. "I've never touched a planet," he said. "Before today I'd never even seen a planet this way, only in pictures." "I never believed pictures, not in my heart," Pascal said. "I don't know that anyone born in the clouds can." "Thank you for showing me this." Gabriel Antoine turned. He had a nervous smile, replaced every few moments by an awe Pascal knew. Pascal was younger than Gabriel Antoine, but here he was the experienced one. "We're probably effectively breathing 5 atmospheres, and heat exhaustion is going to hit us before the Stirling engines fail," he said. "We'd better get cracking." Gabriel Antoine exhaled heavily. He was sweating as much as Pascal. He turned to the new control panel that they'd installed. The bathyscaphe vibrated as the tool bay door on the outer hull opened. In preparing for this descent, Pascal had been elated to have another engineering mind to throw ideas at, someone with whom he didn't need to hold back any of his mathematical or geometric shorthand. In fact, Gabriel Antoine sometimes had to slow down for Pascal, which was both embarrassing and exciting. Between them, they'd designed and 3D printed a half-dozen torpedo-shaped drones, none longer than a half-meter. Made almost entirely of carbon nanotubes, the drones could move for hours on the surface of Venus like little submarines before the heat wore down their control mechanisms. Gabriel Antoine activated all 6, sending them on pre-programmed courses. They needed to measure the wind speed and direction in the three-dimensional volume around Georges Etienne's cave. The drones had simple course correction software, which would collect data and give them a 3D map of the local winds. In the meantime, Pascal drove the bathyscaphe forward on its spindly carbon wire wheels to the boulder ahead of them. Their little craft rocked slightly and skidded sideways on the slow, heavy wind. "There's a lot of wind," Gabriel Antoine said, looking up from his display. "Like a storm, but no clouds or anything in the air." "It's only a few kilometers per second. It's a wind of supercritical carbon dioxide," Gabriel Antoine said. "I'm changing the routes of the drones. I just about lost one. What's making that wind?" "The true heart of Venus," Pascal said. "The stars." Then they had to focus on their tasks. Despite the changes, one of Gabriel Antoine's drones couldn't correct its course in time and was dashed onto rocks and swept into the cave mouth. Pascal tethered the bathyscaphe to the boulder and swung it around to the lee side so that they faced the cave. For long moments they stared in wonder at its impossibility. They'd mounted a heat-resistant laser and linked it to a mapping program. Centimeter by centimeter it scanned the ground, the rim of the cave, and as far down the throat as it could. This would give them a detailed topographic model of the cave entrance. They had a radar they could have brought down, and software that could have analyzed the chaos of input within the cave, but radar waves bouncing up into the clouds would have been the quickest way to give away their location to La Colonie, and to the bank, too. Pascal spooled out a cable with a small chemistry payload that they'd jury-rigged the night before. The rock was far too hard to sample with the tools they had, and any acids or reagents they had would have boiled at these temperatures. But decades of scientific prospectors had faced the same problem, and they had carried down 2 sulfur-silicon oxygen powders in the little payload. Or, more correctly, they were solids at 45th rang. Somewhere on the way down, the 2 solids had melted in their containers. When mixed, they formed a high-temperature sulfuric acid variant. Pascal poured the hot acid onto the stone and filmed it etching the surface. The wind blew blebs and drops of the acid stone slurry into a collection container. Pascal zoomed the camera, photographing the morphology of the stone that had resisted the acid, and very carefully lowered the chemistry payload into the wind torrent running into the mouth of the cave, repeating the process inside twice. By the time he'd finished that and left a spidery drone clinging to a hollow of the cave wall, it had been 90 minutes, and Gabriel Antoine looked like he was succumbing to heat exhaustion. He'd lost 2 more of his drones. They landed the other 3 in the lee of larger boulders nearby, where they could be recovered. Pascal pulled in all the equipment, inflated their oxygen balloons, and released their cable. The launch was rough and frighteningly sideways at first, but within a second their buoyancy shot them up like a bar of soap from a fist. The bathyscaphe creaked, and the surface shrank beneath them, Venus becoming once again the hideous, inscrutable, distant lover. Approaching Venus had burned them. Not just their souls. The bathyscaphe had not been able to keep the internal pressure below 4 atmospheres. It had barely held it at 6. And the internal temperature had risen to 150 degrees, the heat tolerances of their survival suits. But the decompression of the oxygen tanks had cooled the inside by 2 degrees already. They continued rising without any leaks. "You okay?" Pascal said. Gabriel Antoine nodded weakly. He was dripping with sweat and had puked in his helmet. "Soon we'll be high enough for me to deploy radiator vanes to cool us off faster," Pascal said. "I don't know," Gabriel Antoine said, "how you do it. I come from the cold. I'm a coureur de vent." Gabriel Antoine sipped water listlessly from the straw stub in his helmet. The wind of their ascent hummed outside, already down to 390 degrees Celsius. Pascal deployed the radiator vanes vertically along the hull. "Not a coureur," Gabriel Antoine said. "An angel." 38. Despite having been on the surface less than 2 hours, it took 4 hours to decompress as they rose to the Cozopskal de Profondeur, 45 kilometers higher. Marthe and Georges Etienne stowed the bathyscaphe, while Marie-Pierre brought Pascal and Gabriel Antoine inside and stripped their suits to let Jeanne clean them. Jeanne made a gagging face at the puke smell of Gabriel Antoine's suit, which sent Alexis into a giggling fit. Pascal was well enough once he'd wiped himself down and put on coveralls. This wasn't the first time he'd overheated, but Gabriel Antoine needed an hour of slowly sipping water while Marie-Pierre sponged his torso under a fan. Pascal imagined sponging Gabriel Antoine's hard chest and resented that everyone else was here, that Marie-Pierre was taking care of him. If they'd been alone, if they'd flown to some other habitat, just the two of them, it would have been Pascal's responsibility. The outer door of the airlock to the garden Taurus slammed. Jeannot and Alexis dropped the cleaning and repair of the suits and ran to wait at the line on the floor for Marthe to come through. Marie-Pierre smiled as she observed this and shared a glance with Pascal. The dull carbon wheel spun, and Marthe and Georges Etienne stepped in. Both were careful and disciplined, the way all coureurs had to be with the acid and heat and pressure. They didn't step past the line. They closed and locked the airlock door. They put down the equipment they'd been carrying, then checked each other's suits, applied a bit more bicarbonate, and re-wiped the seals on their necks before removing their helmets. Jeannot put on dark gloves, wiped the helmets diligently, and strapped them to the wall. Alexis, who normally left this to Jeannot, begged to be allowed to help his aunt. Pascal came over, put on a pair of gloves, and wiped down the packaging around the instruments they'd pulled out of the bathyscaphe. They were just cool enough to touch for a few seconds at a time. He brought the instruments to the table. "Ça va?" Georges Etienne asked, jerking his chin to Gabriel Antoine. "I'm good," the engineer volunteered. Georges Etienne stripped off his suit and handed it to Jeannot. "You were down there a long time," he said. "How did it go?" "It was incredible," Gabriel Antoine said wistfully. They stowed the suits, dressed, and came to the table Pascal had folded down. He'd hooked the instruments to the computers and unrolled a screen. Pascal took the 3 solidified, acid-dissolved rocks out first. They smelled of sulfur and were stained faintly yellow. They passed them around. "C'est simple," Pascal said. "We expect that the rock is like most of the rest of Venus's surface, basaltic with no water to speak of." Georges Etienne put his arm around Jeannot, who stared at the ugly yellow-veined black blob in wonder. "Your brother brought you a real piece of Venus," he said. "If Venus were a proper planet, we'd be walking on that stuff all day long." The thought of standing on rocks seemed so ridiculous to Jeannot that he laughed. Alexis took the stone, weighing it in his palm. "Rock as far as we could see, going on forever," Gabriel Antoine said to Alexis. "No rain, no wind, just heat." "Can I go, Grand-Père?" Alexis asked. Georges Etienne shushed him. While they'd been talking, the computer had finished calculating a 3-dimensional view from the laser topography data. The rock face, the cave mouth, and about 20 meters of the floor of Diana Chasma were rendered in yellow lines on black. The detail was excellent. They could have probably shaped a cap to go over the mouth with just this study. "That's going to take a lot of steel," Marthe said. "And we're going to have layers of caps," Pascal said. "That isn't the only channel, though," Gabriel Antoine said. "Did the wind map turn out?" Pascal changed the display, showing a 3-dimensional volume where the drones had moved. At every meter, arrows of different sizes showed the wind direction and speed. There were gaps in their measurements, but the picture showed that the cave system was more complex than they'd thought. "I don't know how to read this," Marthe said. Pascal turned the display and hid all the vectors except those that pointed at the rock. This thinned the blizzard of arrows and showed at least 6 openings. The main cave mouth was the largest. About 20 meters rightward, the photograph of a small opening, barely large enough to fit a person crawling, matched to a series of arrows indicating wind speed. Photographs showed another opening 20 meters to the right, hidden behind a boulder, and smaller rocks that seemed to be held in place by the force of the wind. Far to the left, almost 300 meters away and about 40 meters off the floor of the chasma, was a cave opening under an overhang of rock. It was about 2 meters in diameter. The drone scans had found 2 other minuscule channels, also connected to the main channel. "I don't understand how you can cap a cave in all that wind," Marie-Pierre said. "The pressure and wind force is stronger than anything we ever see in the cloud decks. Why isn't the atmosphere of Venus emptying and all that?" "They say that 5 million years ago it took 100,000 years for the Atlantic Ocean to fill in the Mediterranean Sea through the Straits of Gibraltar," Georges Etienne said. "This cave is tiny compared to the straits, and the surface of Venus is far larger than many Atlantics." We've been working on different plans, Pascal said. With proper mapping of the tunnels, we can prepare caps for various parts of the cave, and either lower them in or assemble them in the caves. They'll be hinged, and once they're fixed into position, we can swing them into place, let the wind hold them there. That will stop the wind enough for us to work. But you'll cook down there, she said. Do you have enough robots to do all that? As soon as we've got 2 or 3 caps in sequence, Pascal said, we'll run high-pressure atmosphere down to low-pressure spaces, making electricity and cooling the interior, like a refrigeration unit. The rock will still be 450 degrees Celsius, Mart said, even if you can get the air down to a couple hundred degrees. We can get the air colder than that, Gabriel Antoine said. We're starting with a vacuum on one end of the cave. That will be the coolest area. The rest depends on the pressure drops and insulation. You'll need good insulation, Georges Etienne said. Vacuum is a good insulator, Gabriel Antoine said. It'll take a lot of steel to double-jacket that whole cave, Georges Etienne said cautiously. Or we play with the rock, Pascal said. We'll have unlimited electricity and a vacuum. We could melt and reshape rock to have hollows. Air will insulate, too. Marie-Pierre shook her head doubtfully. It's an enormous undertaking. For what? She said. The heart of Venus, Pascal said. Independence, Georges Etienne said. The stars. Marthe regarded Marie-Pierre. Whatever is at the bottom of the cave, whatever it is that leads into a vacuum in some other solar system, nothing like it has ever been found before. Marie-Pierre waved her hand, not dismissively, but she seemed to be struggling with her argument. If that really leads to another solar system, and I'm not disputing that, she added quickly, then it does have unique value. But none of us are eminent scientists. I'm an applied botanist, he's an engineer, and we have no tools or instruments, not the kind needed to really discover anything. And even if we did, if we can't tell anyone, then what? Understanding comes later, Georges Etienne said. In cooled tunnels under Venus, we could mine, really mine, pull our own ore out of the ground. We know what iron, aluminum, nickel, hydrogen, carbonates, and minerals are worth. Metals, yes, Marie-Pierre said. And then what? How do we explain where we came into tons of steel? We don't need to trade more than a fraction of it, Marthe said. Only what we have to for what we can't make ourselves. We'll build a sturdy habitat in the caves, greenhouses, bioreactors, lots of space to live. And among the stars, Pascal said. We know how to build spacecraft. We know how to print solar panels and robots to go mine the asteroids in this new solar system. We know a lot of basic vacuum industry. We have energy. We have metals. We have a base to start from. His enthusiasm was catching. He saw it catching among them. But Pa's expression was becoming more sober. Access to mining and space will change Venus, not just for us and all the Coureurs, he said. It will eventually help even the people living above the clouds, being strangled by the bank monopoly and an incompetent government. But it's more than that. We've found a bridge to the stars like the ancients tried to build. We've found the Axis Mundi. 39. Pascal was hyper-aware of Gabriel Antoine as they went into his room. Gabriel Antoine brushed his teeth, washed himself with a sponge as Pascal turned away, hot-faced and awkward. He wanted the light off. He needed to have his face smooth. He wanted to be invisible. But he also wanted to touch Gabriel Antoine. Feet padded up behind him. A hand touched his shoulder. "You okay?" Gabriel Antoine asked in a low voice. Pascal nodded, then looked back and smiled nervously. Gabriel Antoine's face was close. "I'm going to clean up," he said, and felt his whisper flounder and fade. Gabriel Antoine didn't follow him to the head. Pascal shut off the lights. "What are you doing?" Gabriel Antoine whispered. "Just a sec." With shaking hands and clenched eyes, Pascal lightly lathered his face, and stroke by stroke scraped away stubble with the straight razor. It was the worst sound in the world, and he couldn't imagine Gabriel Antoine not being disgusted with him. It wasn't a sound Pascal could run from. He felt the sound. His skin felt it. His bones felt it like a fork scratching across a plate. He was so aware of Gabriel Antoine that his hands shook until he cut himself. "Hey, cutie," Gabriel Antoine said. "You already shaved this morning." "I'm almost done. Leave it on." Pascal's stomach turned. "I'm almost done." But he wasn't. He lathered his chest and arms quickly, scraping himself smooth with swift strokes. But Gabrielle Antoine was listening, thinking he was strange as Pascal really felt. I'm, really happy we went down, Gabrielle Antoine said into the awkwardness. You don't know what that was for me. I'm sorry you didn't see the stars, Pascal said. One day I will, Gabrielle Antoine said. His voice was closer, although Pascal hadn't heard him approach. In a panic, he wiped off the last of the lather and self-consciously touched his face and neck, looking for ugly stiff patches he might have missed. Then his chest and stomach and arms. Tiny patches of soft stubble found his fingers, and he felt uglier. You believe us? One day we'll see them together, Gabrielle Antoine said from just behind him. Pascal's hands trembled so much that he dropped the case of tooth polish instead of shutting it. Gabrielle Antoine's fingertips touched both of Pascal's arms at once, sliding up the smoothness, making Pascal shiver. Pascal jammed the toothbrush into his mouth and tried to move casually. Gabrielle Antoine's mouth was behind Pascal's ear. I've seen the stars my whole life without seeing them, Gabrielle Antoine said. Gabrielle Antoine's warm chest pressed against Pascal's unshaved back. He dropped the toothbrush and turned against him. They were of a height, and their noses were close. Pascal swallowed his toothpaste. You really didn't use that line before? Pascal whispered. Gabrielle Antoine shook his head. His grin was bright in the gloom. The sounds of quiet conversation in the main area drifted in through the curtain, along with weak light. You seem to have a lot of words to turn someone's heart, Pascal said. I only want to turn yours. Whether it was true or not, Pascal wanted it to be. Gabrielle Antoine was handsome, smart, funny, daring, and they'd gone to the surface together. Pascal felt his nervous heart beating so fast he wanted to scrunch it into a ball, and he didn't want any of this to end. He neared his mouth to Gabrielle Antoine's and touched hesitantly. Gabrielle Antoine responded, pressing back more tentatively than his words, and Pascal pressed back at him, harder, putting his arms around him. After a few moments they parted. Pascal was hardening. He pulled away in embarrassment. Gabrielle Antoine leaned against the wash station beside him and stroked a thumb across Pascal's smooth face. You want to help me build the caps? Pascal said, to fill the air with something other than his awkwardness. It sounded stupid. Gabrielle Antoine nodded, an inscrutable gesture in the three-quarter darkness. It's upside down, Gabrielle Antoine said. Wind and stars beneath the ground. It's magic. You've shown me the magic Venus has been hiding from us, and my life has been upside down since you walked in. Sorry, Pascal said, smiling sheepishly. I was tired of life being right side up. I didn't know it, but I'd been waiting for some angel to come along and save me from fixing ovens. Pascal laughed low. I'm no angel. Gabrielle Antoine neared again, pressing his chest against Pascal's and his lips to his. You have wings, he whispered. You make me feel like a live wire. I feel like I'm close to getting electrocuted, Pascal said, resting his forehead against Gabrielle Antoine's. The tough cutie from the lower clouds in danger? Gabrielle Antoine scoffed. I feel like I want to protect you, but that you could keep me alive down here with one hand behind your back. I'll protect you. Gabrielle Antoine's hand slid down Pascal's flat stomach, looking for the hardness down there, but Pascal's hand caught his wrist. I just want to make you feel good, Gabrielle Antoine whispered. Pascal shook his head against Gabrielle Antoine's. You like men, don't you? I like men, Pascal finally whispered. So do I. You like me, don't you? I like you. Then let me make you feel good. Gabrielle Antoine's hand tried again, but Pascal was strong enough to hold him back, barely. Then his other hand shot out, tickling, and Pascal twisted and caught the other hand too, and they were stalemated, breathing harder, trying not to make any noise that would be heard in the main area. I don't like me, Pascal finally whispered in terror. Down there. I've seen you, Gabrielle Antoine said. You're beautiful. Pascal shook his head. His heart pounded in his throat. He didn't want this night to end. He wanted to be more to Gabrielle Antoine. He didn't want to poison anything forming between them with all the blackness and wrongness inside of him. He gently released both of Gabrielle Antoine's hands. Let's move to your hammock, Pascal said. Teach me to make you feel good. That's a bit one-sided. This is what I can do. Please be patient. Please. This is what I want." "Okay, chérie," Gabrielle Antoine whispered in his ear before he began nibbling and kissing there. They walked awkwardly, a four-legged thing clinging desperately to itself, before Gabrielle Antoine fell back into his hammock. 40. Marthe clocked in only a few hours of hammock time. After Marie-Pierre had turned in, she stayed at the kitchen table, smoking. She slept fitfully and had gotten up before anyone else. The smells of hard sulfur-laced wood, of overworked carbon fiber filters, of hot sweating bodies, of growing green things, and the tangy traces of chlorine dragged her back in time. She remembered Pa, much younger, Maman and Chloé, both still alive. She remembered Emile as a teenager, working the trawlers with Pa. She almost always remembered Jean-Eudes as big, even though she was taller than he was now. As just a little girl, she'd taught Jean-Eudes to count and read with the patience of very young children, an effortless patience she couldn't imagine anymore. She remembered Pa's fights, with the government, with Emile, sometimes with Maman. Even when she'd been just a teenager, Marthe had been his confidant. They'd stay up late talking about politics, about raising the family. She might have been as happy living down here, riding the winds, helping raise Pascal, Jean-Eudes, and after Chloé and Mathurin died, Alexis. But in those late-night conversations, Pa hadn't just taught her to roll cigarettes. He'd decided that she would go to the upper atmosphere to live on the Kosopskal des Vents. She would represent the family in l'Assemblée. It had pissed off Emile. It had scared the shit out of her. But Pa was right, too. They both knew she would be good in l'Assemblée, even if they were both nervous about it. There were things she was good at, things she could do that Pa couldn't. But she wondered if she'd left too early, before she'd learned everything she'd needed from Pa. Marthe still woke up beside walking disasters like Noël. For that matter, so did Emile. What had they missed? What hadn't Pa been able to show them? Maybe they'd both left home too early, or maybe something hadn't translated from Quebec to Venus. Pa and Maman had both been born on Earth, and they'd stayed together until Venus took Maman away. Georges Etienne and Jean Mance had even left La Colonie for the lower cloud decks to keep their little Down syndrome baby. And against all odds, they'd made a family. What was missing in her and Emile? Or was it that Venus herself blew people about, the winds hot enough and strong enough to prevent the creation of personal order? She pondered all of this as sleep eluded her. It wasn't just her thoughts, but the time lag. The high flotilla where she lived now raced on winds that circled the planet every 4 days, but in the deep habitats of the Coureur, not only might there be 100 or more hours of day and an equal amount of night, but a completely different day-night rhythm, and the nature of the day and night blurred. In the depths, clouds piled so thickly above them that high noon arrived yellow and diffuse, the light reflecting from below almost as bright as the light penetrating from above. And nighttime was never completely dark. Spongy red lights scattered all the way from the Terminator, giving Venusian night an ember glow. Coureur and les colonistes from the flotilla said the words night and day, but they meant different things. So it didn't feel strange for her to cycle outside at 3 a.m. The vaporous haze at 46th Rang bruised a particular purple at sunset. It took the low angle of the unseen sun, 2 atmospheres of carbon dioxide, and a temperature hot enough to break down sulfuric acid to create this color. She hadn't seen it in a year. She stood on the gantry under the habitat, hands on railing, the haze drifting around her like platonic chaos, soaking her with familiar colors, calling to her with weirdly fast sounds she was no longer accustomed to. Somewhere beyond sight, the sun slowly set, purpling the haze. She found no clarity in it. She lifted the tarp protecting Pascal's mysterious ceramic space probe. It was pockmarked and weathered by supercritical carbon dioxide and what looked like micrometeorite strikes. She hefted a 20-centimeter square piece of hull that Pascal had sawed free. There was wealth in knowledge, in resources, and although an antique and surreal concept to Venusians, there was value in land. She took the piece of hull and secured the tarp again. She cycled back in quietly and wiped herself down with neutralizing paste. She left the piece of hull on a plate on the table to cool as she rolled another cigarette. Marie-Pierre and Gabrielle-Antoine were not family, but they needed that kind of bond to build this bridge to the stars. If circumstances blew the Daquillons apart from the Houdons and the Focus, they would all lose. They needed to make a family, but it wasn't the kind of family Pa knew how to build. They needed to make a political family. An hour later, people slowly woke up and began joining her at the table. Pa was gentlemanly and courteous to Marie-Pierre, less so to Gabrielle-Antoine, who was obviously smitten with Pascal. Gabrielle-Antoine was glowing, and Pascal was shy and quiet at the table, hiding a half-smile. Did they have the makings of a family? If they did, she still might not be the right one to make it. But if Pa tried to negotiate, he would blunder about the way he might hammer the corrosion off a lock, and Pascal was too uncertain of himself to weld different political interests together. Marthe crushed out her last cigarette. "I've been thinking," she said, gesturing to the piece of hull on the table. Pa slid a bowl of soup and a cup of coffee in front of her. He took up the hull fragment, ran his scarred fingers across its pitted outer surface and smooth inner surface, handed it to Marie-Pierre. "Ceramic minerals," he said, "and iridium, platinum, silver, gold, and other metals. We're going to grind them up for some quick resources to help bootstrap us." "That's small potatoes, though, Pa," Marthe said. "If we do more than sell scrap, if anybody finds out we may have found traces of alien technology, Venus will become the new gold rush fought over by banks. We lose it all. La colonie loses it all." "Are you thinking of a broker?" Marie-Pierre asked. "Someone not traceable to Venus?" Marthe shrugged. "Can you imagine anyone who would fit the bill?" Marie-Pierre pondered the heavy fragment in her hands. "I've thought through all the risks I can think of," Marthe said, "and I still want to do this. I think rolling the dice is worth it." Gabrielle-Antoine poured himself a cup of coffee and put one foot on the bench, leaning over the table. He took the hull fragment from Marie-Pierre and turned it in the light, seeing things that the others probably didn't. "I'm not going to lie," he said. "I'm bored up at 65th Wrong. I'd love to take on a big engineering project. I'd love to figure out what this is and how it works." Marie-Pierre was still pensive. "Sometimes I think the Daquillons have been kicked around not just by the government, but by the colonists, too," Marthe said. Georges Etienne stared at his hands. Marthe rubbed his shoulder. "The Daquillons stick together. We don't trust easy. We put a lot of weight on family. Not just blood. Any of us would have dived into the clouds to save Mathurin, my late brother-in-law. Jean-Eudes would have done it." Jean-Eudes looked sheepish and teary at once. Pascal nudged him with a shoulder and gave him an encouraging smile. "Émile, for all his differences with Pa, would have jumped after Mathurin, too," Marthe said, "because family is family." She jerked her head at her little brother. "Show us the stars, Pascal." Pascal came to them awkwardly and unrolled the display over the table as Gabrielle-Antoine moved dishes out of the way. Alexis, unaccustomed to the seriousness of the tone and the strangers, snuck behind the bench and put his arms around Georges Etienne's neck, peeking from behind his grandfather's head. "I don't know why we found the stars," Marthe said, "but we can't reach them ourselves, and we're offering to share them with you. But do you trust us to be straight with you? And what are we really offering? A corporation? A business partnership with the sharing of dividends? Those don't make any sense here. We can't involve the government or the bank, and notarized pieces of paper don't make trust." She paused. "Maybe I'm short on imagination, but the only thing I can think of to make a real partnership is marriage." Georges Etienne's head jerked up, and Alexis suddenly squealed with laughter, breaking the tension. Marie-Pierre's cheeks pinkened. Gabrielle-Antoine, still cocky, looked back at Pascal. "Our sister moves fast, eh?" Gabrielle-Antoine said. Pascal flushed to his hairline. Gabrielle-Antoine winked at him. He grinned at Marthe. "You and I don't swing the right ways, Marthe. Who's proposing to me?" "I'm talking about 3 families, Gabrielle-Antoine," Marthe said. "Polygamy?" he said. "Not exactly," Marthe said. "Marriages have bound families throughout human history because they have something at stake together. A joining of the Daquillons with the Focus family and the Houdon family is a real alliance, something serious." "What would that look like?" Marie-Pierre asked. "You, Pa, and Gabrielle-Antoine enter into partnership to join the 3 families into a single house," Marthe said. "The 3 of you share the leadership of the house, or it goes through turns. Pa, then Marie-Pierre, then Gabrielle-Antoine. The ages happen to work out for succession of leadership every 10 to 15 years. Not you, Gabriel Antoine asked. Pa is the head of the Daquillon family until he doesn't want to be, Marthe said. Gabriel Antoine's face was turning serious. Marie-Pierre's lips twisted in thought. Jeannot had taken an uncertain step closer to Pascal. Georges Etienne was looking at her with melancholy. I just want to give my children something, Georges Etienne said, reaching up to give Alexis's arm a squeeze. Something more than they're getting now. Alexis didn't understand what was going on, but he squeezed his grandfather back. Something for Maxime and Florian, Marthe said to Marie-Pierre, and something for Louise and Paul-Égide, she said to Gabriel Antoine, and all their children in turn. What is this going to look like? Marie-Pierre asked. Are you looking for Georges Etienne and I to make children? Georges Etienne reddened beside her. Don't ask me to help, Gabriel Antoine laughed. We'll raise our families together as a house, Marthe said. Work together. Pool our resources. Share. Strange marriage, Marie-Pierre said. Sounds like a tribe. Families come in all sorts of shapes, Marthe said. Gabriel Antoine, don't you need help to give you more time to do real engineering? Oui, he said. We can help raise Louise and Paul-Égide and give Alexis a brother and sister at the same time. And we can help you care for your grandparents like they were our own. Marie-Pierre was quiet. It's a big step, Marthe said to her. I think we can trust you, and I think you can trust us. And you're right. We're risking a lot. And without you, I don't know how we do this. And if we go for it, it'll still be hard. We're talking years of sending out drones to mine the asteroids of that other system, building habitats, growing food, manufacturing, industrializing, all in a place that's never seen a bank flag. It'll be a new start, and our family will be the first humans to leave the solar system. Marie-Pierre looked around at them all, then back to the piece of strange alien technology in her hands. Sink the Kozovskal Devon on purpose, eh? She said. And carry down 4 of my trawlers with it? The stresses might break one or all of them, and then your habitat really will be falling into the abyss. We have engineers to make the plan, Marthe said, giving Pascal a quick, reassuring smile. And if they find out? The bank and the government? Marie-Pierre continued. That'll be hard to explain. We'll have to be fast, Pascal said. If they find out, I'd join Georges Etienne in the doghouse, Marie-Pierre said. Maybe they take the Coureur des Tourbillons. Maybe I go to prison. And my children and my brother start from zero, begging for bunks in the common habitats. You don't know that they won't be begging for bunks in 10 years, Georges Etienne said. La Colonie can't afford medals. Habitats will fall on their own. And if this works, your children will be some of the richest people on Venus. Marie-Pierre took a deep breath. I'm not used to these kinds of risks, she said. We'll take care of you and your children, Marthe said. That's what family does. Gabriel Antoine nodded slowly. I will, too. My grandparents are old. I don't know what I can give Louise and Paul-Égide other than a stake in a black market repair racket, and they probably would like a brother. He winked at Alexis, who smiled from behind his grandfather. Marie-Pierre regarded the young engineer, one of her prospective husbands, for a long time, but she reserved a longer look for Georges Etienne. He looked back at her evenly, not challenging, not pushing. Marthe was proud of him. The future of his whole family was riding on the decision of this woman. What do you think, Jeannot? Marie-Pierre asked. Jeannot reddened and smiled shyly. Marie-Pierre extended a hand to Georges Etienne and clasped it. Then she shook hands with Gabriel Antoine. Then the 2 men shook. What do we call ourselves? Gabriel Antoine asked. I don't want to change my name. We keep our family names, Marthe said. But we have to call the house something, Pascal said, taking a step closer. To belong. We're founding this house in the Hades sphere, but our bridge to the stars is in the Stygian layers of Venus. Maybe we should be the House of Styx. Venus protect fools in the wind, Marie-Pierre said. Georges Etienne and Gabriel Antoine smiled and repeated the curse and invocation used by mothers in the clouds for decades. 41. The comms light blinked on, and then the buzzer sounded. Emile jerked up, knocking over a bottle and a pile of dirty plastic dishes. He'd fallen asleep at the galley table. He stepped over the clutter on the floor. It was a message from the Kozovskal de Profondeur by Tite Mazer. He didn't usually answer those, but Marthe was down there. She was probably calling to ask if the place was clean. He flicked the toggle. Quoi? He said. How tight is this? Mart's voice said quietly. He sighed, rubbed his eyes, bent to look at the controls. He turned a knob. Mart's maser beam looked to have been scattered to a diameter of about 8 centimeters, more than tight enough for no one behind or above the Kozopskal des Vents to be able to intercept. He focused his beam on hers. You're at 8. Am I good? What do you want? You're at 6, Mart said. The carrier wave is clean at 212 watts. I wanted to talk. Are you whispering? A little. We have guests. Focus? Yeah, I know. The line was quiet for a moment. Mart might have been counting to 10, or composing her thoughts, or swearing to herself. He put 2 fingers between the blinds to peek out at the blinding brightness of sun on puffy yellow-white clouds extending past the horizon. We've got an idea that will really help the family, she said. It's not safe, and it's not something we want to share with everyone else. You and Pascal are turning black sheep? We might need your help, she said. You want in? He scratched his belly, found the bottle, uncorked it, and rinsed and swallowed. Does Pa know we're having this conversation, or is that why you're quiet? Think about it, Emil. He was thinking. About his holier-than-thou sister, his jackass father, and his little brother under both their thumbs. What's the idea? He asked. Let me know your answer. We'll talk when I come back up. Tell Jonah and Alexei I said hi. To be concluded. Most people do not really want freedom, because freedom involves responsibility, and most people are frightened of responsibility. Sigmund Freud, Civilization and Its Discontents. The Reference Library. Don Sakers. Reading time 28 minutes. Don Sakers is the author of the Rule of 5 serial at rule-of-5.com and A Cosmos of Many Mansions, a collection based on previous columns. For more information, visit www.scatteredworlds.com. We have a mental model of evolution, be it biological or linguistic, that's hierarchical. Species and words progress from simpler to more complex, from primitive to modern, from worse to better. That model is misleading. A better model, it's been suggested, is the old lava lamp, a blob of melted wax suspended in water, its shape changing as it responds to heat, gravity, and currents in the water. So it is with the shape of science fiction and its audiences. Last issue, we talked about how the history of science fiction was marked by the accretion of various distinct audiences, making it impossible to speak of a singular audience for SF. Now I'd like to turn my attention to how those various audiences affected the field, especially the text form of SF. The first distinct audience, before SF was even a recognized genre, were readers who enjoyed exotic adventure tales. So, authors gave them what they wanted. WEYR's expeditions around the moon, to the center of the earth, and under the sea were all part of a 54-volume sequence called Extraordinary Voyages, in French, Voyages Extraordinaires. Wells's fiction wrapped musings on morality in adventure dress. Burroughs took readers to Mars, Venus, and inside the Earth, but also to an equally unreal Africa, the Wild West, and swashbuckling eras of history. When Hugo Gernsback launched Amazing Stories in 1926, he'd already attracted an audience of electronics hobbyists and amateur engineers, almost exclusively intelligent white boys. SF writers of the era responded with lone inventors, engineers as heroes, and bright, talented outcasts who saved the world from bullying aliens. There was a dearth of women characters. With the Campbell years, more and more professional engineers and scientists became readers, along with a fair number of military men, especially when so many were drafted in World War II. To please this audience, SF became more mature and placed a higher regard on the use of accurate science. The earlier audience remained. While some magazines tried to follow in Campbell's footsteps, others, notably Amazing, stuck with the exotic adventure and lone inventor approach. Come the 1950s and an explosion of social scientists, along with their non-science counterparts, ad men and pollsters and political consultants, led SF writers to include psychology, sociology, and other soft sciences in their stories. Sometimes there's a chicken and egg question of whether changing audience made SF change or changes in SF brought in new readers. With the new wave of the 1960s, 1970s era, there's no question, the youth-centered counterculture movement, which started in Britain and moved to the US, definitely preceded SF's move toward more diversity in characters, themes, and literary experimentation. Please note, I'm not implying that greedy SF writers looked around and said, here's a new social trend we can exploit. The pioneers of the new wave, just like those of all the other shifts, were predominantly writers new in the field, bringing with them the sensibilities of the particular social evolution. When SF movies and TV began to appear regularly, especially shows like The Twilight Zone, The Outer Limits, and Star Trek, many people who had never been exposed to SF before started reading and writing it. This included, for the first time, a fair number of women, and the field reacted with greater emphasis on characters and relationships, more tolerance for romantic elements, and less of an emphasis on hard science. Of course, a portion of the field also reacted with thinly disguised misogyny, and does so to this day. Further expansion in the wake of Star Wars helped inspire a resurgence of action-based military SF. Concurrent with all these developments, waves of more diverse audiences came to read SF, people of color, feminists, LGBT readers, and a world full of distinct ethnicities and cultures. That brings us up to the present era, where SF is struggling with issues of identity, cultural appropriation, and inclusion. Like all the shifts that have gone before, this one will undoubtedly leave the field broader and richer, with more different kinds of SF for more different kinds of people. As long as the water stays hot, the glob of wax will continue to transform its shape. So why don't we all relax and enjoy the shifting forms? The Oppenheimer Alternative. Robert J. Sawyer. Kasich Books, 349 pages, $19.99, trade paperback, ISBN 978-1-64721-0013-1. Genre, alternate history, hard SF. You might think you know what to expect from a Robert J. Sawyer book, something set in a near-future world similar to our own, real people dealing with the social implications of ideas from the edges of current science, fascinating, well-dramatized exploration of philosophical and ethical matters. The Oppenheimer Alternative, an alternate history thriller set in the opening years of the atomic age, might seem a bit of a departure. Not to worry, this book has everything a reader wants from Sawyer. Just as the arrival of the atom bomb was a pivotal event for science fiction, it was also pivotal for the so-called real world outside our field. This year is the 75th anniversary of the first detonation of an atomic bomb at the Alamogordo bombing range in New Mexico. That test, codenamed Trinity, was on July 16, 1945. Publication of the Oppenheimer Alternative is scheduled to coincide with the anniversary. Like the best alternate histories, this extensively researched book conveys a real sense of life in what to almost all of us is a past distant enough to be alien, yet recent enough to have familiar elements. The protagonist is J. Robert Oppenheimer, the American theoretical physicist who headed the Los Alamos laboratory during the Manhattan Project, and who was later stripped of his security clearance because of his advocacy for international control of nuclear weapons. It is Oppenheimer who, after the Trinity test, quoted the Bhagavad Gita, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds." In Sawyer's alternate history, Oppenheimer struggles to keep together his team of world-class scientists in order to fight a looming disaster, perhaps more of a threat to the planet than the forces they unleashed in Trinity. For Oppenheimer has discovered an irregularity in solar fusion patterns, one that he forecasts will cause a nova in 80-odd years. The Earth's atmosphere will be blasted away, its oceans boiled off, unless Oppenheimer and his team can come up with a solution. While it's not necessary to be familiar with the story of Oppenheimer and the atom bomb, Sawyer is an excellent guide. Those who are will recognize the names, scientists, military personnel, and politicians, who populate the narrative. If nothing else, analog readers almost surely know such names as Einstein, Teller, Feynman, Fermi, and Szilard. Well-drawn alternate history, rigorous SF thriller, social commentary, redemption narrative, the Oppenheimer alternative reimagines one of the most influential lives of the 20th century. Well worth reading. Accepting the Lance. Sharon Lee and Steve Miller. Baen, 432 pages, $25 hardcover. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $9.99, ebook. ISBN 97881-9821-24212. Series, Liaden Universe, 22, Theo Whately, 7. Genre, romantic SF, space opera. A new Liaden Universe novel is always cause for celebration. In this series, Sharon Lee and Steve Miller have created a delicious mix of high-concept space opera and romantic SF that never fails to delight. In fact, they've done for space opera pretty much what Anne McCaffrey did for Colonies on Other Worlds, made it sparkle and fizz. The previous book, Neogenesis, reviewed here in the May-June 2018 issue, focused on the return of supergenius AIs called complex intelligences, thought destroyed in war centuries ago. Accepting the Lance picks up that thread and weaves it together with those from other recent books, producing a tapestry of political plots, economic machinations, and old rivalries, all aimed at Clan Corval, the family trade union which is the true protagonist of the Liaden novels. A few years ago, the dastardly Department of the Interior, DOI, forced Clan Corval to leave their homeworld Liad and retreat to the frigid outpost world of Surebleak. As Corval ships range through the galaxy, seeking to rebuild their shattered trade empire, the DOI ups the stakes. They send the complex intelligences to finish the job of destroying Corval. It's up to heroic pilot Theo Whately and her AI-powered ship Bichimo to meet the invaders and convince them to abort their attack, and if possible to join forces with Corval. Meanwhile, the survivor of another DOI attack, Rhys Lynn Pencella, is having troubles of his own. He's involved with his own plot to defeat the DOI, but is derailed when his adopted family faces a crisis. The Bechtel, who generations ago were abandoned on Surebleak by their own people, have made a comfortable home living secretly on the wintry world. Now a message comes saying that their people have found them, and a ship is on its way to bring them back. There are only 3 questions. Is the message legitimate, or another DOI trick? If it is legitimate, do the Bechtel want to leave their home to return to a world most of them have never seen? And will they have the choice? It all sounds terribly complex and confusing, but don't be afraid. Lee and Miller are old hands at this. In their care, even readers brand new to Liaden won't get lost. One of the strengths of the Liaden universe is that, with very few exceptions, there is no mandated reading order. Jump in with any Liaden universe book. Everything you need to know is contained there. Frozen Orbit. Patrick Childs. Baen, 336 pages, $16, trade paperback. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $8.99, ebook. ISBN 978-1-9821-2430-4. Genre, exploration and discovery, religious philosophical SF, space travel. Patrick Childs is a relative newcomer to our field. He arrived in 2016 with Perigee and Farside, techno-thrillers telling the story of a supersonic suborbital passenger spaceplane marooned in orbit and the aftermath. Yes, Thomas Bloch's 1982 novel Orbit had a similar theme. Frozen Orbit is a more ambitious book, a near-future tale of space exploration and discovery with echoes of 2001: A Space Odyssey and some of Larry Niven's work. The NASA spaceship Magellan is bound for the outer solar system, first making a flyby of Jupiter to collect a cargo module launched earlier. On the way, they get astonishing news from home. They're not the first to come this way. The wreckage of a long-lost Soyuz capsule contains old records telling of Archangel, a Russian mission launched just before the collapse of the Soviet Union. Archangel was bound for Pluto, and transcripts of the dead commander's log reveal that they made it. Experts in the Kremlin also believe that they discovered something there that drove the crew mad. In defiance of NASA orders to abort at Jupiter, the crew of Magellan elect to continue on to confront the decades-old mystery and find out what's waiting at Pluto. During the long trip to the Kuiper Belt, astronauts Tracy Keane and Jack Templeton pore over Archangel's commander's log and diary, hoping to find some buried clues. What they find leads them to believe that the Soviets may have stumbled on a secret older than life on Earth, and one with profound implications about humanity's place in the universe. Childs, an ex-Marine who works in aviation safety, certainly knows his stuff. His depictions of Magellan and its technology are persuasive and well thought out. He does a great job of depicting the complexities of cutting-edge tech and the people who work with it every day. And if his extrapolations of politics and economics are a trifle simplified, have fun spotting the sly references to Ayn Rand, he more than makes up for it with the philosophical and theological questions the book raises. Fair warning, the ending is a tad abrupt. I assume a sequel is on the way to address many of the questions the book raises, but even without such a sequel, it's definitely a thought-provoking story in the traditional analog mode. The Blood-Dimmed Tide, Michael R. Johnston, Flame Tree Press, 229 pages, $24.95 hardcover, $14.95 trade paperback, Kindle, $6.99 ebook, ISBN 978-1-7875-8313-9. Series, Remembrance War II. Genre, Alien Beings, Military SF, Psychological Sociological SF. Michael R. Johnston is another relative newcomer. He's a high school English teacher in Sacramento, California. His debut SF novel, The Widening Gyre, was published last year by Flame Tree Press. The Blood-Dimmed Tide is a sequel. The Widening Gyre introduced us to a far future in which the last surviving humans, adrift in a damaged colony ship, were rescued by an alien race called the Gen. The Gen rescued the humans, gave them a place to live, and adopted them into the Gen Empire. Life wasn't easy for humans in the Empire. To some of the Gen, they were unwelcome freeloaders. Others tolerated them, but insisted they assimilate into Gen culture. Human languages and history were outlawed. Over the course of 8 centuries, Earth was forgotten, and human culture receded into the realm of legend and folklore. Human Tajin Hunt, advancing in the Gen military, became a hero in the war with the enemy Tabrans. Later forced to resign in disgrace, he retreated to the frontier. There, against all odds, he and his crew discovered the legendary planet Earth, and uncovered the fact that it was the Gen, 800 years ago, who exterminated most of the human race. The Blood-Dimmed Tide opens years later, when the repopulation of Earth is well underway. Settlers arrive from all over the Empire, fleeing Gen oppression. For humanity, a new age has begun. Optimism fades when Gen attacks bring the nascent Earth to its knees. Tajin Hunt is dispatched to seek help from the Kelvaki Assembly, a potentially friendly government. But then the heir to the Kelvaki throne is almost assassinated, leaving Tajin at the mercy of opposing factions of the Byzantine politics of Kelvaki. Then the Gen land and occupy Earth, and Tajin has to return to free his new world. However, that's not going to be as easy as he expects, for some Earth humans are actually agents of the Gen, and nobody knows who's on which side. Fine thrillers with many resonances for today's world, both The Blood-Dimmed Tide and its precursor are rewarding reads. Starborn and Godsons. Larry Niven, Jerry Pournelle, Stephen Barnes. Bain, 416 pages, $25 hardcover, ISBN 978-1-9821-2448-9. Series, Herot 3. Genre, colonization. Despite all of the technological changes in the past few decades, traditional publishing still moves fairly slowly. This lends a particular melancholy following the death of any prolific author, as stories and books still in the pipeline continue to appear in subsequent months and even years. As I'm sure you know, Dr. Jerry Pournelle died in September 2017. Starborn and Godsons is the latest book bearing his name to appear. It's a worthy memorial. Take heart, as of this writing, both of his co-authors, Larry Niven and Stephen Barnes, are still with us, and may they remain so for many years to come. The Heorot series, the name comes from Beowulf, as does much of the underlying structure, started in 1987 with The Legacy of Heorot, and continued with Beowulf's Children, 1995, and the 2012 novella The Secret of Black Ship Island. You can find the latter in The Best of Jerry Pournelle, also reviewed last issue. The colony on the planet Avalon is now into a third generation and thriving. They've conquered the Grendels, semi-sapient monsters who produce an enzyme called speed that temporarily kicks metabolism into super speed. They've built hydroelectric stations to supplement the dying nuclear generators brought from Earth. The island core of the colony is successful, and outposts on the mainland are firmly established. Unfortunately, as their tech continues to break down, the Avalonians, who call themselves the Starborn, are losing the AI that stores most of their knowledge. With it, they're rapidly losing the ability to get into space. It looks as if the colony will forever be imprisoned on this one world. Then another colony ship from Earth arrives, and the happy colony is thrown into turmoil. The newcomers, the Godsons, represent a faction of Earth that the original Avalon colonists feared and disliked, fleeing to the stars to escape their growing influence. The Godsons have their own plans for Avalon, plans that don't include the colonists. But there's another faction with quite different ideas, a supremely alien intelligence native to Avalon. And how humans fit into their plans is an open question. With separate introductions by Niven and Barnes, Starborn and Godsons is a fine capstone to the story of Avalon. The Renegade, Christine Catherine Rush, WMG, 754 pages, $29.99 trade paperback, iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $5.99 ebook, ISBN 978-1-5614-60909. Series, Diving Universe 8. Genre, Adventure SF, Space Opera. In Christine Catherine Rush's Diving Universe, everything revolves around the Salvagers. In the eternal conflict between the Nine Planets Alliance and the evil Antaran Empire, the key to victory lies with advanced tech salvaged from ancient alien derelicts in the vast, lawless volume of space known as the Boneyard. Trips into the Boneyard are risky and uncertain, but the salvage from a successful expedition can mean the difference between life and death for millions. It starts off innocuously. Fleet Cadet Nadim Crow, a gifted engineer, accompanies several of his fellow cadets on an unauthorized joyride. Before the trip is over, they've unwittingly destroyed a scrap heap of alien ships, an immeasurable loss for the fleet. Nadim winds up assigned to the Renegade, a ship notorious for being a home to misfits and losers. When the fleet becomes aware that another scrap heap was invaded and cannibalized, they want to know who was responsible and where they are now. A ship must be sent on a mission to go back through time and space and solve the mystery. A mission that will almost certainly result in the loss of both ship and crew. An impossible mission that no one wants to undertake. There's only one ship the fleet can risk, so the reluctant crew of the Renegade sets forth into the unknown. The odds are against them, but if anyone can beat those odds, it's Nadim Crow and the oddball crew of the most scorned ship in the fleet. Vulcan's Forge, Robert Mitchell Evans, Flame Tree Press, 233 pages, $24.95 hardcover, $14.95 trade paperback, ISBN 978-1-7875-83993. Genre, Artificial Intelligence, Noir SF, Other Worlds, Psychological Sociological SF. Robert Mitchell Evans is a horror and SF writer with half a dozen pieces of short fiction to his credit. His 2011 collection, Horseshoes and Hand Grenades, Tales of Terror and Technology, includes 5 short stories of SF horror. Vulcan's Forge is his first novel. Nocturnia is the only human colony to survive the destruction of the home planet. Society on Nocturnia has developed into a distorted version of 1950s America, complete with a sexually repressed culture, an emphasis on conformity, and a socially enforced nuclear family pattern right out of Leave It to Beaver. For you younger readers, please look it up online. Jason Kessler doesn't fit in the strict repressive society of Nocturna. He's too much of an individualist and nonconformist. When he meets Pamela Guest, a mysterious and beautiful woman, he rebels against the strictures of society and begins a clandestine affair with her. Things take a serious turn when Pamela convinces him to steal Vulcan's Forge, a powerful near-AI computer. In no time at all, Jason finds himself deep in the criminal underworld, tracked by the government, various gangs of crooks, and an enigmatic cabal with unknown intentions. Before long, Jason learns that his world isn't what it seems, and his future, as well as the colonies, rest on the unknown abilities of Vulcan's Forge. The Collapsium. Will McCarthy. Bain, 368 pages, $16, trade paperback. ISBN 978-1-9821-2449-6. Series, Queendom of Soul 1. Genre, Far Future, Clark's Law. Oh, look, here's Will McCarthy again. I reviewed his Antediluvian last issue. The Collapsium, originally published in 2000, is back in a nice-looking trade paperback edition from Bain. First in the Queendom of Soul series, The Collapsium is one of those far-future hard SF books that conforms precisely to Arthur C. Clarke's third law. Any sufficiently advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. This future is a place filled with wonders and terrors, precariously teetering on the edge of surreal absurdity. Bruno de Tawagi, scientist and dilettante, lives on his self-constructed planet and plays with technological marvels. Foremost among them are Wellstone, fully programmable matter that can take on any desired configuration, and Collapsium, a substance made of crystallized black holes capable of transmitting matter and energy across the solar system. Bruno's former lover, Her Majesty Queen Tamerlutui, the Virgin Queen of all things, thanks to advanced tech, her virginity is self-renewing, is likewise tinkering. It seems that Her Majesty's scientists, under the direction of Marlon Sykes, have constructed a collapsium ring around the sun. All very well and good, until sabotage sends the ring toppling toward the sun. Faced with the imminent destruction of the entire solar system, Bruno has to put aside his jealousies, both professional and personal, for Sykes has replaced him as Her Majesty's chief lover, and work with his adversary for the survival of all. The Collapsium is rollicking good fun, and well deserves to be back in print. If you haven't had the pleasure, now's the time. Gremlins Go Home. Ben Bova and Gordon R. Dixon. Bain, 123 pages, $16 trade paperback. iBooks, Kindle, Nook, $7.99 ebook. ISBN 978-1-9821-2424-3. Genre, Alien Beings, Humorous SF. Originally published in 1974 as Gremlins Go Home, and apparently the exclamation mark counts among bibliographers, this little gem has been out of print since the 1980s. It's very much a product of its time, but if you can ignore the dated elements, it's still a quick fun read. Rolf Gunnarsson lives near Kennedy Space Center with his father, mother, baby sister, and faithful dog Shep. Rolf's father is in charge of the upcoming launch to Mars, but Rolf has no interest in the space program. Feeling quite neglected by his busy parents, Rolf goes to his favorite place, a wildlife refuge near the Cape, to indulge his interest in nature. After taking a tumble, Rolf awakens to see 2-foot-tall men arguing with his dog. As it develops, the two are authentic leprechauns, aka gremlins, except they aren't mythical creatures, but aliens marooned centuries ago on Earth. All they want is to go home to their world Gremla. And now that human technology has developed to the point of space travel, the way home presents itself. All the gremlins need to do is get aboard the Mars ship, then hijack it. Next stop, Gremla. Except there's too much cold iron about, so they need a human accomplice. And Rolf, given his father's position, is the ideal candidate. That's about it for this issue. See you next time. Brass Tacks. Reading time 7 minutes. Dear Emily and Trevor, congratulations on 90 years. Not you personally, of course, the magazine. That it's in good hands is obvious from the January-February issue. Always nice to hear from Stan Schmidt, and a pleasant surprise to see something from Ian Randall Strock. Great stories and articles throughout. Particularly powerful was the fact-fiction pairing about the Columbia disaster. One can't know, but one hopes that this retelling might provide some closure for those at NASA who had to watch the unfolding drama. I know the tragedy fell very hard on those who, at the time, saw options that NASA refused to follow up on. I remember distinctly being at a presentation by Cy Liebergott at which he was asked about Columbia, and seeing his anger and emotion as he related the refusal of his superiors to request imaging from the spy satellites. Eric Choi did a wonderful job of bringing his hopeful alternative story to life so poignantly. Thanks to the folks at Analog for maintaining the publication's high standards. The current issue is a great springboard to the next 90 years. John Vester. Dear Editors, Choi's The Greatest Day, January-February 2020, was one of the best and most moving stories I've read. It was also one of the most difficult to read. I was working mission operations for a series of unmanned communications satellites at the time of the disaster, and the universal question among all my co-workers was, how can a mission ops engineer conclude nothing could be done, and what might have happened if we had tried? I found Choi's fleshing out of that what might have happened question therapeutic. There's no value in second-guessing or pointing fingers at the mission ops team 17 years later, but I personally found some closure in reading his concept of what might have been. Dan Villani. Dear Mr. Quattry, I think you got this year off to a fine start. The reprint was phenomenal, and I also enjoyed the McMullen, Turtledove, and Werkheiser. I look forward to seeing more reprints. Raymond F. Jones is a fine author whose legacy has been overlooked for far too long. I also am eagerly looking forward to the serial, as Mr. Künsken's last work was both exciting and profound. All in all, a fine job you're doing, and I look forward every other month to seeing what new worlds you have in store. Keep 'em coming, Mr. Q. I can't think of anyone I'd rather see helming your magazine. Period. All the best, John Ogden, Gardner, Massachusetts. Greetings, Trevor. Just read Stanley Schmidt's guest editorial in Jan 2020. Can't wait to read some of the anniversary stories you pick. I have subscribed since about 1968 with a brief hiatus, and would like to read again stories preceding that date, and to revisit authors such as Christopher Anvil and all the other outstanding stories. I would also like to reread John Campbell's editorials. While I may not always agree, they always provoked thought. Best regards, Brad Guth. To the Editor. Call me fishmeal, but I enjoyed Harry Turtledove's take on Moby Dick. It summarizes the story and is a much faster read. Wheel of Echoes is fascinating. If the technology works, maybe someone did make an effort at recording Shakespeare and others in that era. But why be so upset about Shakespeare not sounding like a great actor? He probably wasn't. He did some acting, in addition to writing plays and running his company, but his star actor was Richard Burbage, who played Hamlet and other leading roles. Acting was Shakespeare's way of breaking into the business, not his strongest point. If Burbage had been on the recording and sounded unprofessional by current standards, that would be a reason for the professor to throw a fit. I don't know if actors went in for a lot of histrionics in Shakespeare's time, but if they did, it would reflect their working conditions, including the open-air performance spaces and the lack of intermissions, which meant audience members did a lot of roaming while a play was in progress. So a good performance then might be seen as an appropriate acting technique now. Also, I appreciated Joel Richards' use of the name Compass Rose for a spaceship. It's a nice tribute to Nicholas Montserrat's novel The Cruel Sea, about World War II fighting ships. Leonard Pallets, Decatur, Georgia. Joe McDermott's story in the November-December issue, Keep the Line Tight But Not Too Tight, or Esteban and the Moon, spoke to me on a very personal level. I work with marine systems that can very well be life-critical. The constant worry and second-guessing described is spot on. Leslie Fish wrote the best response I've seen. Here's a health to the ship designers and the welders of her seams, and all who man the radar scan to watch our dawning dreams. For all the unknown heroes sing out to every shore, what makes one step a giant leap is all the steps before. Jim Cliff, Victoria, British Columbia. Trevor. The story Solve for X in the November-December issue raises some interesting issues. The first is the role of the narrator. The first 90+% of the description of the situation is a fairly impartial account of the analysis of the Drake equation and the potential upsides and downsides of its meaning. Then the impartial narrator suddenly switches roles and becomes the active agent, taking it upon himself to assume the role of God and decide for the rest of mankind whether they should be allowed to have the new knowledge. In the end, of course, he decides, as directed by J. Cole, the author, that the knowledge is safe only as long as he keeps it to himself exclusively. For a science fiction story, that could well be the end of it. However, the second issue I mention is that in the real world, things are never so simple. I see analogies between Mr. Cole's story and some real-world events that could potentially have had world-shaking ramifications had they come to their intended natural conclusion. The best description I've found of those events is at this link, https://get-pocket.com/explore/item/torching-the--library-of-Alexandria. While Mr. Cole's story was the trigger that impelled my writing to you, I think the actual events are of interest to a good deal of your readership. Indeed, if it wasn't a true story, it could well form the substance of a submission to Analog. Hardly anyone would believe that, sadly, it actually happened that way. Howard Mark, Suffern, New York. Study without desire spoils the memory, and it retains nothing that it takes in. Leonardo da Vinci. Upcoming events. Anthony Lewis. Reading time 5 minutes. Note: membership rates and other details often change after we have gone to press. In addition, most conventions have age-based membership rates in advance and at the door. There also may be rates for single days. Check the websites for the most recent information. 17 to 19 April 2020, Constellation 11, Lincoln, Nebraska SF Conference at Cornhusker Hotel, Lincoln, Nebraska. Author Guest of Honor Max Gladstone. Artist Guest of Honor Bob Hall. Toastmaster Becky Potter. Info constellationni.net. P.O. Box 84324, Lincoln, Nebraska 68501-4324. 8 to 10 May 2020. MARCON, Ohio Regional Science Fiction Conference, Crown Plaza, Columbus North, Worthington, Ohio. Guests include Author Guest of Honor Carrie Vaughn, Artist Guest of Honor Sarah Felix, Science Guest of Honor Wolfgang Rump, Music Guest of Honors Blibbering Humdinger and Wreck the System, Local Artist Guest of Honor Adlai Stein. Info marcon.org. MARCON, P.O. Box 141414, Columbus, Ohio 43214. 22 to 25 May 2020, Balticon 54. Maryland Regional Science Fiction Conference at the Renaissance Baltimore Harbor Place Hotel, Baltimore, Maryland. Guests of Honor Wen Spencer, Lee Moyer, Cheddar Moon, Jay and Lee Targaryen. 2019 Compton Crook Award winner R.F. Kwong. Info balticon.org. Balticon info at balticon.org. 1-410-563-2737. P.O. Box 686, Baltimore, Maryland, 21203-0686. 22 to 25 May 2020, Media WestCon 40, SF Media Fandom at Ramada Lansing, Lansing, Michigan. Info www.mediawestcon.org, mediawestcon@aol.com, 98 200 East Thomas Street, Lansing, Michigan, 48906-4047. 28 to 31 May 2020, International Space Development Conference, National Space Society, at Embassy Suites by Hilton Dallas Frisco Hotel and Convention Center, Frisco, Texas. Info isdc2020.nss.org, 1-202-429-1600, voice, 1-703-435-4390, fax. National Space Society, P.O. Box 98106, Washington, D.C., 20090-8106. 20 to 23 August 2020, NASVIC 2020, North American SF Convention, at Sheraton Columbus Hotel, Columbus, Ohio. Guests of honor, authors Brian Herbert and Kevin J. Anderson, artist Stephanie Law, editor Christopher J. Garcia, science Mark Millis, NASA. Fans Sue and Steve Francis. 1632 Milcon guest Eric Flint. Info http://columbus2020nasfic.org/ 29 July to 2 August 2020, Con Zealand, 78th World Science Fiction Convention at TSB Arena and Shed 6, Intercontinental Hotel, Michael Fowler Center, Wellington, Aotearoa, New Zealand. Author guests of honor, Mercedes Lackey and Larry Dixon. New Zealand artist guests of honor, Greg Broadmoor. Fan guest of honor, Rose Mitchell. Toastmaster, George R.R. Martin. This is the SF Universe's annual get-together. Professionals and readers from all over the world will be in attendance. Talks, panels, films, fancy dress competition, the works. Nominate and vote for the Hugos. Info https://conzealand.nz/. End of Analog Science Fiction and Fact, Astounding, for May-June 2020. Recorded in the studios of Talking Book Publishers Incorporated for the Library of Congress, June 2020. Published by Dell Magazines, a division of Crosstown Publications, 6 Prowett Street, Norwalk, Connecticut, 06855. Further reproduction or distribution in other than an accessible format is prohibited. If you experienced any difficulty with your copy of this magazine, please specify the problem on a postcard or letter addressed to Materials Development Division, National Library Service for the Blind and Print Disabled, Washington, D.C., 20542, or send an email message to qas@loc.gov.
End of book.